Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Naruto was Tsunade's apprentice and got harem with Shizune and Tsunade. Part 2, let's begin. It has been a few days since the funeral service to honor the fallen of Konoha. The council was once again in session but with a guest, that being Jiraiya the Gama Sannin. Jiraiya spoke. Hamura, you have been called before this council to be appointed as the Godame Hokage, spoke the elder. Jiraiya dismissed him with a wave. I don't think I would be the best fit for the job. Koharu rose an eyebrow at this. Oh? Then who would you suggest for the position? Jiraiya gained a serious look. I think Tsunade would be the best choice, commented the white-haired sage. She has not been seen near the village in years. Why would she be the best choice for the position? Questioned Danzo. It's simple. We need her medical experience, and she is the only one who can get our medical program to where it once was. Plus, when pushed she can be so stubborn that she won't give ground to anyone, stated Jiraiya. The council thought about the points that Jiraiya put forward. It was true that Tsunade fought tooth and nail when she believed she was right. In a political setting she wouldn't cow to mere threats, demanding action from those that threaten her. And we just saw a giant slug get summoned nearby, so it shouldn't take that long to locate her. The elders looked to one another and nodded. Okay, Jiraiya. We agree to her appointment. However, you will need to go and convince her to return. Jiraiya nodded in agreement to this. That's fine, but got the council's attention. I would like to take Naruto Uzumaki with me, he stated. Oh, and why would you want to take the boy with you? Asked Danzo. He was curious as to why Jiraiya needed one of their biggest assets when it came to the search and rescue operations. After all, the boy is now helping as a nurse's aide in many of the field hospitals throughout the village. Seeing an up-and-coming medic like him may help convince Tsunade to return. She was an excellent teacher, and seeing a budding student may break through to her. Once again, the council thought over this. Very well, Jiraiya. We will allow you to take the boy. But do not dally, as he is still an asset to our recovery. Jiraiya nodded before shining out of the room. As soon as he was gone, the doors to the council room were opened rather harshly. What was surprising was the person who walked through the double doors. Tsunade! Cried Hamura and Koharu. What are you doing here? They asked in near-perfect unison. I have come to find out why the medical program I worked so hard to create has fallen in quality, she said sternly. Here many of those seated on the council began to stutter out excuses. Some that she was met with were, we need to shift funding around after the Kyuubi attack, or many of our inspiring shinobi had no interest in the field, so part of their budget was allocated elsewhere, or her personal favorite, there wasn't someone who wanted to fill your shoes. With each given excuse, Tsunade's ire began to grow until she snapped. That does it! She shouted, silencing the council. You're in need of a new Hokage after Sarutobi-sensei's death, right? Well, make me the new Hokage. Sensei did not stand his ground on many issues from what I understand. Well, it's time that this village reached the great heights it was known for, she declared adamantly. Tsunade had learned of the decline through Shizune's academic tutelage of Naruto. Hearing of the events her sensei allowed to happen since he retook office made her rather upset. In his previous term as Hokage he wasn't as soft on issues. She should know, he turned down her proposal for a medic to be in each squad during the Second Great Shinobi War. On top of that, she has a personal reason to stay in Konoha, and if she could help him by becoming Hokage, well, the council was elated. Tsunade had returned to become the Godame Hokage, so they had no need for Jiraiya to go and look for the woman. At that realization, the council's mood soured, as Jiraiya was probably already gone. Naruto was seated at Ichiraku Ramen. Tsunade had told him that she had something important to do and that she'll meet up with him later. That was fine for him, as he could use the alone time to really come to grip with his feelings on the Sandaime after the funeral. He came to accept that he may be angry with what the Sandaime allowed to happen to him, but he will be thankful for what the old man did do for him. He was feeling a lot better through with Tsunade's advice and encouragement, as it made him feel a lot better and get through the hard time of seeing all the wounded as he helped out at the field hospitals. That was something he was amazed during his time at the field hospitals. Recently the medical staff had become more neutral to him as he demonstrated what Tsu-chan was teaching. He was really happy and felt that he was making her proud. His happy time was interrupted when this really tall, white-haired man sat down next to him. He gave the man a suspicious look as he ate his ramen slower to be able to react if this guy would become hostile. Soon Ayami walked out from the back carrying another bowl of miso ramen. Here you go, Naruto-kun. But this will have to be your last bowl. Don't want you getting in trouble now, you hear, chastised Ayami. That got Naruto's attention. Ayami-ne-chan. You can't do that. Ayami shrugged. I really don't want to get you in trouble, or be in trouble for allowing you to indulge. Naruto hung his head. Ever since Tsunade started managing his diet, he has not been allowed to have as much ramen. Don't get him wrong, he has been seeing a lot of results, but he still has cravings for his favorite food. Ayami watched as Naruto had waterfall tears slide down his cheeks while he indulged in his last 2 bowls of ramen. She then looked to his left and saw a white-haired man. Recognizing him, she immediately bowed and said, Jiraiya-sama. You grace us with your presence. The name caught Naruto's attention. Jiraiya the Gama Sannin, one of Tsu-chan's teammates. Wait! Isn't he the super pervert? Naruto shouted in his mind as he remembered Shizune sensei's lessons on the Sannin. Jiraiya was about to give one of his legendary introductions before he was shouted at by the blonde next to him. Hey you pervert! Don't you dare hit on Ayami-ne-chan! Naruto shouted as he pointed at the taller man. Jiraiya froze in place. Hey you little GKI! Who are you calling a pervert? I'll have you know I'm a super pervert, he shouted to the heavens. As he was shouting, he failed to see the fist Naruto sent his way. As the strike connected, Jiraiya was launched 10 feet down the street. Naruto grumbled under his breath about perverts as he went back to his ramen. In the meanwhile, Ayami was speechless. Naruto-kun, did you learn that from Tsu-chan? Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Yep. That was one of the many things she taught me, he stated proudly. After Naruto paid the bill and was leaving the stand, he found Jiraiya standing in front of him. That was a rather impressive hit, Gaki. Well, I have a great teacher, retorted Naruto. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at that. Didn't think Kakashi knew how to teach heavy striking, thought the Gama Sannin. So what do you want? You are obviously waiting for me, stated Naruto. Jiraiya got a serious look. I have been assigned a mission by the council and I am taking you with me. That got Naruto's attention. He hasn't been on a mission since the start of the Chunin exams. Naruto raises an eyebrow towards the Gama Sannin. So what's the mission? He asked calmly. Jiraiya was taken aback by the boy's attitude. From what he knew of the boy, he was loud, brash, and was willing to do anything as long as it's exciting. This boy in front of him seemed to have some demeanor as a shinobi. We will be going after a special VIP. This is a council-decided mission, so get packed and meet me at the gate and pack for a month-long trip, he ordered as he shined away. Naruto let out a sigh and made his way back to the Senju compound to let Tsunade and Shizune know he had a mission. He also had to make his way toward his apartment, as he only has some of his things with the older women. Naruto ran into Tsunade sitting in the kitchen drinking some green tea. Shizune appeared to be out, and he could hear Tonton rushing over to greet him. Hey Tsu-chan! He called out. Tsunade looked towards the energetic blonde who just picked up Tonton. Hello, Naruto. Anything interesting happen? She asked the younger blonde. Naruto moved over toward her as he began to pet the piglet. Well, I got assigned a mission to locate some kind of VIP from the council alongside the pervert Sannin, and he said it would take a month, explained the younger blonde. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She didn't hear about this mission from the council when she was made the Godame Hokage. I should see what this mission is. After all, I can't have my shinobi acting outside of my purview. Plus, I need to make sure my little Neru is safe, thought the busted blonde. Well, that's interesting, Naruto. I guess that means that we will have to put your elemental ninjutsu training on hold until you get back. At that, Naruto froze. What? Well, I can't teach you if you are not here, she replied to his stunned face. Naruto hung his head in response. Are you sure? Asked the younger blonde. Tsunade cupped her chin in thought. Well, there may be a way, but let me work out the details before I commit to it, okay? Naruto nodded at her word. Also, I have some news of my own here. She gave a sly smile, gaining the younger blonde's attention. I've been named the Godame Hokage, she told him with a large smile. Naruto looked at her with shock and awe, which soon shifted to an adorable pout. No fair. I should have been named the Godame, pouted Naruto. Tsunade rubbed his head affectionately. Not yet, Naru-chan, but you'll get there, she told him. Naruto smiled up at her. Well then, I guess you'll have to keep the hat warm for me, Tsu-chan. Tsunade smiled at him. But wait! Panicked Naruto. If I'm out on this mission, I won't be here to watch you take the hat, he stated as he clapped his cheeks with his hand, accidentally dropping Taunton in his surprise. Tsunade poked him in the forehead softly. Don't worry about that. When the time comes, I can have Katsuyu reverse summon you so you won't miss a thing, she explained. Naruto sighed in relief. Her expression now became semi-serious. Now you said that you needed to pack for your mission, right? Naruto nodded in affirmation. Oink! Came the cry from the upset piglet. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. Sorry, Taunton. Tsunade stood from the table and ushered him to follow her. They made it to the main office of the compound. Sitting on the desk were 2 scrolls and a carry case meant for his thigh. There was also a large utility pouch, like the ones used by medical corps members during times of conflict. I figured I would get you something to celebrate how well you did during the exam. The 2 scrolls are storage scrolls. The red one is empty so you can pack whatever you want, while the blue one is a complete medical scroll complete with everything a fully fledged medic would ever need. The pouch carries a full field response kit as well as a full array of kunai and shuriken, she told him. Naruto hugged Tsunade by the waist. Thank you, Tsu-chan. Tsunade returned the hug before she reminded him once more. So are you ready to begin packing? Naruto, eager to try out his new storage scroll. Naruto attached the scroll holster to his right thigh and the utility pouch to his belt alongside his smaller one as they went to pack what Naruto had at the Senju compound. It wasn't a lot and they needed to get more to ensure he was properly packed. I think I need to get back to my apartment to get the rest, Naruto stated as they stored the last of what he had at the Senju compound. Tsunade agreed with him, as what he has would only be good for a week-long mission at best. Before they left for his apartment, Tsunade grabbed another scroll that Naruto didn't notice. As they made their way through the village, their presence went unnoticed as people were more focused on removing the debris to pay attention to the world around them. When they finally made it to Naruto's apartment, part of the building seemed to be damaged from the invasion. Ah man! My apartment! Whined the younger blonde. Tsunade put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Come on. Let's see how bad it is. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks, said the slug Sannin. Naruto nodded hesitantly and the two made their way inside. When they entered Naruto's living room, the cracked dry wall now had large chunks missing, allowing them to see the insulation and support beams. The floors were cracked and some pieces were even missing. Many of the appliances seemed to be broken while the furniture was selectively intact. Naruto was heartbroken at the destruction of his home. It wasn't much, but it was his. Once again, Tsunade put a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. Why don't we take stock of what survived? Gather the things that made here in the living room, okay? Naruto nodded and began to gather what he could, Tsunade following suit. Luckily, his stash of shinobi tools and the contents of his closet survived. It appeared his dishes did not. The food within his refrigerator had spoiled due to the appliance being offline and the products not being fresh when he got them. His bed frame seemed to survive, but not the mattress. The two blondes gathered everything in the living room as Tsunade instructed, taking the time to pack the rest of what Naruto needed for his mission. Once Naruto was fully packed, Tsunade brought out the scroll she had brought with her. She took a knee and unfurled it, showing several blank storage seals. Naruto looked at her confused. Tsu-chan, what are you doing with that scroll? Tsunade looked at Naruto with a happy smile. Well, Naru-chan, it's to move you out. Now Naruto was really confused and a little scared. You are moving into the Senju compound with me and Shizune. You said we would stick together, right? You can't do that if you live so far away. Naruto looked at her with shock. He was moving in with her and Shizune. Is this a dream? Wondered the younger blonde. Oblivious to Naruto's thoughts, Tsunade continued. You'll have your own room and it will be close to mine and Shizune's, so you will not need to feel alone again. Naruto began to tear up. He was not going to be alone anymore. Not just outside of his apartment, but now he was going to be living with people who actually cared for him. At his fastest speed, Naruto ran into Tsunade, knocking the two to the floor as he hugged her as tightly as he could. Tsunade was taken by surprise from Naruto's burst of speed, so she did not brace herself. As she was tackled to the ground, she felt Naruto's tears flow down her cheek. Tsunade returned the hug as she allowed him let loose his tears. She softly said into his ear, "Don't worry, Naruto, I'm not going anywhere." After Naruto calmed down, they finished packing the rest of his things. As they made their way out of his apartment, Tsunade spoke. "When you get back from your mission, I'll show you which room is yours. I'll get everything in here put away for you. For now, why don't you go reporting to the pervert that you are ready?" Naruto scratched his cheek nervously. He didn't tell me which gate to report to." Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose at her former teammate's blatant oversight. She shook her head to brush off her irritation. She looked towards Naruto as they walked. "So if you don't know which gate to meet him at, what should you do?" Naruto thought about it for a bit. With a snap of his fingers, the answer came to him. "I should send a Kage Bunshin to each gate so they can tell me," he spouted enthusiastically. Tsunade nodded her head in approval. Needing no other prompting, Naruto made 3 bunshins and sent 1 to each gate. They all understood they were to dispel if they saw the pervert, so he knew where to go. Having nothing better to do until his bunshins popped, Naruto continued to walk with Tsunade. It wouldn't be long before his bunshin at the southern gate would pop, alerting each Naruto that the pervert had been located. "Hey Tsu-chan, my bunshins found him at the south gate, so I'll head over there." Tsunade nodded at his words. "All right. Be careful and remember, if you aren't back by the inauguration ceremony, I'll have Katsuyu reverse summon you back so you won't miss it. Once the ceremony is done, she can take you right back." Naruto nodded in understanding before giving Tsunade a hug, which she happily returned, and setting off for the south gate. He didn't get far before Tsunade called back for him. "Naruto! Wait!" Naruto stopped in his tracks and looked back to Tsunade. She waved him back but met him halfway. "What's up, Tsu-chan? I have something for you." She pulled out a roll of Ryo from the inside of her Hiyori. "I normally keep a roll on me, so if I stop at a casino, I have a buy-in. This roll I'm giving you. I suspect you haven't had a mission in a while, and could use some spending money," she told him as she handed him the roll. Naruto was surprised. "Wow! Thanks, Tsu-chan." He cheered as he placed the roll in his toad wallet. "Gama-chan. Now if you are going to buy something, make sure it is something you want. And never ever let anyone tell you that you should do something for them just because you have money," she told him seriously. Naruto nodded before he was once more sent on his way. Jiraiya was waiting impatiently for Naruto to show up. He was tapping his finger on his biceps as his arms were crossed. A scowl marred his features. That was until he heard someone running up to him. He turned his head toward the noise and saw Naruto running up to him. "You're late, Gaki." Naruto scowled at Jiraiya. "You didn't tell me where to meet you." Naruto shot back. Jiraiya didn't look apologetic in the slightest. "Well, let's get going. We need to find our VIP as soon as possible," he said as he walked through the gate. Naruto walked after him, not exactly enthusiastic about this if this is how they are starting out. Tsunade made her way back to the Senju compound, intent on setting up Naruto's room. As she arrived, she found the elders at the gate waiting for her. She stopped to see what they wanted. "Hello," Tsunade greeted Hamura. "We just came by to let you know that the inauguration ceremony to announce your selection as Godane will be in 2 days. Tsunade nodded in understanding. "Thank you for letting me know. Of course, if you wish to have anyone on the tower roof with you, please file that with your Umbu guard who will meet you tomorrow. Also have your assistant prepared for the position, as well as it is best that this is submitted before you are granted the position." Once more Tsunade nodded in understanding. "Who is the Umbu that will arrive to present themselves to me?" "The one who shall arrive is Gazuru," replied Danzo. Once more Tsunade nodded. "Thank you for the notice," she told the elders. With that they left, and went about doing their own things. Sakura was walking home from her time in assisting in cleaning up the village. though she had taken several detours. Man, I just can't seem to get a lead on her, whined the pinkette. Sakura was hoping to find the red-headed angel. She had begun to idolize the woman after she saved her from that Oto shinobi back in the arena. She had grown up hearing the stories of many legendary shinobi, but not so much when it came to kunoichi. Sure, there were some great ones, like Tsunade Senju, but she had never seen a kunoichi like her in person. Now, however, she got to witness someone as powerful as one of the few legendary kunoichi. This showed her what she could be if she trained seriously. To that end, she was looking for the red-headed angel in the hopes she would train her, or at least provide her some methods to train so she could be as strong as her. As she was looking around, she saw Lee's female teammate. She didn't remember the girl's name, but she could at least be nice and ask how she is doing. "Hey!" Sakura called out, getting the bun-haired girl's attention. "You're Lee's teammate, right?" The bun-haired girl nodded in affirmation. "Yeah, the name's Tenten," she said as she stuck her hand out, which Sakura accepted. "You're the girl Lee tried to flirt with before the exams, right?" Sakura let out a heavy sigh as she hung her head. She really didn't want to be reminded of that embarrassing moment in her young life. "Please don't remind me of that." Tenten waved her hand in front of her face. "Sorry about that. Lee can get excited when he becomes passionate. I know that it can come off as being overbearing." Sakura could agree to that. "So what are you doing out here?" asked Tenten. "I'm looking for the red-headed angel," replied the pinkette. Tenten raised an eyebrow at that. "Oh? Why are you looking for her?" "I want her to train me," replied Sakura enthusiastically. Tenten clapped her hands over Sakura's. "You too?" she asked starry-eyed. "Yeah, I was hoping she could train me to be strong. After all, it's not every day you get to see a strong kunoichi." Tenten nodded her head vigorously. "I know what you mean. She hit as hard as Tsunade-sama. I was hoping to find her too. I want to be strong just like her." "Well, why don't we search for her together?" asked Sakura. Tenten jumped into the air, doing a little cheer. "That sounds like a good idea." Unknown to the two young kunoichi, their conversation had drawn the attention of one of the two female jonin of Konoha, Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai was elated at first to hear the two kunoichi were looking to improve, however she began to get a little angry when they brought up that they didn't see a strong kunoichi. She was the only female jonin in Konoha. Sure, Konoha had others like Shizune Kato, Tsunade's apprentice, and Tsunade herself, but the two were not seen in the village for a while. Heck, weren't these two some of the ones who witnessed her trap several enemy shinobi in a wide area genjutsu in the arena? Kurenai slowly stalked toward the two genin, surprising them when she tapped their shoulders. Kurenai-sensei, how can we help you?" asked a nervous Sakura, not liking the smile on the older woman's features. "Oh, you can help me by offering your opinion on one of my latest genjutsu. How about it? Would you be interested in helping one of Konoha's few female jonin?" she asked too sweetly. Sakura and Tenten immediately got a little scared. Behind Kurenai was the visage of an Oni, causing a chill to run down their spines. "Remember, little girls," the raven-haired woman said as she bent down to their level. "I too am known across the continent as one of the world's few genjutsu experts." Suddenly her smile became softer. "So if you need help with your training, you can also ask me for help." The young kunoichi nodded their heads vigorously as the older woman walked away. Just as the elders told her, Gazuru had arrived at the Senju compound to greet the soon-to-be Godame. Alongside her was the rest of her squad: Fukusu, Igiru, and Tora. The four Umbu kneeled before the last Senju. "Tsunade-sama, I am Gazuru, the captain of your Umbu guard squad. We swear to you to exceed the performance of our predecessors," the purple-haired woman said. "Thank you, Gazuru. You are aware of the other duties you are to perform while you are here, yes?" The Umbu captain nodded. "Then rise. I have this seal I must place on you so you may pass beyond the gate." Doing as they were told, the Umbu rose to have a seal placed on their left shoulder. When the seal was placed, the four followed their leader inside. Tsunade led them to the traditional sitting room, where each of them sat before her. Soon after everyone was situated, Shizune and Tenten also entered the room, taking seats next to Tsunade. The Umbu noticeably tensed when Shizune entered the room but calmed down at Tsunade's gesture. "So for who will be my assistant, Shizune will take up that role," said woman looked at her master in shock. Tsunade-sama. Are you sure you want me to be your assistant? Yes, I am Shizune. You have followed me when you didn't need to, which shows loyalty. You earned the rank of Jonin, which shows skill. And you have assisted me in not only teaching Naruto, but improving his knowledge in a field some would think beyond him. That last one caught the Umbu off guard. They had heard of the Uzumaki's performance in the Chunin exams tournament, but like many believed that it was Kakashi's doing. Now they are learning that their soon-to-be Godame was responsible. Shizune thought about what her master had said. If she had that much confidence in her, then she would take the position and help her master. The final clencher was when she saw out of the corner of her eye what appeared to be Taunton giving her an encouraging trotter. I accept, Tsunade-sama, stated a confident Shizune. Tsunade smiled at her apprentice before turning back to the Umbu. Now as for guests. Aside from the usual cadre of the clan and elder council being in attendance, the others to include are Shizune, Taunton, and Naruto Uzumaki, she told the Umbu before her. The Umbu nodded in agreement to her instructions. After that, the Umbu left the compound to prepare the security for the inauguration. It had been 2 days since Naruto and Jiraiya had set out on their journey to find this so-called VIP. To say Naruto was annoyed would be an understatement. They had done nothing so far. This is what I gave up my elemental ninjutsu training for? Questioned an irate Naruto. Currently Naruto and Jiraiya were walking into another town within Hai no Kuni. Hey Gaki! Naruto looked up at the taller man. You got any money on you? He asked nonchalantly. Naruto gave him a suspicious look. None for you, pervert, he replied haughtily. Jiraiya grew irate at the snap of the young blonde's tone. So are you going to tell me who this mysterious VIP is yet? Asked an irate Naruto. Since they left, Jiraiya had yet to tell him who they were searching for. Jiraiya once again waved him off. I'll tell you once I get a solid lead on their location. For now, go keep yourself occupied, said the Gama Sannin. Naruto was left gobsmacked. You don't even know where they are? He shouted as the Gama Sannin walked away shouting, meet back here by sundown. Naruto was grumbling to himself when a puff of smoke on his shoulder drew his attention. When he turned to see what it was, he saw it was Katsuyu, though she was the size of a house cat. Hey Katsuyu! What are you doing here? I am here to take you to the inauguration ceremony for Tsunade-sama, Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Is it that time already? He asked, a little shocked. Yes, it is. Now prepare yourself. When I summon us back to Konoha, it will feel like you are being pulled through a straw at a rather high speed, the slug warned. Oh, and I must thank you for the compliment that you gave us when you relayed your story to Tsunade-sama. Naruto scratched his cheek bashfully. It was nothing, Katsuyu. Naruto took a deep breath before telling Katsuyu was ready. With that, the two disappeared in a puff of smoke, only to reappear in front of Tsunade at the roof access to the Hokage Tower. Hey Naruchan, said the slug Sannin as she gave the younger blonde a hug. Hey Tsu-chan, replied the younger blonde as he returned the hug. I'd ask how the journey with Jiraiya is going, but we need to get ready for the ceremony, she explained. Naruto nodded happily. He began to make his way out of the room, only to be stopped by the older blonde. Where do you think you are going? Naruto looked back confused. I'm outside to watch the ceremony, replied a confused Naruto. Not out there, you aren't. You are going to be watching from the Hokage Tower with a front row seat. Naruto was excited. This is going to be the first time he will watch a Hokage be sworn in, and he was getting a front row seat. Naruto eagerly followed after Tsunade as she walked to the roof, Katsuyu still on his shoulder. Naruto was ushered by Tsunade to stand by Shizune, while Tsunade herself stood behind the elders who were standing at the edge of the roof with Koharu holding the hat. Below were all the people of Konoha, looking at the tower and eagerly waiting for the announcement of their new Hokage. People of Konoha, though we have been attacked and are all affected by the loss of the Sandaime, let us rejoice for the one who has returned to aid Konoha in her hour of need, proclaimed Hamura. I present you the Godame Hokage, continued Hamura while gesturing to Tsunade as she walked forward. Koharu handed the hat to Tsunade, who placed the hat on her head as she stood proudly before the citizens of Konoha. The people cheered loudly at the announcement of Tsunade being the Godame. Naruto for his part was cheering almost as loudly as the whole of Konoha, while Shizune was cheering a bit more subdued than Naruto. After the ceremony, Tsunade could be found in her new office along with Taunton and Naruto. There were a few other additions in the form of 2 slightly smaller desks than her own and 2 kage bunshin assisting in her paperwork. Katsuyu had left back for Shikatsu Forest after the ceremony. Shizune was out gathering the next stack of paperwork for Tsunade while Taunton was asleep on the couch in her office. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk while Naruto sat across from her. So Naruto, tell me, how has the journey to find this VIP has been going? Naruto crossed his arms and let out a huff of irritation. It's so boring, Tsu-chan. Plus every time we make it to a new town or village he just leaves me as he walks in saying he needs to talk to his people, complained Naruto. And on top of that he still has yet to tell me who this VIP even is. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, a thoughtful look crossing her face. Alright, I'll look into who you are supposed to be looking for. Since this is a mission assigned by the council, there will be some record of it before a full-blown mission form was filled out and filed for records. When I find out who, I'll send a message via the slugs to let you know. Naruto looked elated at that. Thank you so much, Tsu-chan. Unknown to Naruto, there was a surprise Tsunade had in store for him. Oh. I also thought of a way to start your elemental ninjutsu training, said Tsunade. Naruto immediately jumped out of his seat and was practically bouncing in place. Despite his training with Tsunade that calmed his hyperactive nature, he was just so excited to continue his training. Really? How? Asked the excited younger blonde. Tsunade came around from her desk and placed a hand on the nearly bouncing boy's shoulders. Calm down, Naruto. At her words, Naruto seemed to go back to his calm self. I will tell you when Shizune returns, as she is bringing something important for us to continue my plan. Now Naruto was eagerly waiting for Shizune to walk through the office door, excited to find out Tsunade's plan. Naruto didn't need to wait that much longer, as Shizune walked through the door, followed by a kage bunshin. The 2 Shizunes came in carrying decently sized stacks of documents. Tsunade let out an inaudible groan seeing the upcoming workload. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, but a lot of this backlog from the absence of a Hokage, as well as the documentation pertaining to correspondences from Suna surrounding the invasion, as well as the budget pertaining to the village's repairs. Tsunade let out a heavy sigh. All right. Put it on the desk. One of us will get around to it, she said with a defeated tone. Ah, come on, Tsu-chan. Don't look so down. I'm sure you'll get it done in no time. After all, you're the smartest and most beautiful woman ever. Cheered the young blonde. Tsunade scooped said young blonde into a hug, his face planted into her bust. Well, look at you being a little charmer. Once she set him back down, she coughed into her hand to reset the mood as a light dusting of pink was on the faces of both blondes. Tsunade turned toward Shizune. So did you bring the chakra paper? Shizune nodded with a small smile as she pulled the small slip of paper off of one of the stacks she brought in. Excellent. Now Naruto, what I want you to do is channel your chakra into this paper. This will tell us your elemental affinity. Hearing this, Naruto got excited. He went over elemental affinities with Shizune during his initial month training with the 2, now he was going to use it. With little coercion, Naruto took the paper from Shizune, eager to see the reaction it was going to have. Naruto channeled his chakra into the paper, and the way it reacted was surprising to all, even the hidden Umbu squad in the room. The paper split down the middle while one of the sheets was soaked. Naruto looked to the 2 older women confused. Shizune-sensei, I thought you said that everyone has one affinity and learns the others unless they have a Kekkei Genkai. So how is it I have demonstrated 2 affinities? Both women thought about it for a while before a possible solution was offered. It may be the interaction of a member of a Kekkei Genkai holding clan mixing genetics with a shinobi or kunoichi that has no family history of having a Kekkei Genkai. I see what you mean, Shizune. Naruto listened intently as Tsunade explained what her first apprentice had stated. Oftentimes, Kekkei Genkai are dominant genes, which is why they can appear in those who have only one parent from a clan, such as the case with the Haku boy you told me about, Naruto. That being the case, children born from such a union and the clan in question doesn't have an elemental Kekkei Genkai, it is possible the child will develop a secondary affinity. Now Naruto understood. So because Ka-chan was from the Uzumaki clan and Tu-san wasn't from a clan, I not only gained Ka-chan's Kongo Fusa but also a secondary affinity, stated Naruto. That's right, Naruto praised Shizune. So does that mean that Ka-chan had the futon affinity? Asked Naruto. Actually, I know for a fact that your Ka-chan had a suiton affinity. The futon actually comes from your Tu-san, spoke Tsunade. Now Naruto was confused. How does that work? At this point, either medical specialist could offer an explanation. It could be genetics. Similar to how one looks when they are born and grow, your affinity could be selected at random based on the affinities of your parents, though in this case the primary is chosen by genetics since you got both, theorized Tsunade. With a clap of her hands, Tsunade changed the subject of conversation. Well, now that we know your affinities, I will gather some basic materials for you to study and work on while you are on the road with Jiraiya the pervert. I should have them collected within a few days and I'll send them via a messenger slug. All right, cheered the younger blonde. For now, said Tsunade as she went through a familiar set of seals, we should get you back to where you last were so Jiraiya doesn't attempt to charge you with desertion, spoke the older blonde as a smoke cloud appeared and dissipated to reveal Katsuyu about the size of a house cat. Greetings, Tsunade-sama, Katsuyu said with a bow. How may I be of assistance? Hello, Katsuyu. I have summoned you to ask if you can take Naruto back to where you had retrieved him. Katsuyu nodded. Of course, Tsunade-sama. With that, the slug crawled her way over to Naruto only for the boy to pick her up into his arms. Before he left, it was great to see you again, Naruto-chan, said Tsunade. You too, Tsu-chan. Tell Tonton I said see you later. See you later, Shizune-sensei, replied the younger blonde. Tsunade pulled Naruto into another hug before vanished in a puff of smoke with a wide smile on his face. Tsunade heard some giggling in her office. Turning to face the source of the noise, she saw Shizune giggling into her kimono sleeve. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at her apprentice-turned-assistant. What? Asked the older blonde. Oh, it's nothing, Tsunade-sama, said the raven-haired woman as she waved a hand in front of her face. Naruto appeared where Katsuyu first retrieved him. Thanks, Katsuyu, said the young blonde as he patted Katsuyu on the head, between her orbital tentacles. It is no problem, Naruto-kun. If you ever have need of me, my clan, or wish to send a message to Tsunade-sama, do not hesitate to call on us. With that, Katsuyu returned once again to Shikatsu Forest. Not too much later, Jiraiya returned from his excursion into town. Hey Gaki, did you have yourself good time? Questioned Jiraiya. While Naruto did have fun at the inauguration ceremony, he now had to be back on this mission of looking for a VIP he didn't even know the name of. When Jiraiya received no response beyond a blank look, he shrugged it off and gestured for Naruto to follow him. Come on, it's getting late. I got us a hotel for the night. We'll continue our journey in the morning, said the Gama Sannin. At that, Naruto lost his cool, pointing dramatically at the Gama Sannin. Okay. That does it. At the shouting, Jiraiya turned his attention towards the young blonde. With a sigh, what now? Don't brush me off like that. When are you going to tell me who the heck it is we are looking for? Ranted the blonde. You really want to know? Naruto nodded his head seriously. You really want to know? Now Jiraiya was leaning towards the blonde, looking at him with one eye. Naruto nodded his head more vigorously. Just when he looked like he was going to tell Naruto, Jiraiya backpedaled. Well, I'll tell you in the morning, he said as he walked back into town, leaving an angered Naruto behind. The next day had come rather quickly. Naruto awoke from his bed at first light when it poked its way through the room's curtains. He was anxious to have his question answered about who the VIP is and get back to his training. Naruto got dressed as quickly as he could before shouting at the still sleeping Gama Sannin. Hey! It's morning already! Now are you going to tell me who we are searching for? His inquiry was met with a pillow to the face. Shut up, Gaki! Jiraiya said as he used his remaining pillow to cover his face. The journey is a long one, so get some rest. Naruto threw the pillow on the floor. If the journey is so long, then wouldn't it be better to get started sooner so as to not waste light? Asked Naruto as he crossed his arms. This was another lesson he missed in the academy. Traveling at first light allows a shinobi to reach their destination in a timely manner and spot the enemy if they lie in wait for you. Jiraiya rolled over to face the blonde. You know I was trying to let you get some additional sleep. Jiraiya now stood from his bed. But if you are so eager to get started then fine. Finally! Cheered the blonde. But first some breakfast. Cheered the Gama-san-nin. Naruto froze. While yes, breakfast was important, Tsunade and Shizune made sure he understood that, but he really wanted to know who the VIP was. Ugh, fine, replied Naruto. The two made their way to the inn's eatery for a morning meal. The eatery was laid out like that of a traditional restaurant with tatami mats and floor pillows. Jiraiya ordered a grilled fish meal while Naruto got oats, fruit and eggs. Once again Jiraiya was surprised by the blonde. Last he had heard of Naruto, the boy was addicted to ramen and refused to eat anything else. After their meal, they set out on the road again. Okay, we've had breakfast and are away from listening ears. Now are you going to tell me who the VIP is? This mission is kind of cutting into my training time, complained Naruto. Well, if it's training you're after, I have quite a few things that not just anybody knows I could teach you if you can handle it, teased Jiraiya. Besides, you can think of it as compensation for me dragging you along and taking you away from your medical studies, continued the white-haired sage. Naruto thought about it for a bit but decided he would rather have his question answered first. I'm not saying no, but I'd rather find out who the VIP is first. Jiraiya could understand that. Any shinobi worth their salt would rather know the mission details before making a plan. With a shrug, sure kid. So the person we are searching for is set to become the Godame Hokage. This statement took Naruto by surprise. Tsunade-chan was already sworn, and so who could it be? Thought a bewildered Naruto. Taking his silence as shock of being selected for such an important mission, Jiraiya continued. We are searching for my former teammate Tsunade-senju, said Jiraiya as he dropped the bomb. I'm sure you have heard of her as a medic nin in training and all, he said with a goofy grin. Naruto stopped in his tracks while giving the white-haired man a deadpan stare. Jiraiya was greatly confused by the action. He figured the kid would be elated to meet someone of Tsunade's caliber. Yo! What's up? I'd figured that you'd be bouncing up and down to meet someone of Tsunade's caliber as a medic? Naruto took a deep breath before slowly letting it out. He looked Jiraiya in the eyes before saying, She's already in Konoha. Jiraiya looked flabbergasted at the kid. Great, the kid must have taken a hit to the head at some point. May need to have Tsunade look into that, said Jiraiya as he dragged his hand down his face. Maybe he would need to give the boy some training to make sure he wasn't seeing things. That's not possible, kid. If she were, the whole village would have known. She's quite the celebrity with being the world's best medic, the queen of elixirs, and the magnum of the Shodai, said Jiraiya. Plus, if she were there my spy network would have told me. Since they didn't say that when I checked in with it yesterday, she clearly isn't there now. Jiraiya turned away and began walking once again while giving a wave of his hand to Naruto for the boy to follow. Now come on, we have to find her. Naruto, with his deadpan look still intact, caught up to the Gama-san-nin. Jiraiya could hear some faint grumbling coming from the boy slightly behind him. You okay, Gaki? Yeah, just fine, replied Naruto in a heated tone through clenched teeth. Now to Jiraiya, the boy seemed to be upset. You sure? You sound upset. I am. I'm telling you she's back in Konoha, and I'm telling you she's not. Yes, she is. No, she isn't. Yes, she is. Naruto shot back, but this time 6 golden chain with spear tips as the leading link came from his back. Naruto threw them out towards Jiraiya, who ran away dodging the chains, all the while he was screaming for him to calm down, and there was no need to be mad that he was wrong. Back in Konoha, Tsunade and Shizune were getting the basics Naruto would need to study for his futon affinity, as it was his primary, as well as a few medical books for him to study in between practices or while his bunshins practiced with his futon affinity. For the instructions of the beginner exercise, they were copied from an instruction scroll from the Senju library. She even went out of her way to speak with a former Anbu that had once been a part of her former sensei's guard squad. Sadly, the operative had been discharged due to the loss of their arm. Due to their expertise in futon, Tsunade intended to have Naruto visit them when he returns from the mission he is on to continue his futon training. For his medical studies, Tsunade wanted Naruto to prepare for the more intensive aspect of being a field medic. This includes stitching, wound packing, and the resetting of joints and bones in the field. All of this was so that the next they meet she can begin having him learn the shizune jutsu. He needed to know all of this information as the jutsu only allowed the medic to stimulate cellular growth and allowed the body to heal itself. However, if the injury has separated too much tissue, then a medic may use too much chakra for one patient's recovery, leaving many more in a dangerous position. Because of this, different surgery and medical procedures for healing wounds without chakra were a must for any good medic. A medic also needed to know about the different cells they are stimulating for this regeneration. If the wrong ones are stimulated or stimulated too much, additional health problems could arise. There is also the risk cell growth not occurring properly, leading to cancerous growth within a patient. To that end, the first book she included was Cellular Growth and Stimulation: How Medical Chakra Affects a Body's Cells. With this, Naruto should be ready to begin practicing the shizune jutsu under her supervision. She was also sending at least one book about fundamentals of the fields of advanced field surgery operations. Admittedly, these were nowhere near as large as the first text. Naruto would be grateful that all of this fit within one storage scroll. At the front of the scroll was a table of contents, as well as instructions he was to follow when it came to covering the material within. She recommended splitting his focus between the basics of futon as well as the large text she sent. The other material he could hold off until he could practice in hers or Shizune's presence, but he must begin the larger text if he wished to learn the shizune jutsu. She made it very clear this was non-negotiable. She also left a small note at the bottom with another seal for Naruto to use after he gets the scroll. Sitting on her desk was a messenger slug waiting to take the scroll to Naruto. The slug was a bright pink with violet spots all over its body while being the size of a large owl. With a flourish of her brush, Tsunade concluded her messages to Naruto and began creating the seals to store the gathered items. When she sealed the last item into the standard-size green scroll, Tsunade turned her attention to the messenger slug. Placing the scroll in front of the slug, "Please get this to Naruto Tsutsumi," requested the slug Sannin. The decently sized gastropod crawled over the scroll before assimilating it into itself so it could be secure. Once done, Tsutsumi bowed its head and in a feminine voice replied, "Of course, Tsunade-sama. I shall deliver it at once." With that, Tsutsumi vanished in a puff of smoke towards Naruto's location. With that done, Tsunade joined her bunshins in completing the manageable amount of paperwork she needed to handle. Naruto and Jiraiya were traveling down the road to the next town. The duo was quiet as Naruto was still upset that they were on a useless journey to find his Hokage-sensei, who is already back in Konoha. Jiraiya was happy that the blonde was not trying to skewer him with the Kongo Fiza anymore. Since he had yet to receive a message from Tsunade yet, and they were still traveling, Naruto decided to get some training in by going back to one of the chakra control exercises Tsunade had him do when he was training for the Chunin exams. Jiraiya had been interested in what Naruto was doing. He had seen the boy stop a few times on the road and pick up a few rocks that seemed to have a variety of colors. He then saw Naruto grip said rocks really tightly to the point they became powder. After that, he saw Naruto hold his hands out with the dust cupped in each hand. After that, he didn't pay much attention to what he was doing. What he failed to notice was Naruto had closed his eyes to focus on the world around him, and the powdered rocks began to shift in his hands. If the boy was going to be doing something, Jiraiya had something better in mind. "Hey! Naruto!" he shouted, getting the boy's attention. "Since I drew you away from whatever training you would probably be doing back in Konoha, why don't I make it up to you?" Naruto stopped walking but kept shifting ground rock in his hands. With promise of training, Naruto looked up towards the older man with excitement barely hidden in his eyes. "What did you have in mind?" asked the excited blonde. Jiraiya went through some very familiar seals. With a decent-sized poof of smoke, an orange toad with segmented plate armor along its chest and shoulders, an odachi in its webbed hands and a large scroll wrapped in its tongue. The toad placed the scroll at Naruto's feet as Jiraiya spoke. "I will teach you to summon the toads. With enough practice you can be a great sage like yours truly," he said proudly. Naruto looked down at the scroll before him, taking special notice of his two sans name next to the Gamma Sannin, and the latest blank space for the next person to sign. Naruto looked up from his two sans name back up to Jiraiya. What he said next surprised the Gamma Sannin. "Sorry but no thanks." Jiraiya went bug-eyed at the words. Holding off the toad's head, he looked down at the blonde. And why would you refuse to sign the contract of the mighty toads? Naruto didn't break eye contact. I already have my own summons and they are pretty cool, he said with a massive smile. Once again Jiraiya was surprised by the answer. Calming himself down, Jiraiya dismissed the toad as he crossed his arms. Raising an eyebrow he asked, "Can I ask what your summons are?" Naruto shook his head vehemently. "Nope, no way. I was told to keep that a secret," stated Naruto as he crossed his arms, using his chakra to keep the rock dust glued to his hands so he could keep training. Jiraiya pinched his nose in irritation. While it is a good idea to keep what summons you have as a secret, keeping such knowledge from your allies could prevent a team from making sound plans when planning mission operations. Looking down at the blonde, "You have to tell me what your contract is. As team leader, I am ordering you." Naruto stuck his tongue out at the Gamma Sannin. "I refuse," he said vehemently. Jiraiya's eyebrow began to twitch. "You need to tell me. I'm squad leader. It allows me to better strategize for any confrontation we may run into." "Yeah, right. You just want to trick me into giving away sensitive information. You may tell people your summoning contract whenever you meet someone, but I was told to keep it safe and not to tell anyone who doesn't need to know." "Why you? If you don't tell me, I'll report you for insubordination when Tsunade is sworn in," bit back Jiraiya. "She already is. And go ahead and tell her she won't say anything. As an Uzumaki, it is my right to hide my clan techniques from those unassociated with the clan." "The Kuchios no Jutsu is not a clan technique," shouted the blonde, "but the clan associated with the contract is. Like the monkeys for the Sarutobi clan." At this point Jiraiya was losing it. The kid was right in a sense, but he wasn't going to let a Gaki get one over on him. Once again Jiraiya pinched his nose in annoyance. "I'm telling you she isn't, or else my spy network would have told me." Letting out a sigh to drop this argument, Jiraiya told Naruto with a smug grin, "Let's see if you keep your stubbornness when you meet her." "She can be rather stubborn," he said fondly. So lost was Jiraiya in his reminiscing, he didn't hear Naruto's reply to his words. "Yes, she can," he said softly. With that, the tension between the two seemed to die down. "Fine. Since you won't sign the Toad contract, the other thick thing I have to teach you is a jutsu made by the Yondaime." At that Naruto stopped all movement. Jiraiya almost thought the boy stopped breathing. Suddenly, with speed befitting his father, Naruto appeared in front of Jiraiya's face, starry-eyed. The scary part was he actually seemed to be levitating. That was until Jiraiya felt something heavy on his chest. Shifting his eyes down, Naruto was clinging to him by his knees. If the Gamma Sannin didn't know any better, he would bet that Naruto was channeling chakra to his knees to adhere to him like he was using the surface walking exercise. Jiraiya attempted to brush the kid off him. When he finally succeeded, "Yeah, it's called the Rasengan." At that, Jiraiya formed the ball of chakra in his hands. Naruto was immediately in awe of the jutsu his two-san created. He heard from his lessons with Shizune sensei that it was one of the jutsu he was most known for. Sadly, he wasn't far enough in his Fuinjutsu training to study the formula of the Harem no Jutsu to use it himself. For now, Naruto closed his eyes and focused on the jutsu in front of him, sensing the chakra within the sphere. He saw how it was a large amount that was being directed in multiple directions to give it the drilling power it was said to have. Jiraiya saw the kid go wide-eyed with awe at the jutsu. Before he could demonstrate it, Naruto suddenly closed his eyes and looked like he was concentrating on something. Not understanding his actions, Jiraiya shouted, "Oi! Gaki! Pay attention! The demonstration isn't over yet." Naruto quickly opened his eyes, though he had already sensed what Jiraiya had been doing with his chakra, so he was eager to try it himself. Suddenly Jiraiya rammed the jutsu into a nearby tree, carving into the defenseless flora with ease. Seeing the power of his two sans jutsu got Naruto even more eager to try it for himself. Seeing Naruto's enthusiasm, Jiraiya pulled out a small scroll from his vest. Barely rolling it open on the ground, Naruto noticed 3 storage seals. From the first one came out a large box of water balloons. Grabbing 2, Jiraiya threw one to Naruto. Jiraiya held up the balloon in his hand. "Alright, the first step you will want to focus on is rotation." With that, Jiraiya's balloon began to get all lumpy like it was full of bees trying to escape. Suddenly it exploded with a loud pop. The idea is to rotate the water in the balloon until it. Jiraiya's words died before he could finish as Naruto's balloon promptly exploded. Jiraiya was left speechless. Soon he snapped back to reality and began ranting. No, 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 no! There is no way you got that in one try, he said as he pointed accusingly at Naruto. Naruto, for his part, just shrugged. Controlling his chakra isn't anything new. Separating the different colors of rock dust is a harder manipulation exercise in his opinion. He was almost struck with a water balloon Jiraiya had thrown at him, but he ducked under it before he could get soaked. Hey! What was that for? He shouted as he pointed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya grabbed another balloon and threw it at him, but this time he caught it. Do it again! But this time I'm watching you, TCH. Fine, retorted the blonde. Holding his hand out for Jiraiya to see, he popped the balloon the same way Jiraiya did. Jiraiya could only hang his mouth open in shock. As he raised a shaky finger to point at the blonde, all he could do was H. How did you get it so quickly? Naruto just shrugged. It isn't that hard when you've been drilled in chakra control like I have, he said as he puffed out his chest. What? No way? There is no way that Gaki Kakashi is that good at chakra control, ranted Jiraiya as he was stomping the ground. Naruto was confused by Jiraiya's actions. It's not like rotating the chakra is hard. Probably the hardest part would be rotating it in multiple directions at once, though with his control that was negligible, as he was already used to having his chakra move in several directions at once due to the color sand exercise he was trained to get down in both hands. Sadly, he lost his current batch in his excitement, and would need to make another set later. As Jiraiya was stomping the ground, Naruto took 2 more water balloons and decided to see if he could pop the balloons in his hands simultaneously. Though it took him negligibly longer to do so, he decided to keep practicing if the Gamma Sannin was going to be ranting. When Jiraiya finally calmed down, he noticed the box he brought with him was empty and several popped balloons were at Naruto's feet. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes in shock. Now he was thinking he had imagined that Naruto got it down so quickly. Unknown to the Gamma Sannin, Naruto actually got his time in using both hands to match the feat he had shown Jiraiya earlier. Noticing that he seemed to be done with what he was doing, Naruto asked the Gamma Sannin, so what's next? Jiraiya placed his hand on the second seal, pulling out a box of rubber balls. Pulling out 2 from the new box, he passed one to Naruto as he kept the second. Alright, for this step you are going to want to do the same thing you did in the first step, but you are going to want to add more power to it. Before Naruto got started, he asked for a second ball. Confused, Jiraiya decided to humor the boy, so gave him a second ball. Holding out his hands, Naruto makes the balls bubble up before he pops them simultaneously at the same speed as he did the first time. After all he needed to change was the amount he used but not the control over it. Once again, Jiraiya was left speechless, letting the ball in his hands fall to the ground. Before Jiraiya could go on ranting once again, Naruto threw a spare ball at Jiraiya, hitting him in the head. Jiraiya scowled at the blonde, who gave him a look that told him he wanted to know the next part. With a huff, Jiraiya got out the last box that carried normal balloons, though these were deflated. Jiraiya blew up 2 balloons before he paused. He blew up a third balloon before throwing 2 at Naruto, who promptly caught them. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya explained the last step. Alright, the last step is containment. Saying that, Jiraiya created a Rasengan within the balloon, which Naruto picked up. Understanding what he had to do, Naruto formed his own set of Rasengan within his own balloons, doing his best to contain both chakra spheres as he made them. Jiraiya watched Naruto hold his 2 balloons in his palms, though nothing was happening. Not a ripple, not a bump, not even a shift in the rubber. Getting impatient, Jiraiya shouted, "Well, aren't you going to do something?" Naruto was startled by the sudden shouting but kept up his concentration due to his training with Tsunade. "What was that about?" he shouted back. Jiraiya pointed at the blonde. "You aren't doing anything. I mean, you haven't even popped your balloon yet." Naruto was now pissed. That's what he was getting shouted at for. Fine. With that, Naruto charged a nearby tree and slammed his 2 balloons into it, resulting in the same effect that Jiraiya had shown when he demonstrated the jutsu. Naruto turned back to the Gamma Sannin with a smug smirk on his face only for it to fall as said Sannin was muttering incoherently about impossibilities as he walked on towards the next town, leaving a confused Naruto behind. Before he could walk on and catch up with the dazed Sannin, a poof of smoke and the sound of someone being summoned caught his attention. Turning around, he saw a pink slug with purple dots across its body that was the size of a large owl. Naruto gave the large slug a big smile and a cheerful hello. The slug for its part gave a small bow as it spoke. Greetings, Naruto-san. I am Tsutsumi and I come bearing a scroll from Tsunade-sama. That got Naruto's attention and he eagerly asked the slug if he could have it. Yes, young summoner, I have it. If you shall wait patiently, I shall produce it. Naruto saluted the slug and watched as the slug's side crawled from its position in front of him. Naruto had to fight the urge to run over and grab the scroll once he saw it, but his lessons in etiquette kicked in so he didn't move from his spot. The slug grabbed the scroll with its oral orifice, which it then used to hand Naruto the green scroll. Thank you, Tsutsumi, Naruto said eagerly as he opened the scroll, anxious to see what Tsunade has for him to do. After all, the training he has been doing with Jiraiya has been rather easy. When he opened it, he began to read the message Tsunade wrote at the front of the scroll that covered what was inside the scroll and what he should focus on until he meets up with her or Shizune again, as well as what text he should read. Naruto, being excited about the new text to read, rolled up the scroll in his hands so he could retrieve a small notepad that Tsunade had on him, which he packed in his storage scroll, in the event he thought of questions he wanted answered while he was away from her or Shizune. Creating a kage bunshin, he gave it the notepad to transcribe any questions he got while he read. Afterwards he gave the gastropod a thumbs up and a thanks. Hey, I'm curious, Naruto spoke to the slug who gave a nod of approval for Naruto to keep going. Is there anything I can give you guys as a token of thanks? Asked the blonde. The gastropod seemed to think about it for a moment before speaking. Well, most of us prefer food like apples if you have any, though providing us thanks is not necessary, as we are happy to aid our summoners, explained the slug. Naruto scratched his head and thought as to where he was going to get an apple to show his thanks to his summons until the slug in front of him told him of a small note just below the note that described the location of each item in the scroll. Reading it aloud, Dear Naruto, I figured at some point that you would want to extend some kindness to the slugs for reasons of your own, so I included some apples right under this note, as many of them prefer the fruit. Train hard and don't be afraid to prepare questions for me or Shizune to answer for you when you return. If you cannot wait, send them to either of us by one of the many messenger slugs. Also, I haven't found out the target of your mission, but I shall and let you know. Tsunade. Naruto was grateful that Tsunade prepared ahead for him. With that he popped out an apple and gave it to Tsutsumi, who happily took it. It was then that Naruto remembered something else. Oh Tsutsumi, can you take a message back to Tsu-chan and tell her that the mission I'm on is to find her? And can you ask her to get the mission cancelled? Tsutsumi nodded and summoned herself away. When she left, Naruto got the book out and looked to his bunshin, silently asking if it was ready to write questions, which it answered with a nod, though with a suspicious smile. With that, Naruto set out to follow Jiraiya, who had a pretty good lead on the pair but was stopped by his bunshin that pointed at the rubber balls and balloons that were left in the middle of the road. Ranting about irresponsible perverts, Naruto packed up the 2 crates by placing back in the storage scroll Jiraiya had brought them out of before getting back to his book. If nothing else, he could use the balls to pelt the Gamma Sannin if he ever annoyed him further. Back in her office, one of Tsunade's bunshin had found the mission record outlining Jiraiya's task. What she found out certainly was enough to make her want to drink, because if the fool had stuck around a little longer in the meeting this was issued, he wouldn't be out wasting the village's and Naruto's time. Suddenly there was a poof of smoke on her desk, causing the Anbu to tense. When it cleared, Tsutsumi was once again back in her office, and the Anbu relaxed. Hello again, Tsutsumi, said the stressed slug Sannin. Greetings, Tsunade-sama, the slug replied with a bow. I ask for you to pardon the interruption, but Naruto-san asked me to deliver a message to you. Tsunade raised a quizzical eyebrow to this, curious as to what Naruto could want. She just sent his lesson plan, so he couldn't have made much headway into cellular growth and stimulation, how medical chakra affects a body's cells. What is his message? She asked, curiosity evident in her voice. He requested me to inform you that his mission is to locate you and bring you back to become the Godame. He also asked you to cancel the mission. Though the mission seems rather odd to me, Tsunade-sama, as it is my understanding you already are the Godame, relayed the pink slug. Tsunade let out a groan. Well, at least I won't have to tell him. She returned her focus to Tsutsumi. Thank you for his message, Tsutsumi. That will be all. You can return to Shikatsu Forest, said the slug Sanin. With a bow of her head, Tsutsumi left in a puff of smoke. As soon as the summons was gone, Shizune walked into the office, but with only a single sheet of paper. It could either be for the village's reconstruction or another correspondence from Suna. Seeing the irate expression on her master's face, Shizune asked Tsunade-sama, "Is everything okay?" Letting out a long sigh, Tsunade answered her first apprentice. No, Shizune. I am irritated as I just found out Naruto's mission is to locate me and convince me to become the Godame. Shizune was left silent as she stood in front of her master's desk, confused at what she just heard. Huh! Was her only reply. Figuring Shizune was confused about how such a mission was assigned, Tsunade clarified, it seems that during the meeting I crashed, Jiraiya had proposed a mission to locate me to become the Godame. However, he left before I entered and took the position. So how did this mission still go through if you were named the next Hokage? Asked the confused assistant. Probably because no one was willing to admit to the boss of a mistake made to save themselves from any perceived repercussions. Like any job, she says with a heavy sigh. So instead, they kept silent, hoping it would blow over? Tsunade gave her first apprentice a look that said this is how it always goes. Letting out another sigh, Tsunade brought out a bottle of sake and dish. Taking a single dish, she told Shizune, "Call the elders into my office. I need to talk with them." Nodding quickly, Shizune left to retrieve the elders. After some time, the three elders stood before Tsunade, who she herself looked rather annoyed as she had her hands crossed before her face as she leaned on her desk with Shizune behind her as she held on to Taunton. So Tsunade starts with a neutral but heavy tone. Is there a reason that you or the clan council neglected to mention to me Jiraiya not only went on a mission to locate myself but also decided to take Naruto with him? Hamura and Koharu were rather nervous. Danzo was calm as he had been in this situation many times before. Well, you see, Tsunade Dano, began Koharu. He had already left the meeting before you arrived, and you know how he can be when he wants to set out, finished a nervous Hamura who was fidgeting with his glasses. Yes, of course I know how he can be. But he approached Naruto, who in turn informed me he was leaving on a mission. If I had known at the time what his mission was, I could have walked with him to Jiraiya's location and prevented him from leaving, said Tsunade, who was irritated at bureaucrats passing the blame along to cover their hide. Pardon me, Tsunade Dano, spoke Danzo, but why would Naruto approach you about him leaving on a mission then say Kakashi? Tsunade looked at him for a moment before speaking. He is my second apprentice. I met him before the final stage of the Chunin selection exams and took him under my wing, explained the Godame. This filled in a lot of information for the Warhawk. Well, that certainly explains his sudden interest in medicine, commented Danzo, while the other two were left in a state of shock. Danzo broke the silence that set in after that revelation. We are sorry for not informing you of this, Tsunade Dano, but nothing can be done to change the events that have already happened. Koharu and Hamura nodded vehemently with the declaration. True, Tsunade replied, but her look became cold. If you ever hide such information of importance from me again. She let the threat hang in the air, though Danzo seemed to be the only one not affected by the chill that permeated the room. Yes, Tsunade Dano, quickly replied Hamura and Koharu. Yes, Tsunade Dano, replied Danzo in a far calmer tone. You are dismissed. With that, the three elders left. Letting out another sigh, Tsunade summoned a messenger slug, this one neon green with black spots. This one spoke with a masculine voice. Tsunade grabbed 2 blank sheets of paper, as a scroll would be such a waste for such a small message. Greetings, Tsunade-sama, the slug said with a bow. I am Kazue. How may I be of assistance to you? He asked. Hello, Kazue. I have 2 messages for you to deliver. One of which I need you to take to Jiraiya. He is traveling with Naruto, so use him as a means of locating Jiraiya. The other I need you to take to Mount Maiboku. In the event Jiraiya fails to heed my message, hopefully the Toads can help convince him to return, she says, but doesn't have much confidence in the plan as Jiraiya often acts on his own accords. Do not fear, Tsunade-sama, said Kazue as he bowed his head. I shall ensure the messages are delivered swiftly and promptly. Kazue took the 2 letters, swallowing them as Tsunade told him the order she was handing them over in. The first one I am handing you is for the toads, the next one is for Jiraiya. Give him his first, as it will ensure the toads are able to act in the event they question him about heeding my message. With a nod, Kazue was off to do his duty for his summoner. Tsunade leaned back into her chair with a sigh. Do you think Jiraiya-sama will listen to your message, Tsunade-sama? Asked Shizune. Honestly, I don't think so. He can be really dense at times, needing to see things for himself to believe them or follow his gut, which has mixed results of its own, replied the Godame. For now, we need to hope that Jiraiya will listen to the messages, or else I may need to go get him myself so that idiot will listen, said the annoyed blonde. Niji was tired. I can't understand how Lee can do this every day, the Hyuga thought as he was breathing heavily with his hands on his knees. He had been joining his sensei, Might Guy, for the man's morning workout. Niji was doing this to make up for the shortcomings he discovered during the invasion as he fought against Suna and Oto Shinobi. A problem arose, however, when he learned he wasn't used to this intense and extensive of a workout. Sure, Guy-sensei made sure his genin trained physically, but what he and Lee did is far beyond what the other genin went through during team training. Niji was left tired, sweaty, exhausted, and in pain from the strain on his lungs and the muscles he rarely used for his juken. He was pulled from his thoughts as his sensei shouted towards him. Yash! Niji! Now is not the time to be tired. We must push forward in the spirit of youth. For us to grow stronger, we must push ourselves and set new goals to achieve. Now grab some water and let's keep going, shouted Guy as Niji continued to pant. Niji could say nothing as he watched his boisterous sensei shout and act as if they didn't just do half a marathon with incremental sprints throughout the run. Niji wanted to stop here, but he thought of his failures at being too slow to close the gap during his fights. He also thought of his friend Lee. He wouldn't quit, and it allowed him to defy fate. If he truly wanted to be the master of his own destiny, then he would need to fight on himself. Niji gave his sensei a look. Guy saw something in the boy's pupilless eye. A fire he had never seen in the boy before. It seemed the heat in Niji's eyes went from his bitter anger to that of a man who has learned what he has and will do everything he can to protect it. Guy gave his student a nod, and they continued their training. Shikamaru lay on the ground, bruised, tired, and really regretting asking for more intense training. His teammates, Ino and Choji, weren't faring much better, especially with Ino's complaint about how tough the new training was. Though that didn't stop her from participating. Originally, Asuma was getting ready to lay down some kind of speech about how he was going to start making their training intense, like how when he had gone through when he was a genin but was beaten to the punch by Ino. She had said that they needed more intense training, claiming she didn't want to lose to Naruto, who was being of aid to her home. Truth be told, it had bugged Ino how she was pretty much useless until clean-up and repair missions were being assigned. That meant for a whole month she had to sit back and watch as some of her friends helped out, and were seen as protectors while she had to watch from the sidelines. Shikamaru was no better. Originally, he believed he could skate through life without a care in the world. But now he was getting hit with the reality he lived in. At any time, someone or something can happen that would lead to those he cared about being in danger. In a controlled environment, he lost. Shikamaru's tactical mind could do nothing, as he had neither the skills nor the resources to put up a fight against a foe who had a counter to the meager skills he has. Questions he never considered were now pushing himself to the fore of his mind as he thinks, but on one came to his aid in solving the questions before him. Could he look Choza in the eyes if he was so weak he lost his friend? Could he live with the idea he could have been stronger to keep his friend safe, but he wasn't because it was too much work? These thoughts plagued him the entire time he was sidelined while some of his old classmates aided in the village's recovery. It was this change in attitude that led him to agreeing with Ino when it came to more intense training. Shikamaru was the first to slowly pick himself up, followed by Choji and Ino. With a cocky smirk, he asked his sensei, "Is that all you got?" while he kept panting. His answer was a smirk from his sensei before the intense training resumed. While Konoha and its citizens were recovering in their own way from the assault, many of the prisoners were locked away, such as the children of the late Kazakage who were in a detention cell within Umbu HQ. They were taken there due to their high priority status as well as the special containment cell for Jinchuriki the Yondaime set up for Konoha after his encounter with the Hachibi's host during the Third Great Shinobi War. Gaara was silent as was Shikaku as the redhead sat in his cell. The large tanuki was embarrassed as it lost by being sat on, so it kept silent in the hopes of forgetting this loss. With the newfound silence, Gaara was left alone with his thoughts. Sometimes remembered what he was told from the last person he ever had a meaningful connection with. His uncle had told the poor boy that he was never loved, giving rise to the selfish and murder-crazed ideology the boy created as a means of shielding himself from the pain of loneliness. Now he had lost. To him, his life was now forfeit and that he should die. Unknown to Gaara was that his silence was worrying his siblings. Never before had Gaara ever been silent, and not eyeing up his next kill. Now he was silent and huddled in a corner, trying to bury himself in the darkness that surrounded him. Gaara called out Temari. She received no answer. Hey bro, you okay? Asked Kankuro. He too received no answer. Before Kankuro could continue his words, Gaara spoke up. Leave me alone, he said in a fearful monotone. Gaara, talk to us, pleaded Temari. Come on. Why won't you talk to us, man? Questioned Kankuro. The two were met with silence that seemed to stretch on for hours before the Tsunade Jinchuriki answered. I lost, was his reply. This response irked his Onizen. So? Was Kankuro's harsh reply, which Temari glared at him for. Not hindered by the reply, Gaara continued. I lost, therefore my existence is forfeit. With every kill I was able to prove that I existed. Now I am going to die because I was beaten, replied Gaara. His reply silenced his siblings. They had never known the reason that Gaara killed. They figured, like everyone else, that Gaara killed because he was bloodthirsty from Shikaku or because someone got in his way. Now that he explained it, it made sense as to why he didn't just kill anyone that got in his way but those that would be missed or draw a crowd. They were snapped from their thoughts by Gaara's next statement. I guess my death would make you feel safe as I am a monster to both of you. That immediately got to both Temari and Kankuro. That's not true, Gaara, they both shouted. The next thing Gaara said silenced the two. If that's not true, then why did you leave me alone? To wallow in loneliness and the fear of everyone else? He snapped back as he looked towards them. They had no response initially. But ever so softly they spoke up, with Temari going first. We did try, Gaara. This stunned the red-headed boy. We tried to get close to you, but the sand would lash out sometimes. We were afraid that it would hurt us. It's why we didn't get close to you until we started our shinobi training. Gaara said nothing for a while. We stuck with you even when you threatened to kill us because you are our brother, even with the monster of Suna stuck inside you, spoke Kankuro. Gaara was hesitant, but he did speak again. How do I know you won't hurt me like Ajas and Yashimaru? Temari and Kankuro remembered when they were told that Gaara had killed their Ajizan. They never knew the circumstances behind it. But there was one thing they did know: despite his murderous personality, Gaara never lied. So that meant that, in some way, their Ajizan had betrayed Gaara. Despite their soft answer, Gaara heard it all the same. Because we're siblings, spoke Temari. Kankuro nodded as he raised his hand for a thumbs up, and we always got each other's backs no matter what. Slowly, painstakingly slowly, Gaara seemed to form a smile. In some ways Gaara knew his siblings were right. Ever since they had become a team, no matter how much he threatened them, they always stuck with him. Kankuro even stood his ground against him during the second phase of the Chunin exams. Perhaps he could trust his siblings. It had been a few days since the message from Tsunade arrived before Naruto and Jiraiya, meaning the pair had been on the road now for a week. Jiraiya had ignored the letter as was predicted. Why did you ignore the letter, you damn pervert? Jiraiya looked down at his traveling companion, who was becoming an annoyance. Because she wrote me that letter to throw me off her trail. She obviously found out somehow that I am on a mission to locate her, and she doesn't want to be found, he explained with confidence. Or maybe she found out about this mission and is trying to recall us since she is the Godame, shouted the irritated blonde as his chains once again made an appearance. Jiraiya turned his head back to the road, but his attention was firmly on the chains until the blonde would have them receded. He no longer feared the chains, at least externally. On the inside he was praying that the blonde would not hurl them at him again. Jiraiya replied, I told you before, kid, if she was in Konoha my spy network would know about it. His response seemed to only irritate the blonde even more. Quickly remembering his experience with Kushina, as long as he changed the subject fast enough, she would calm down and not hurt him. He wasn't going to tell Naruto about his parents yet. He wasn't sure the boy would take it well given how he grew up. He then thought of something. By the way, how did you know the message was from Tsunade before it was even handed over? Here Naruto looked rather happy as the chains receded once again. Because she is the slug Sannin, Jiraiya could slap himself for such an easy answer. And she allowed me to sign the slug contract, finished the blonde, hoping that would get the Gamma Sannin to believe him so they could return to Konoha. Not possible, kid. The last person she allowed to sign the slug contract was Shizune, her apprentice. Hey! I'm her apprentice too. Shot back the blonde. Yeah, Jiraiya said with a wave. Just because you are good at Iryo ninjutsu doesn't make you her apprentice, waved off the white-haired man. I am too her second apprentice. Naruto was tempted to forego what Shizune taught him about keeping summoning affiliations a secret, despite him already saying that he signed the slug contract, just to prove this pervert wrong, but he started to take deep breaths with long exhales to stop himself. Just as he was calming down, Jiraiya asked him, So how did you know that they liked apples? This time Naruto kept his eyes on the road. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Oh? Try me. Naruto shrugged. Tsunade-chan told me, he said nonchalantly. You're right, I don't believe you, replied the Gamma Sannin. At that Naruto pulled out the green scroll Tsunade sent him with all his training materials. Opening it up, he held it up so Jiraiya could read it but channeled chakra through his hands, to solidify his grip, and into the scroll to prevent it from tearing if Jiraiya tried to snatch it from him. Seeing the boy holding out a scroll, Jiraiya put his hand out. Let me see the scroll, he ordered. No! Replied the blonde adamantly. There are clan secrets in here so you can see with your eyes and read the message I'm showing you. Irritated, Jiraiya reaches out to take the scroll at a speed Naruto was not prepared for, only for him to find he couldn't take it. The scroll itself was stiffer than any metal he had ever come across, while the boy seemed to be rooted to the ground like a tree. Let me see it, Jiraiya grunted out as he pulled, only shifting the young blonde at the shoulders. No! See with your eyes, not your hand, retorted the blonde. Not getting anywhere with attempting to take the scroll from him, Jiraiya viewed the message the blonde was showing him. The boy is either really strong or telling the truth, thought the Gamma Sannin. When he leaned back up, Naruto rolled the scroll back up and put it back in his large utility pouch. When he looked back up at Jiraiya, he noticed the taller man appeared irate. So you were in contact with Tsunade and didn't tell anyone? Naruto shrugged. She didn't want to know she was in Konoha, he replied with indifference. Now Jiraiya was the one losing his patience. So what? You should have told someone. If you did, we could have talked to her before she left, and we wouldn't be out here tracking her down. Now Naruto's irritation came back. She is back in Konoha. If you would listen to the message she sent you, we could go back and not be out here. I keep telling you. She isn't there. If she were, my spy network would tell me. Since it hasn't, it means she isn't there, and we need to keep looking. Whined the agitated blonde. Back in Konoha, Kakashi was in Swanda's office. He was surprised to see two more Tsunade working on the paperwork he had often seen the Sandame complaining about. Can I help you, Kakashi? Asked the blonde Hokage. I'm sorry to disturb you, Hokage-sama, said a sheepish Jonin. I was wondering if you knew where Naruto was. I know it has been a few days after your inauguration, but I can't seem to find him and was wondering if you may know where he is. Tsunade let out a long sigh as she leaned back in her chair. Yes, I know where he is, she said, annoyance rolling off her in waves. That's good. I hope he isn't in any kind of trouble, replied the silver-haired Jonin. Letting out another sigh, he isn't in trouble. My former teammate Jiraiya has taken him on a mission to locate me and have me become the Godame Hokage. Kakashi looked at his leader with a disbelieving look in his eye. Surely you are joking, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade shook her head. Sadly, I am not. At that she pulled out the mission form the council had filed to make the mission official. Kakashi looked down at the document in disbelief, mostly that Jiraiya didn't already know Tsunade was the Godame. Kakashi looked at his Hokage once again. But Tsunade cut him off. Yes, Jiraiya doesn't seem to believe I am in Konoha. Letting out another sigh, Tsunade spoke off-handedly. It's really cutting into his training time. Kakashi believed she was talking about his training of Naruto. Granted, most of it was centered around his taijutsu with some chakra control, but the route of a medic was surprising choice the silver-haired Jonin didn't see coming. I still wasn't sure what to train him in other than refining his basics. He didn't really show an interest in any other field beyond ninjutsu, but he needed something to supplement such a field. Especially if he wanted to progress in rank, said the copy Nin. Still, becoming a medic was quite the shock. Tsunade smiled fondly, remembering her time she spent not only with the younger blonde but his eagerness to learn when she and Shizune got past his academic insecurities. She spoke with the fondness she was feeling. Oh, once we got past his remedial lessons, he took to it rather well. Honestly, it's probably the large amount of things to learn that keeps him interested, theorized Tsunade. Kakashi just stared wide-eyed at his Hokage. Pardon me, Tsunade-sama, but how would you know that about Naruto? I mean, no offense, but Naruto wasn't exactly the most studious of individuals. Once again, Tsunade looked off fondly into the distance as she spoke. Well, it was interesting to see his rapt attention as I talked once Shizune and I got him to open up. He wouldn't stop with the questions. He can be quite astute, you know. She next spoke as she leaned on the desk again. I mean, he reads the text Shizune or I give with fervor. Sometimes he makes a kage bunshin just to help him take notes, or talk things over. Shizune certainly found each a class of them rather entertaining, as they seemed to ask out-of-the-box questions or ask things that many medics don't ask or write off. Kakashi and the Umbu in the room looked at their Hokage in shock. From what they either knew or had experienced with Naruto, he wasn't studious in the slightest. In fact, Naruto seemed to be the furthest thing from a studious individual. Kakashi thought back to the times he saw Naruto struggle with the concept of chakra before traveling to Nami no Kuni. Now here was their Hokage speaking rather highly of him in such a manner. With a cough, Kakashi asked, Pardon me, Tsunade-sama, but it kind of sounds like you trained him. With that, Tsunade turned her attention back to the masked Jonin. I did train him. The answer greatly surprised the masked Jonin. That was not something he had ever anticipated happening between the two blondes. Well, I see, said the surprised Jonin. What could he say to that? How does one take that their genin had been taken under the wing of a Sannin, especially one that has a skill set that you don't expect them to take to? If you will excuse me, Tsunade-sama, I need to inform the rest of my team about Naruto's absence. Tsunade nodded. Very well. Oh, and when Naruto returns, I will give you a schedule that will detail Naruto's time studying under you and myself. Just because he is my second apprentice does not mean I will remove him from Team 7. Kakashi nodded at what he was told by his Hokage and left the office. Kakashi had made his way to the spot that many of the older shinobi hung out. It was a well-kept bar that had a modern design to it called the Forest's Peak. In back of the building but close to the bar is a rather large booth where Kakashi found most of his friends, the other Jonin sensei, meeting up and trying to relax from the recent conflict. In a bit of a daze, Kakashi joined them at their table. The Jonin took in Kakashi's dazed expression and got rather curious. The one to voice it was Guy, but not in his usual boisterous manner. Greetings, Kakashi. What's got you so shocked? Kakashi said nothing until he took a pull from a sake dish. Once he set it down, I just found out that Naruto is apprenticed to Tsunade-sama. That got everyone's attention. What? Exclaimed Kurenai, shocked as much as everyone else at the declaration. It was then another joined the table. Yuga was wearing her Umbu body suit with her sword on her hip, though she placed it at the side of the table as she took her seat. She took in everyone's shocked expressions and asked, What has all of you looking so shocked? Asuma spoke up. One of your boyfriends, Genin, Naruto, is apparently an apprentice to Tsunade-sama. Now Yugao looked as shocked as the rest. When did this happen? Asked Yugao. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. Don't know, but apparently it's been going on for a while. It was then that the other Jonin sensei gained an understanding look. Well, that certainly explains the interest in Iryo ninjutsu, commented Kurenai. And what he nearly did to Niji, continued Guy. Though if he had to be honest, he was glad for the experience. It opened Niji up to learn that fate doesn't control a person's outcome in life. Kakashi looked around the table looking sheepish. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask what happened in Naruto's matches. This gained him an annoyed look from Kurenai and Asuma, but a curious one from Guy, who figured he would have heard about it by now. Well, if you weren't late you would know, spoke Kurenai. Yes, sorry about that, but I ran into Yugao and wanted to make sure she was doing okay, spoke Kakashi as he took the purplet's hand under the table. Oh, replied Kurenai, embarrassed at her recent words. It's fine, Kurenai, spoke Yugao, but I'm curious to know how his matches went too, as well as the other matches from the exam. At that, Asuma looked downright embarrassed, not keen on reliving his failure to train Shikamaru like a proper sensei for the exams, while Kurenai was both pleased and upset that Shino didn't get to fight an official match, but still defeated his opponent when all hell broke loose. As he held Yugao's hand, Kakashi remembered the oath he made the morning after the funeral. Though he was still listening to the tale his colleagues were telling him, Yugao had spent the night at Kakashi's after the funeral, holding him close as they slept. The morning after, Kakashi had awoken first. He gained a serious look in his eye as he looked towards the sleeping Yugao. His absence had led to the death of another colleague, and one that hurt someone close to him. While his duties had taken him elsewhere, there were still those he could have protected in the invasion. Standing from his bed, he did so softly to not wake Yugao. He made his way to his chest of drawers. Hidden in one of the unused drawers, he pulled out a box of a deep mahogany with elaborated wood-burn patterns in it. He unlocked the box, opening it to reveal the chakra saber he hadn't wielded since he was a child. He drew the weapon and made an oath. I swear I will protect my comrades just as you did, father. With that said, he placed the saber with his equipment and returned to bed alongside Yugao. In the morning, she had seen the new addition to his equipment and held him close. She knew the negative memories the weapon once held for Kakashi, so she was determined to stand by him as she had done in Umbu, and he was doing for her now. Kakashi had used his free hand to feel the chakra saber that sat horizontally at the small of his back above his utility pouch. Yugao noticed this and gave his hand a squeeze, letting him know he didn't need to let the past rule him any longer. He returned the gesture, showing he would be there for her no matter what. It had been 2 days since Tsunade sent her first message to Jiraiya, and so far, he had yet to acknowledge the messages. She had learned, when sending messages to Naruto about what was going on, that Jiraiya was ignoring the messages she was sending under the guise of trying to throw him off the trail. When she had read that, she felt an oncoming headache from the absolutely idiotic reasoning. The Toads were unable to convince him, either showing off that stubbornness that both kept him, her and Orochimaru, alive, as well as making it difficult to work with him at times. Seeing as no progress was being made from sending him recall notices or Naruto telling the pervert she was already Hokage, Tsunade needed to implement other means. She may have to meet up with Jiraiya and drag him back to Konoha, since he clearly wasn't listening to his Hokage. Once again, the elders were meeting with Tsunade in her office, her desk noticeable void of the paperwork that normally plagued her predecessor. Hello, Tsunade Dano greeted Hamiara and Koharu. Good afternoon, Tsunade Dano greeted Danzo. The woman's strong attitude in dealing with foreign diplomats, and refusal to back down in the face of their vague threats, had done a lot in gaining the older man's support. May I inquire to the reason you have called us here? Asked the Warhawk. Yes. As you are aware, Jiraiya is out on a currently pointless mission with Naruto Uzumaki to locate myself to become the Godame Hokage. She received nods of acknowledgement. I have been sending messages to Jiraiya through my summons, using Naruto as a beacon for them to locate the duo, to reach out him to recall him back to the village. Since the first message, he has ignored my words and continued with his journey. This was more of a sour point for the Warhawk than the other two. Once it was learned that Naruto was an up-and-coming Irionin, he was happy to hear the boy develop a skill set that would make him into a one-man field hospital. While he would prefer something more combat-oriented, anything was better than a shinobi only versed in the major fields of the shinobi arts. Every other Jinchuriki in the other nations, aside from the Gaara boy, have demonstrated skills beyond the basic 3 areas of being a shinobi. Having the boy as an Irionin would boost the recovery of their shinobi during war effort. There was a clear example of this during the recovery of Konoha after the invasion of Suna and Oto. Now, with the boy's absence, The efficiency of many of the field hospitals that boy had stationed his bunchins had fallen to a degree the Warhawk found unacceptable. They needed him back to lighten the load of many of their recovery facilities. It was already a good thing the boy was learning under Tsunade. Now they need to bring him back to make him into 10 walking field hospitals. Tsunade continued her discussion with the elders. I have learned from my second apprentice, Naruto, who I have had reporting to me since the second message was sent, that the reason Jiraiya is ignoring my messages is because he claims I am trying to throw him off my trail. Since his failure to heed my second message, I have been having Naruto send me updates as to their location and direction, as well as if he knows what Jiraiya is doing while searching for leads. So far, he only reports the smell of booze on him as well as him eyeing women that catch his attention. Granted, this does not mean that he is not meeting with any contact he may have, but again, this mission is pointless. At this, the elders show their displeasure on their faces. Jiraiya had immense skill in being a spy master for Konoha. When he reported his findings, Konoha enjoyed the fruits of his labors as they were able to prepare for incoming threats or lead great counter-attacks during prolonged battles. However, that was only if he reported in. Jiraiya had a bad tendency to get sidetracked or do things his way, as he believed he knew what the best course of action was, no matter the evidence to the contrary. That being said, continued the Godame, considering how he acts, I may have to meet him in person in order to get him to call of this search. They didn't like it, but the elders would have to agree. If the man was not going to heed the words of his Hokage, as he believes she is not his Hokage, as news is yet to confirm it for him, it would not be wise to have him listed as a missing nin simply for being ill-informed, even if he chose to ignore the information. Though a good shinobi always verified any information so as to not be led astray. How do you plan to go about meeting with him? Asked Danzo, curious as to the operation his Hokage had planned to bring back the two shinobi. Given the boy's closeness to the Hokage, the one to worry about is Jiraiya. Tsunade kept her hands laced before her face as she continued to lay out the mission details surrounding her setting out to tell Jiraiya that there was no need for him to continue his search. She also thought of the punishment she would give the Gama Sannin when they caught up with him for ignoring her letters and orders. When we are prepared to leave, I will have Naruto give me their approximate location. With that, I will move towards a city that Jiraiya would not find odd for heading there. This way we will not be wasting time when it comes to searching for where they will be headed to, instead using his search from me to lure him to us, clarified the Godame. I will even have Naruto send me messages to confirm that he and Jiraiya are headed toward my location to ensure things would be going as planned. Hearing this detail, Koharu found that the idea of getting information from Naruto to determine their route was smart. It would save time to catch the Gama Sannin's attention and ensure a swift resolution to what became an unnecessary retrieval mission. Who will accompany you for this? Asked the older woman. Tsunade's posture or demeanor did not change as she answered. Shizune and Tonton will accompany me in the open, keeping to the appearance that we are traveling around Hai no Kuni. In the shadows will be the current contingent of my Umbu Guard. Danzo agreed to this. Utilizing the tactic of baiting your foe by showing them what they want to see is a great tactic, especially with a response team in the shadows nearby. He was also glad to see that she did not forego her Umbu Guard like her predecessor nearly did during the Chunin exams. After all, leaving one's Kage unguarded, no matter how strong they are, is a poor lapse in judgment no shinobi could ever live down. The last thing that needed to be settled was how Tsunade would keep up with her duties as Hokage while she was indisposed. The one to ask about this was Koharu. How long do you foresee being away, and what of your duties while you are away? Tsunade had a solution to this detail as well. After all, she grew up living with two Hokage, was tutored by another, and knew one of the best who was unparalleled at handling his duties despite fretting over his pregnant wife. Since she could not simply teleport between her location and her office and back to where she came from, Tsunade had thought of another solution that used the idea of teleporting to and from her office. The timetable for this mission is set so that this retrieval will take at most 2 weeks, with more time allocated based on Jiraiya's speed of travel to my location when he determines my location. From what Naruto has sent back, we know that currently they are walking to each town Jiraiya has been leading them towards, spoke the Godame. If this pace is maintained, more time will be necessary until we can make our way back at much more appropriate pace, she finished. Koharu did have a plausible question. Hokage Dano, can you not simply summon them back? Tsunade turned her gaze towards the older woman. While it is true Naruto can be reverse summoned by the slugs, Jiraiya cannot, as he is not a signer of the slug contract she spoke. At that the elders nodded in understanding. Tsunade then continued her explanation to placate the worries of the elders. As for my duties, I shall let the various systems we have do their job while I have one of my summons retrieve that which is left on my desk and bring it to me so that a backlog is not made. When I am done with the documents, I can have them sent back in the same manner, so they can be processed. While traveling, I can leave any documents with my summons so that they are accessible to very few people while also being secure, so there is no chance of losing them. In the event there is a breach, we will know where to start an investigation. Once again, elders can agree to this solution. Danzo himself being very impressed by the woman's forethought and planning. Under his second term as Hokage, Hiruzen struggled to manage the bureaucracy of the position. Whether it was his age or some other factor the Warhawk didn't know, but due to his failings, his rival was behind in his paperwork and the management of the village that it was a miracle the village held itself together. The next to speak was Elder Hamura. So when will you be leaving Hokage Dano? I shall send a message to Naruto to tell us of his location so we can determine the town we are to head towards so we can draw Jiraiya to us. To that end we shall leave in 2 days at the latest once we know where we are headed, replied Tsunade. Once again elders nodded at Tsunade's words. They agreed to her operation as not only was their spy master wasting his time but also the time of one of their up-and-coming medics. Now that the three were aware of what was going to happen, the meeting was dismissed. As soon as the elders left her office, Tsunade summoned Kazue once more to carry a message to Naruto for what she needed him to do for her so she could bring him and the pervert back to Konoha. She would receive a message from Naruto before the day is done saying that he and Jiraiya were located almost a week's travel from Tanzakagai. Tsunade should have known they would be near that town. Jiraiya was attempting to use her habit of incessant gambling to track her down, a strategy that would work if she hadn't been weaning herself of her vices to a more manageable level. With her destination set, Tsunade ordered Shizune and her Anbu to prepare, as they leave the next day. Hidden within an underground facility located in Hai-no-Kuni, the Hibi-Sannin Orochimaru was writhing in pain. Sweat rolled down his features as his arms felt as if lave replaced his blood and fire and spit at his skin. He was now dressed in a simple black kimono while his arms were bandaged to hide the hideous gray they have become. He was sitting up in a rather comfortable king-size bed with a cushioned headrest that had the head of a snake looking towards the door. At his bedside is his assistant Kabuto, who was carrying a silver medicine tray that mostly carried painkillers. Kabuto is a fair-skinned man with onyx eyes and ash-gray hair that he has in a low ponytail, while his bangs were parted down the center. He wore large, black, circular glasses. Normally he wears a sleeveless dark purple shirt with a high collar, and matching purple pants that stop midway down his shins. Under his purple shirt is a short-sleeved, white shirt. Around his waist was a thick white sash. He also wore blue shinobi sandals. Whenever he was out on missions for his master, he would have a shuriken holster on his right leg while having a utility pouch on the left side of his hip, and he would wear forearm-length purple gloves that have a thick metal plate on the back of the hand while an Odo Hatai 8 would be tied around his forehead. "I'm sorry," Orochimaru-sama apologized, the glasses-wearing subordinate who was dressed in a full-body medical gown. "But it seems that whatever the former Sandaime Hokage had done to you is beyond my expertise to cure." Orochimaru growled, though whether from agony or the poor news was undeterminable. "If only that fool Mizuki had done his job and brought me the sacred scroll of sealing, I would have had the notes of the Nidaime and made my Edo Tensei stronger. Instead, I was forced to retread the steps of another because he lost to a boy that had no proper training to do anything," growled the Hibi-Sannin. Kabuto wasn't as sure of that. From his infiltration of the records of Konoha, all he could determine was that the Chunin had lost, but not how. For all they knew, the boy could have tapped into the power of his tenant and overwhelmed the former Chunin. Having the most leniency as one of Orochimaru's subordinates, Kabuto spoke his mind. "I'm not so sure, Orochimaru-sama. We have no idea what happened, and the Chunin that brought in Naruto and the scroll refused to comment to anyone about the incident." While the bespectacled subordinate spoke with no ill will towards his master, Orochimaru felt as if he was being talked down to by someone who was clearly beneath him. If he were not so weak, he would demonstrate to his subordinate why his will and desires are not seconded guessed, nor why no subordinate should speak out of turn, no matter their status. Never mind that, spat the in pain Hibi-Sanin. If I am going to have my arms healed, I will need Tsunade. She is probably the only person who can heal my arms now. Kabuto felt a stab to his pride as a medic as he was compared to the legendary medic. Whatever was afflicting his master was not physical in nature, that much he could tell, as all the functions of the arm were fully intact. However, it was as if there was a connection missing that science could not explain. Kabuto was broken from his recollections on his notes toward the ailment that affected his master when Orochimaru spoke again. Locate Tsunade and summon Guren. She will accompany us in the event Tsunade becomes non-compliant. Orochimaru ordered his second in command. Kabuto set down the tray of painkillers on Orochimaru's plain nightstand. He gave a curt bow and spoke right away, Orochimaru-sama. With that, Kabuto left his master, who writhed in pain until he could be relieved of it by his former teammate. It was the end to another day, and Naruto found himself in a weird place. He was sure he fell asleep in the sleeping bag he packed for this journey, and that it was, night. Around him was an open field made up of ankle-high soft, green grass, with the sun overhead appearing to be in the position of mid-morning. All around him were several rivers that ran from a place off in the distance to all throughout the field. The water was either blue or orange, with the orange rivers being larger than the blue rivers. Off in the distance, the same place where many of the rivers seemed to lead, was an incredibly large forest. The trees were so large that they would overshadow the Hokage monument. Seeing as there was nothing around him other than the gorgeous scenery, Naruto made his way toward the large forest. After what felt like hours, Naruto finally arrived at the edge of the forest. He was surprised to see that the trees that divided the plains from the forest took on the formation of a wavy fence, with the trees interwoven with the ground as if to withstand great gales, floods, or great impacts. Directly in front of him were two trees that reminded him of what he usually sees around Konoha, but were just as tall as the ones behind them. The branches of these trees seemed interwoven together, as if to hold on to one another. Halfway up the trees was a piece of the interwoven branches that had a paper tag over it with the kanji of seal on it. Due to the light from the sun above, he could see moderately well beyond the trees, but the canopy prevented it from being illuminated, as it was where he stood. Suddenly a gigantic orange blur slammed into the tree-like gate, rocking wherever he was as the air pressure sent Naruto flying backwards and tumbling on the grass. Naruto landed in a seated position facing the gate. His eyes widened in surprise. Before him, behind the gate, was the Kyuubi. The great beast towered over him to the point where one claw was bigger than him. The great beast seemed to be much larger than Shikaku, maybe double the Tanuki's size, though he was still not bigger than Katsuyu. The Kyuubi has blazing orange fur with ears more like those of a rabbit than a fox. It had black fur that surrounded its blood-red, slitted eyes that traveled up into its ears as well as around its muzzle, giving the appearance of having lips. It has a sapien-like upper body with front paws that have 5 finger-like digits, including thumbs, with each digit having massive razor-sharp claws. As Naruto calmed his racing heart, he noticed the Kyuubi seemed to be smiling down at him, showing off its massive teeth, as if entertained by his stunned visage. Naruto immediately shot to his feet, pointed at the orange fox and shouted, "Oh why! What the heck was that for, you crazy kitsune?" The Kyuubi continued to smile down at the blonde as it responded nonchalantly but with a booming voice, "Oh, nothing really. I just wanted to see your startled face," the great beast replied while laughing at the blonde. Naruto's anger grew considerably. "Oi! That's not funny, you ass!" The Kyuubi's demeanor didn't change as it responded, "For a prankster you seem to not be able to take a joke." Naruto's anger grew even more. What he didn't notice while his anger grew was that some orange fluid began to make its way down the blue rivers. After some time, Naruto managed to calm down. Looking at the Kyuubi in the eyes with a semi-angry look in his own eyes as he asked, "So is this the seal?" "Yes," replied the Kyuubi. "But this place we are in," it said, gesturing to the world around them with its tails, "is your mental representation of the seal. Though it is better than the sewer it once was," explained the great beast. Naruto looked confused. "This used to be a sewer?" he asked as his head tilted to the side. Yes. When I was sealed in here by your yandame, it was blank, as this place is a representation of how you feel about your life subconsciously. If you feel great, it looks great, and if you feel bad, this place looks horrible. Over time, this place became a sewer due to how you felt about yourself and the life you were living. However, as soon as you began hanging out with those women, things in here began to change to what you see now, explained the kitsune. Naruto was happy to know about this place around him, and that it became better than a sewer. But then something struck him. How do you know about Tsu-chan, or Shizune-sensei? Can you see through me to the outside? Naruto asked in a panic. Once again, the Kyuubi enjoyed the panic of his blonde jailer. No, it said casually. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. But I can see your memories, it continued. Once again, Naruto panicked. What? When you sleep, your mental barriers fall, allowing me to see everything that passes through your mind. While the seal prevents me from influencing you, it does not stop me from viewing everything I want to see. I can also do this while you are awake if you become tunnel visioned on a task and leave no room in your subconscious to block me out, it replied with a sharp grin. Naruto felt a shiver crawl up his spine as he said what he felt about that. That's just wrong. It is thanks to my power that I can do that, explained the Kyuubi as it looked as if it were reminiscing. Though if your Tsu-san would have split my chakra like he intended, I would be unable to do this, and you would be unable to do what you call Iryo ninjutsu. That explanation left Naruto stunned. Not noticing Naruto's explanation, the Kyuubi continued. Luckily, he didn't split my chakra as he intended due to my previous jailer reminding him that without my other half your body would be forced to endure the large influx of whichever half was sealed into you, denying you the ability to mold both my chakra and yours properly, as you would forever be out of balance. Another issue would be that if you received my physical half, you would lose a portion of your spiritual energy, as I would need to siphon some to keep myself alive, as I am an entity of chakra. As I said, he seemed to forget chakra is both spiritual and physical energies, and if he split me, you could never be a medic. Again, thank your Ka-san, as she reminded him the hack no Fuin Shiki he used could contain me as it had done before. Naruto was left silent, unable to respond to what he was just told. So then how did he die? Asked Naruto. The Kyuubi seemed to hesitate in its response. The same way as your Ka-san, intercepting a claw meant to slay you, he told the boy. Naruto was left silent. After a while the Kyuubi spoke. Hey now, I don't need my source of entertainment freezing up like this. This immediately got Naruto's attention. What are you talking about? Kyuubi shrugged its tails. While you sleep, I can see your memories, and some of them are quite entertaining. Such as your fight with the redhead that held my Ototo. Hey! Don't look at stuff like that! Shouted Naruto. Be thankful I did, Gaki. For if I didn't, you would not have received my help, replied the Kyuubi. Naruto looked indignant at that. Hey! I don't need your help. In case you weren't paying attention, I was winning that fight. And if not for me, you wouldn't have crushed Shikaku by summoning that massive slug that crushed my uppity Ototo, shouted the Kyuubi. What? Asked a confused Naruto. You heard me. When you were about to summon your companion, I sent some of my own chakra into your system, allowing you to summon her at her true size. Naruto stood in silence once again before bowing at the waist. Thank you, he told the Kyuubi. This was one of those lessons of etiquette from Tsunade and Shizune. If someone helps you, even if you didn't need it, you should still thank them for their assistance. The Kyuubi for his part was stunned. Not once since being sealed away was he ever treated with any form of courtesy. TSK. Think nothing of it, Gaki, spoke the kitsune as it waved off Naruto's gratitude. I just did it so my jailer would not lose to my weak Ototo, explained the Kyuubi. Though he would admit that the memory of watching Shikaku getting crushed by giant slugs still caused him to cry from laughter from time to time, he just wishes he could see the look on Shikaku's face right before he was going to be crushed. Well, I was taught that you should at least be decent with everyone you meet until they give you a reason not to be, spoke Naruto. And even though you pulled a really mean move when you startled me and killed my parents, you at least helped me out. So even though you are an ass, you still should get thanks for helping me. The Kyuubi was left silent, unsure of what to say next. It didn't feel comfortable yet about telling the blonde all the circumstances that led up to the loss of his parents, and the deaths of so many, but he would at least follow the path of understanding his own too. Sam preached about. After all, the sins of the father are not the sins of the son, so now what? Asked Naruto. The Kyuubi said nothing, as it was also unsure of what to do now. Why don't you go rest in the field behind you? After all, when you are here your mind is awake. It would do well for my entertainer to be fully coherent so I can enjoy every new moment I wish to see, spoke the Kyuubi, while the idea of being seen as an entertainer irked the blonde to no end. If what the Kyuubi was saying was true, he should get some rest. Before he left, however, Naruto asked a question. So how do I get back here? The Kyuubi looked at the boy for only a moment. Why, well, this place is nice. I feel really relaxed here, explained the blonde fondly. Keep your mind clear as if you were meditating. Keep all distractions to a minimum and truly feel at peace. Then you will find yourself here again. The more you do it, the easier it will be to reach this place, explained the kitsune. Naruto nodded appreciatively as he thanked the great beast before he walked back into the sea of grass. The Kyuubi, for its part, was judging the boy as he left. Show me what kind of person you are, Naruto Uzumaki, thought the Kyuubi before it went back to replaying the memories that Naruto had when learning the Rasengan, taking great pleasure at how the boy left the Gamma Sannin speechless and stunned. Tsunade set out from the gates of Konoha with Shizune and Tonton beside her, while her Umbu remained in the shadows. They had received word from Naruto that he and Jiraiya were close to Tanzakugai. With their destination in mind, the large group left the village to bring back one of the Godame's apprentices and a Sannin that had a hard time listening. The group needed to ensure that Tsunade was seen on her way to the prominent gambling town so as to ensure that Jiraiya would make his way there, as it was very clear that he would not listen to Naruto or Tsunade even if they beat him over the head with their words. Because of this, the Umbu needed to remain out of sight when they entered any town or village. To that end, the Umbu brought with them several disguises as well as new seals that were placed on their masks that put a henge over their mask. This was done because a full-body henge could be easily detected and dispelled. If a henge was dispelled, the guard of the Hokage would be exposed and identified, while a henge that only covered the face with the use of the mask was far more difficult to detect as it used stored chakra in the mask. The chakra that is stored is made invisible to sensors until used thanks to seals worked into the array. It required a sensor needing to be close to the Umbu to be detected. As the group set out, they were focused on their first destination, a gambling town close to Naruto and Jiraiya's position but far enough away so that they couldn't be confronted by the pair too quickly and have Jiraiya claim it as a false sighting. Little did the Godame know that her plan would also lead to her being set upon by the final Sannin. A few hours after they left, two individuals in black cloaks with high collars and single sleeves adorned with red clouds complemented by straw hats that had tassels all around the hat except in front of the wearer's face were looking at the semi-ruined village from the top of the forest canopy. There was also a small ornamental torque hanging to the left side of the wearer's face. From what could be seen, one was tall with a large sword wrapped in bandages, with a white skull for a pommel on their back held there thanks to a harness that went over the person's left shoulder, while the other didn't have a unique identifying feature. They had violet nail polish on their fingers and toes with pale blue shinobi sandals with white leg warmers that were worn over their sandals. As the wind began to ruffle their cloaks and hats, the larger of the two spoke up. So, any thoughts on returning to your home? The shorter one said nothing for a while. When they did speak, it was with a monotone voice. Focus, we need to find out target. At those words the taller one gave a manic grin before they went towards Konoha with the intention of sneaking into the village. The repairs to the village were coming along nicely. Most of the debris has been cleared from the roads, while many businesses managed to reopen their doors. From clothing stores to eateries, life in Konoha was getting back to normal. Taking advantage of the quiet, Kakashi and Yugao were walking down one of the many streets arm in arm. Yugao was wearing her sleeveless Umbu body suit as well as her gloves and gauntlets, while her usual Umbu flak jacket was replaced by her Jonin flak jacket. On her back was her sword tied up with a white sash. Just because they were not being invaded did not mean a shinobi or kunoichi did not go out without their weapons. The two stopped their walk in front of a small tea shop as they bumped into Kurenai and Asuma. Yugao smiled at seeing her friend with someone, as Kurenai was one to rebuke many advances. Maybe she would open up to someone other than her and their other friend. Well, spoke the copy Nin. Seems that we aren't the only ones out for a stroll. Ayugo-chan teased Kakashi with an eye smile, implying something more was going on between the two jonin. His words caused the two to stutter and blush at the accusation. While the two jonin calmed down, the former and current umbu captains were drawn to a familiar presence coming from the tea shop. Noticing the shift in their friend's demeanor, the two jonin nodded at their colleagues who signaled something hostile was near. Before the four left, Asuma and Kurenai nodded that they understood. Inside the tea shop, the shorter of the two figures in the black cloaks gestured for his companion to follow him as he left the money for their tea and snacks on the counter. Sensing what was about to come, the shorter one he led his partner to an isolated area near one of the rivers that ran near the outskirts of the village in an undamaged area, navigating the streets of Konoha as if the figure was once a resident of Konoha. The two individuals were stopped by the four jonin as they walked by a fenced-off river. As the six stared each other down, the shorter of the two unidentified figures spoke. "It's been a long time, Kakashi Yugao, Kurenai Asuma." The words and voice the Konoha jonin heard gave them pause. It was as if they were being addressed by a former comrade. Yugao and Kakashi were the first to recognize the voice as the individual reached for their hat. Of course they would recognize the voice. Its owner had been a comrade of theirs while Kakashi was still in the umbu. "I recognize you now," spoke the one-eyed jonin as the person's hat was fully removed but still obscured their face. Itachi Uchiha concluded the copy Nin as Itachi lowered his hat past his face. Itachi is a fairly tall man with a fair-skinned complexion and raven black hair that he wore in a low ponytail as his center-parted bangs fell to his chin. He has pronounced tear troughs under his raven black eyes. On his forehead was a Konoha Hitai 8 with a slash running through the symbol on the plate. Once reviled, the logger of the two cloaked figures spoke as he reached for his own hat. "So you know these people, Itachi? Well, allow me to introduce myself." As they spoke, Itachi opened his cloak to allow him to use his other arm, showing his mesh armor under a navy blue V-neck shirt. When his face was visible, Yugao recognized the man immediately. She believed she knew who they were when she saw the sword on the person's back, but she couldn't be sure as it was possible the last owner could have been slain and the blade taken by someone else. Now, however, she knew who the other person before her was. Before the tall man could introduce himself, Yugao spoke. "You are Kisame Hashigaki." Kisame is a very tall, blue-skinned man with many shark-like features such as his circular eyes, and his twin rows of large, sharp teeth. He also 3 small facial markings under his eyes that bore a resemblance to gills. He has spiked-up deep blue hair, and wore a Hitai 8 that was more like a hat with the top cut out and had earmuffs sewn in. Like Itachi, his Hitai 8 also had a slash through its center. Kisame was surprised. Most of the time, he wasn't well known outside of Kiri, unlike his companion. "Ho? So you know me?" questioned the blue-skinned man as he dropped his hat to the floor like Itachi had done. "As a Kenjutsu master of Konoha, I know all those that have a great skill with a blade beyond our walls," spoke Yugao as she reached for her sword's handle. Kisame gained a manic grin when the purplet said she was a Kenjutsu master. He was always itching for a fight, and the thought of crossing blades with another got his blood pumping. "He well see about that," commented the shark-faced man. Acting quickly so as to prevent his partner from flying off the handle, Itachi spoke. "Enough, Kisame, we are not here to fight." Kisame reluctantly reined in his urge to fight, however, sensing the growing tension, grabbed the handle of his bandage-wrapped sword. "Why are you here?" questioned Kakashi. He, like the others, was curious as to what 2S-ranked missing Nin wanted in Konoha, as it was out of character for such high-profile criminals to enter into one of the 5 great villages. "You don't need to know our objective," spoke Itachi as he activated his Sharingan, implying that if they stayed there would be a fight. The Konoha shinobi were undeterred from the Uchiha's hidden threat. "Well, you see, you are both missing Nin, so we can't just let you move about freely," spoke Kakashi as he revealed his Sharingan. Seeing that the missing Nin were not backing down or willing to answer Kakashi's question, Kurenai drew her Kodachi, Asuma donned his trench knives, Kakashi drew his chakra saber, and Yugao drew her katana, demonstrating that they were willing to fight the infamous missing Nin. Silence enveloped the 6, as if waiting for a silent signal as the wind blew dramatically. Kisame was the first to break it as he drew his large sword from his back and punched a hole in his cloak for his other arm, showing he was wearing thick, padded, white vambraces. The unofficial signal was given with that movement. Kakashi and Yugao charged Itachi while Kurenai and Asuma charged Kisame, separating the two missing Nin. The former Umbu captain was surprised at how the four Konoha shinobi divided themselves until he realized their strategy. Kisame is far more vulnerable to Kurenai than himself, while she was also skilled in using her blade to keep the Kiri swordsman at bay. Adding the Sarutobi to the mix ensured that Kisame would always be pressed in a close combat situation. While that is where Kisame prefers to be when fighting, it also means that he cannot use any of his jutsu that he would normally rapid fire due to his exceptionally large reserves. Kakashi and Yugao were able to press the former Umbu captain with their exceptional skills in wielding their blades. While Itachi was skilled with a blade due to his time in Umbu, the two before him had far more time practicing and utilizing those skills. Their quick attacks also ensure he was unable to utilize his best field, as even if he could catch one in one of his many genjutsu, the time it would take to cast will leave an opening that the one he didn't catch would be able to take advantage of. The strikes came far too quickly for Itachi to set up a genjutsu either, as each time he dodged or blocked a strike with a kunai that he had drawn from under his cloak, the other would be there to follow up. This quick set of strikes, as well as the fact Yugao neglected to make eye contact with him, meant that the former Umbu captain was out of his preferred method of fighting. Yugao was a short pace in front of Kakashi. She had both of her hands on the hilt of her sword as she struck with a left-sided diagonal slash. With the aid of his Sharingan, Itachi easily stepped back to avoid the attack. With his focus on the purplet, however, he nearly missed the falling downward slash from Kakashi. The cut had grazed the bottom of his cloak, cutting into the garment. There was no respite as Yugao maintained the pressure, as was standard for Umbu when dealing with high-profile targets, by moving around Kakashi's right side and thrusted her sword forward at Itachi's abdomen. Itachi deflected the strike with a kunai and stepped to the left in an attempt to take Yugao's back. This was a hazardous decision, as Itachi soon found Kakashi at his back, who was swinging his chakra saber in an attempt to decapitate the Rouge Uchiha. Thanks to his Sharingan, Kakashi saw the Kawarimi no Jutsu that Itachi had used to avoid the attack. Understanding the intelligence of their foe, Kakashi and Yugao acted quickly, moving to prevent the former Umbu captain from attempting to aid his partner. Showing a minor amount of annoyance in his normally stoic eyes, Itachi was forced to dodge a right diagonal slash. With the skill she possesses, Yugao is easily able to fight ambidextrously with the sword. Itachi wove around the strike easily enough only to need to bring his kunai down as his eyes went wide in surprise. The duo had anticipated his choice of dodge, as Kakashi had come head-on from the right with a left-to-right upward diagonal slash. While Itachi had caught and deflected the strike, his Sharingan showed Yugao's sword coming back up, and with his kunai away from him he was in trouble. Pushing chakra to his feet, Itachi launched himself backwards and onto the river to avoid the slash. As he landed, he felt a stinging sensation on his chest. Not risking to look towards the pain, he dabbed his fingers over where he felt it, only to feel the clothes in the area torn and a sensation of pain from the spot. He wasn't able to glean any more information than that, as the duo were once again in his face. Itachi once more leapt back and threw his kunai. As his kunai left his hands, he went through several hand signs. Suetun Ryuzaban called out Itachi as he gathered the water from the river around his hand before flicking it forward to change Kakashi and Yugao's charged path as they dodged the attack. Succeeding in his intention, Itachi went through another set of head seals calling out Suetun Mizu Kamakiri. Sharp slices of water moved towards Kakashi and Yugao along the surface of the river, forcing the two to separate even further. Taking advantage of this, two bunshins of Itachi formed next to the original before charging his opponents. Seeing the condensing chakra in their cores, Kakashi knew what was happening. "Yugao! Move!" called Kakashi as he leapt back while throwing a kunai at his bunshin. Yugao seemed to charge toward her bunshin and swung her sword at her target. Before her sword made contact, both bunshin exploded as the chakra that made up their being condensed to the point they let the energy out, kicking up a massive amount of water. Itachi was not deceived. His eyes had seen it all. The Yugao that had charged his bunshin was an illusionary bunshin she layered over herself, while Kakashi threw a kunai that had a concussive explosive tag attached. The bunshins had been popped prematurely, so their targets escaped. With the space created, Itachi once again made to move in order to help his companion, only for him to land next to him with a new cut on his cheek. Asuma and Kurenai charged at the former Kiri swordsman. Asuma kept his elbows tight and close to his sides, while Kurenai held her kodachi out as her free hand was in a half-ram seal. Kisame, in an impressive demonstration of strength, held his massive odachi with one arm as he turned his body 90 degrees as he held his arm as if her were curling his massive sword. Asuma launched a right straight towards the blue man. Kisame, for his part, turned his blade slightly to intercept the strike. As soon as the two weapons made contact, Kisame used the force of the strike to quickly swing the blade around with more than double the force if he would have swung it on his own. Sadly, the swing seemed to barely miss Asuma. Kisame was surprised that his swing missed. Someone of his caliber should not have missed such a free strike. He didn't have time to dwell on it as he brought his sword around to parry Kurenai's horizontal strike. Kisame soon began to experience vertigo from the ringing caused by the clash of blades. Despite the dizziness he was experiencing, Kisame let his sword guide his movements. Unknown to many, Samehada is a sentient sword. This allowed the sword to direct Kisame's movements to intercept Kurenai's follow-up right diagonal strike and thrust itself toward Asuma to create space for its wielder. Kisame eventually figured out that the reason for his vertigo was genjutsu. This was due in part that Samehada was not whining with discomfort. If only one of them was experiencing such effects, then it had to be something like genjutsu. The other reason he knew was when Samehada sent a pulse of chakra through his system and suddenly his vertigo was clear. Feeling angry at being caught in something so simple, Kisame began attacking more aggressively, gripping the handle of Samehada with two hands. Due to the ramp-up in pace, Kurenai was unable to cast any new genjutsu. Knowing the genjutsu was their best means of beating the former Kiri swordsman, Asuma stepped up his offensive to allow Kurenai to cast another genjutsu. Sadly for the Sarutobi, he misjudged a block, allowing the large weapon to stop against his shoulder. As soon as it did, Kisame gave a sharp-toothed smile. Kisame pulled the large sword towards him, applying as much pressure as he could against Asuma's shoulder. The next thing Asuma felt was his shoulder being torn into, as if several hooks were being ripped from his shoulder. The bandages wrapped around his sword were torn away with the strike, revealing deep blue, long scales that seemed to shred what they were dragged against. Kisame stopped his offensive and was about to explain the properties of his weapon of choice until a tree sprang from the ground and quickly began to bind the blue-skinned man. As Kurenai rose from the tree poised to kill the former Kiri swordsman. However, Kisame was once again saved by Samehada. As soon as he was free, Kisame swung his weapon at the genjutsu mistress. Kurenai was forced to parry the strike with the flat of her blade as her weapon was not designed to fully stop such a heavy weapon. Asuma took advantage of opening and struck out with his able arm as he once again held his trench knife in a reverse grip. Kisame acted quickly and threw a straight kick at Kurenai's stomach so he could keep his blade free for the Sarutobi, only for the kick to graze its target as another pulse of chakra came from Samehada. What he had experienced was Kurenai being a little closer than she was. When his vision returned to normal from the poorly constructed genjutsu that even an academy student could recognize, Kurenai was a few paces away from the former Kiri swordsman, holding her stomach from the heavy strike that still lightly connected. Now caught off guard by being caught in such a poor excuse for a genjutsu, Kisame froze at an important moment. If not for Samehada, Kisame would have gotten more than scratched that cut onto his cheek. Registering he is in a bad situation, Kisame retreated to the river after swinging Samehada in a wide arch to prevent the two jonin from collapsing on him. Kisame landed next to Itachi with a soft splash as Asuma, Kurenai, Kakashi and Yugao regrouped at the edge of the river. The two S-ranked missing nin then synchronized their hand seals to call out their jutsu, Suetun Suikoden no Jutsu. Two large sharks made of water charged the Konoha jonin. Acting quickly, Kakashi and Asuma unleashed their own jutsu. Katan Dai Enden was the jutsu released by Kakashi, while Asuma complemented it with his own Futon Repusho. The four jutsu collided, releasing a massive explosion of force, which forced the shinobi brace themselves. Danzo was sipping tea in his home. Tsunade had left to bring back Jiraiya and Naruto. The reconstruction of Konoha was going smoothly and many of the genin were pushing themselves to improve with the recent invasion they were forced to experience. Overall, Danzo was happy to see his village becoming stronger under a Senju's reign once again. Suddenly something piqued his interest. The Warhawk had felt a few spikes in chakra in one of the outer areas of Konoha. Strange, commented the Warhawk. Curious about the event, as there should be no foreign combatants in Konoha and the training grounds were much further, there should be no spikes in chakra that strong within the village. Standing to his feet with the aid of his cane, Danzo made his way from his home to the area he had sensed the fighting with speed a man of his years should not possess. Back at the fight, the Jonin were in a standoff with the two criminals. Kisame, for his part, was getting annoyed. He was used to far more straightforward fights like how he was dueling against Asuma. Fighting against someone like Kurenai is difficult for him, and if not for his sword, Kisame would have perished during the fight. He would rather switch with Itachi, as Genjutsu is more his field. Itachi was no different. While in Umbu he was proficient with a sword, if not one of the better users than many others. However, the two he had been facing were used to wielding their weapons since they were genin, so he was greatly outclassed when it came to dueling. They also understood his skills in Genjutsu, as it is his preferred method of combat, so they did what they could to prevent him from having time to cast his illusions or allow him to look into any eye that wasn't Kakashi's own Sharingan. With the way things were going, he may need to use a card he doesn't like using. We are getting nowhere, Itachi complained Kisame gruffly. Itachi wasn't liking their odds either. He had already been wounded by Yugao thanks in part to her longer weapon. If things continue, then there is a high likelihood that they will be overwhelmed. After all, a horde of ants can bring down a snake. They have even yet to confirm if their target is still in Konoha. Taking a deep breath, Itachi spoke to his companion, "Stay calm, Kisame. We cannot rush this fight, or else we could find ourselves at a disadvantage. We have already been here too long and already are running the risk of having additional Konoha shinobi show up." Kisame had to admit that Itachi was right. With the time they have spent fighting, someone would be bound to miss 4 high-ranking shinobi, so they needed to wrap this up and find their target. Across from the missing Nin, the Konoha shinobi were having a conversation of their own. "This is getting us nowhere," Kakashi gritted out Asuma. His shoulder was in bad shape, but at least his arm was still usable for this fight. Asuma would definitely be petitioning for a change to the flak jacket when this was over. "I know," replied Kakashi as sweat rolled down his face. "Right now, we are holding the line. So far, our best option is to defeat one of them and capture the other. They have shown that they can combine ninjutsu of the same element." The others could agree that if Kisame and Itachi were allowed to work together, they would be overwhelmed by combined ninjutsu. Both sides seemed to think that their isolated conversations were done as Kisame hefted his sword to his right shoulder, while Itachi readied his kunai as well as a handful of shuriken in his free hand. On the other side of the river, the Konoha shinobi readied themselves as well. Suddenly a new sound was heard in the silence. It sounded as sandals were sounding on the road, accompanied by a cane. All combatants shifted their eyes toward the sound, only for those from Konoha to widen their eyes in surprise. Well, spoke an older voice. "I had sensed a few ticks of chakra being used in the village, but I did not expect to see such vulgar characters behind this village's great walls." While Kisame didn't know just who he was looking at, the others were surprised to see Councilman Danzo before them. "Danzo-sama," spoke the Konoha shinobi. Danzo nodded slightly in acknowledgement of their words. "Before you are taken into custody, do you care to tell me why you are here?" Before Itachi could speak, Kisame said, "Why don't you go back to your home, old man? This is not a place of those who can barely walk," making reference to Danzo's cane. At that, Danzo understood he would not get any answers from the two. He was curious though as to why Itachi was back in the village. Danzo dropped his cane and began to walk forward. Along the way he pulled down the part of his top that hid his other arm. The next words he spoke were cold and emotionless. "Unlike my two colleagues, there is a reason I still sit close to the top, near the Hokage. Let me show you why his was a rival to Hiruzen even in his old age." With that, Danzo's one visible eye opened slightly and the bandages with seals sewn into them which kept his hidden arm from deteriorating from a poison that merged with the chakra network of said arm were cast aside. Suddenly the old man vanished before everyone's eyes, well except for Itachi's and Kakashi's. Acting quickly, Itachi moved Kisame out of the way of the attack by side-kicking Kisame while ejecting chakra from the bottom of his foot as if he were tree-hopping, moving both himself and his partner away from the old man. Danzo suddenly appeared where the two missing nin were standing, his back to the Konoha shinobi. Itachi quickly shunshined to Kisame's side, putting all combatants in a triangle of sorts. Danzo slowly looked over to missing nin, drawing two kunai he had stored in his robes. He began to coat the common shinobi knives in futon chakra, greatly sharpening the weapons to the point that forged steel could not stop them. Since the process took next to no time for the elderly shinobi, Danzo charged the missing nin once his kunai were ready. Itachi could clearly see what Danzo was doing to his kunai thanks to his Sharingan. The elderly man was sharpening his weapons, causing Itachi to go wide-eyed. This is bad, thought Itachi. If he hits us with those kunai, he will cut through us with ease, panicked the older Uchiha as he recalled what he learned about futon chakra and how it interacts with weapons. Danzo charged the two missing nin again, this time not as fast as when he first appeared, and crossed the two kunai he held in front of his chest as he ran. Kisame jumped in front of Itachi and held the handle of Samahata up with the tip down to give himself the most cover with the flat side of the blade. He was planning on taking advantage of his weapon's ability to absorb the chakra of others and their attacks to stop the kunai. However, something unexpected happened. Danzo demonstrated his mastery over futon when he changed the properties of his kunai from being sharp to being conduits for a massive windstorm, like when Suna shinobi utilized battle fans. The force of the wind that slammed into Kisame when the weapons made contact and threw him into Itachi, despite Samahata absorbing the chakra in the attack, causing the two to slide slightly above the water. Itachi grabbed Kisame by the belt that he used to hold his sword and swung the former Kiri shinobi to be behind him as he fired a Katon Gokaku no Jutsu at the Warhawk. Danzo merely scoffed at the incoming flame. He once again altered the flow of the wind around his kunai to where they were inactively repelling the wind around them, creating a vacuum effect. Danzo threw his vacuum-affected kunai at the incoming fire. The kunai barreled through the flames with ease while also destabilizing Fireball. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise at the way this elder of Konoha was using only one element to combat him and his companion. Danzo once again used Shunshin to appear in Itachi's face, however he was forced to block a right hook from the Uchiha. The other shinobi of Konoha were not ideal in this confrontation. After Danzo launched the two missing nin back, they rejoined the fight and charged Kisame. Kisame acted quickly and sent a Suetun Sujin Hiki at the oncoming Konoha contingent. The four were not deterred as two went around it, and the others went over it. Itachi saw how pressured he and Kisame were, so decided that they needed to make an exit. By now more shinobis were more than likely on their way, and Danzo had turned this fight from even to one-sided and not in their favor. Without warning, Itachi grabbed onto Kisame again and layered a rush genjutsu over the two of them before shining away to mask their escape. What everyone else saw was Itachi and Kisame vanishing in a murder of crows, though Kurenai had saw through it immediately, so she was able to break the others out of it with negligible issue. They are headed to the west gate, stated Danzo. After them he ordered the four. Kakashi and Yugao set out after the two criminals while Asuma and Kurenai stayed behind. With the trouble past, Asuma stayed to have his bleeding shoulder wrapped, and Kurenai stayed to aid her wounded comrade. The three that stayed behind made their way to dry land so as to rest and apply proper dressings to Asuma's wound. As soon as Danzo made it back to land, he began to breathe heavily and fell to his knees. "Danzo-sama!" shouted Kurenai, who rushed over to the elder as soon as she was sure that Asuma could hold the gauze she packed over his wound. "Bring me my bandages," he ordered the raven-haired woman. Without hesitation, Kurenai rushed over to Danzo's bandages. When she returned to the elder's side, he had his right arm out and his fingers splayed. Kurenai noticed his arm seemed to be turning a sickly purple as she approached. "Quickly! Wrap my arm!" he ordered. Kurenai didn't hesitate and followed the orders of her superior. Acting quickly, as the arm was getting darker the more she lingered, Kurenai made sure the bandages were taut and that the elder could move his arm comfortably with no issues. When that was done, Kurenai made her way back to Asuma, who had removed his flak jacket in the meantime. As Kurenai was bandaging Asuma's shoulder, Kurenai asked, "Pardon me, Danzo-sama, but why did you not use clean bandages for your arm? Surely that is healthier than reusing what you had discarded." Danzo eyed the woman while she worked. "It is because of the seals in the bandages. They allow me to continue to serve Konoha despite the ailment that afflicts my arm," he told the jonin cryptically. Before she could ask Danzo to elaborate, Kakashi and Yugao returned. Given that they did not have their foes in tow, it was safe to say that they failed to apprehend them. Tsunade and her entourage reached their first stop on their way to Tanzaka-gai. It was a small gambling town accommodating games like liar's dice, odds or evens, and roulette tables. While they were not games she was known for playing, she was very aware that to many, they didn't care so long as they got her money. Giving a look to her umbu guards, they implemented their disguises before they made their way into the town to commence their plan. To ensure they hid properly but not stand out in the event there were shinobi from other villages in the area, Tsunade's umbu escort activated the special seals that were placed in their masks that allowed them to use a henge no jutsu that did not require the user to utilize chakra to maintain it, instead using the chakra stored and hidden in the mask. This meant that the henge could only be detected by a natural sensor. The only downside was that only their face and hair were changed by henge, so the agent needed to pack additional attire. These changes to the umbu masks were made to ensure that the umbu could always protect their Hokage before these additions were added to the rest of the umbu to aid in infiltration missions. Once the umbu were changed and had hidden their larger weapons and seals that were hidden on the underside of a small vambraces which could be written off as large bracelets, the group made their way into the town in a loose formation to hide their duty from the populace. As they walked through the town, its serene atmosphere was on full display for the Konoha shinobi. Soon a group of kids ran by, nearly bumping into Tsunade as they did so. As the children passed, one of the umbu allowed his focus to be drawn to the passing children, giving them a scrutinizing look as they ran off. His attention was drawn back to his surroundings by his captain's subtle orders. "Do not spend so much time on the children, instead focus on their hands and their destination," she ordered as she walked close to him. Their suspicions were not unfounded. After all, it wasn't uncommon for unscrupulous characters to use children as means of securing wealth from another as thieves or runners. The next orders that left the captain's mouth were directed to her whole squad via the hidden short-wave radios they wore under their masks. "Focus, Tsunade Dano is under our protection and none shall harm her." The squad became more vigilant at their commander's words. The loss of the Sandaime was a big blow to the umbu, even to those who were not part of his guard detail. It was due to the loss of the Nidaime that the umbu were assigned to become the guard detail of the Hokage, and that they had lost another was something that the umbu were not happy about. At least the guard of the Yandaime were confirmed to have died prior to the Hokage. The first thing to do was to secure lodgings, which is what Shizune did, while Tsunade enacted her part of the plan to lure Jiraiya toward their intended destination. At that the umbu split themselves up, with Gazuru and Tora staying with Tsunade while Igiru and Fukusa split off for Shizune, as losing the Godaime's aid would prove to be a security risk. As the day of gambling and losing came to a close, Tsunade made her way to the room that Shizune had selected. She secured an additional set of rooms near hers and Tsunade's while using a henge to obtain accommodations for the umbu. The umbu may be the best of the best when it came to Konoha shinobi. That didn't mean that Tsunade was going to have them sleep outside as she was in a warm room. They could rotate their time guarding her room while ensuring they were not noticed by sleeping outside. In her room, Tsunade was working on the mild amount of paperwork with ease, as even now she still used the kage bunshin to lighten the load so she could ensure that she would not be kept awake just to finish her work and risk experiencing some form of delirium. As she worked, her thoughts drifted towards a young, spiky-haired blonde. "I hope you are ready, Naruto," she thought as she looked towards the closed window. "As soon as we're reunited, your training will pick up in earnest," thought the slug Sannin. She looked back to the small amount of work she had left, and immediately set about finishing her work. Naruto and Jiraiya were resting in another town in Hai no Kuni. He had grown weary of reading cellular growth and stimulation, how medical chakra affects a body's cells, so he put the book down and figured it would be a good idea to move on to something else. He took his question book back from his kage bunshin before dispelling it and moving on to another subject, nature transformation. According to the text sent by Tsunade, One of the first things he was to do in order to improve his ability to use futon was to cut a leaf using nothing but chakra. The first thing Naruto did when he was getting ready to practice his leaf cutting was get out the reference material Tsunade had sent him and read the instructions. According to the text in his scroll, he is to hold a leaf between his hands and channel his chakra into it. There was an addendum from someone named Kaido that told him to visualize your chakra as if it were becoming as sharp as possible by changing it so it flattens out to a very thin line. The idea was that the thinner the line of chakra, the easier it is for his chakra to cut into anything. There was another note that said this was the first half of futon manipulation, as there was also the side of hurling large gusts of wind at an opponent. The first exercise that was meant for that side of futon manipulation was to hold a leaf in an open palm and, using only the wind, to levitate it and prevent it from blowing away by creating an opposing force of wind if a breeze kicks up. There were follow-ups like cutting a rock, cutting a waterfall, cutting a log as if he had an axe, and finally sharpening a blade without damaging it. For the other side, he was levitate a rock or equally heavy object, keep a gust of wind going that was capable of creating a dirt storm, create a hurricane-class windstorm with the goal of being able to transition between them or merge them with a single attack, whether it was a blade giving off a torrent of wind when he struck or a gust of wind that had several blades of wind within it. When it comes to the levitation, he saw a note to first concentrate on creating a swirl of wind before trying to levitate a few leaves. After reading the text that explained what to do, Naruto then made 10 Kage Bunshin and ordered them to grab several handfuls of leaves, which he did himself. With that all set, Naruto and his Bunshin set about cutting their leaves. After almost 2 hours, Naruto only managed to cut an eighth of the way into his leaf, with his Bunshin achieving a similar result. Despite the notes he had, Naruto was struggling to visualize what Kaido had written for him to do. Letting out a sigh, Naruto got back to the grind. He didn't discard the leaf he had already cut into, as that would be a waste of his leaves. The other issue was noticing was he was cutting into different places sometimes rather than cutting into the same spot every time. When he visualized his futon chakra, he saw a hint of green within his own. Using his great control, he easily separated it from his normal blue and deeper blue Suetun chakra. The second he tried to guide it, he noticed some difficulty. The futon was always flowing as if he were trying to control a breeze. Letting out a cry of frustration that got Jiraiya's attention, Naruto cried, "Arg! Why is this so difficult?" Jiraiya turned toward his traveling companion and noticed the 10 or so Bunshin following, all with their hands clasped and concentrating very hard. "What are you working on?" asked the Gamma Sannin. Naruto let out a sigh and explained, "I'm trying to work on my elemental manipulation, but I can't seem to get more than part way through the leaf." Jiraiya nodded along. "So what is the part that you are struggling with most right now?" he asked. "Well, I can visualize the thin line for cutting, but it seems like I'm not able to maintain it," replied a dejected Naruto. Jiraiya understood the boy's plight. After all, maintaining what you visualize is the hard part for any chakra control exercise and ninjutsu. Naruto continued to voice his aggravation. "I thought I would get this easily, you know? With as good as my control as I didn't think I would struggle this much." Jiraiya let loose a jolly belly laugh that got Naruto scowling at him. "Sorry, but that's not how it works. You are making great progress, that's for sure," he said reassuringly, getting Naruto to lose the scowl for a cheeky grin. "But just because you know a similar skill doesn't mean you are as good in the skill you are trying to learn. You need to learn all the attributes that go into it, even if they are easy or something you already know. Mastering a similar skill just means that you'll grasp it faster," explained the Gamma Sannin. "It's like sewing and needlepoint. Just because you are good at needlepoint doesn't mean that you are instantly good at sewing. They are separate skills that share similarities, that knowing one means you will have an easier time learning the other." Naruto was intrigued by the explanation. Even though this pervert of a sage didn't do much to help in his training, he did have good words of wisdom from time to time. It was then Jiraiya gained a reminiscing look in his eyes. "I bet even Tsunade would tell you the same thing." Those words immediately got Naruto's attention. "Really?" asked an excited blonde. Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. "Yeah. Every time she researched a different field of medicine, she would always retread the basics, as there was something different she would notice when she looked into another field." Nature transformation and chakra control are no different. Naruto took in Jiraiya's words with a contemplative look. Jiraiya brought the conversation back to Naruto's training. So to help with your visualization, Naruto immediately tuned in so as to not miss a word. Start with using an object as a reference for now. Naruto looked slightly confused, so Jiraiya decided to use as recent example. As you know, the Rasengan is round like a sphere. However, just because you know what a sphere is, doesn't mean you can visualize a perfect sphere every time as you learn this jutsu. That is part of the reason the Yondaime used balance and rubber balls. The way they are cut allowed him to create the Rasengan in the shape of a perfect sphere, explained Jiraiya. He was not going to tell the boy that the main inspiration for the jutsu was the primary attack of a Biju that nearly killed him and his team during the Third Great Shinobi War. This got Naruto to think. If what Jiraiya was saying was true, then he needed to focus on something that is really thin. It was then one of Naruto's Bunshin thought of something else. Wait, how do I prevent it from cutting from different angles? Asked one of the Bunshin. Now that is where your control comes in. The visualization gives the wind shape, while your control is how you direct it, explained the Gamma Sannin. Best thing with futon when using it to increase cutting power is to have your chakra provide a path for the wind. Yes, you are forcing the chakra to take sharpen itself, but with no path for it to follow it can't be directed, explained Jiraiya. Naruto nodded in understanding before he and his Bunshin ditched their current set of leaves and grabbed a fresh one. He was grateful for the explanation. One of his Bunshin made sure to copy those words down for the original to write in his own book. Naruto focused on the thinnest and sharpest object he could think of. Kunai? No, they were too big if he wanted something small. Scalpel? No, the blade is thin but the handle is really thick. Shuriken? Even he thought that was rather dumb. Then it hit him. Saban. He remembered those super thin needles that Haki used. They were so thin that the only way you could see them when they are in flight was the light they reflected when the sun hit them at the correct angle. Heck, he could barely see them in the Hayatan user's hands. After a silent prayer to his deceased friend, Naruto got back to work at conducting his futon chakra. Once he clasped his hands over his leaf, he began to visualize his futon chakra running along an object as thin as a saban needle. He held the image in his mind as he molded his chakra. He then began to guide it across the leaf. Soon after, he felt the chakra move more smoothly than before. His concentration faltered. When he eagerly looked at the leaf in his hands, there was a single, thin cut going across the leaf. With all the happiness he could muster, Naruto let out an excited cry as he jumped in the air. Yada! Look at this! He cheered as he showed off his leaf to both the white-haired Sannin and his Bunshin. Jiraiya gave the boy a thumbs up as some of his Bunshin looked irritated while some looked just as happy with similar length cuts on their leaves. Tsunade thought about Naruto's nature transformation training. He currently had the materials to learn how to mold his futon chakra. And if Jiraiya was going to do something positive for this waste of time, he was helping her apprentice. However, she needed to ensure that she talked to him about opposing elements. Despite the fact that futon empowered Katon, futon was indomitable by its opposing element. Though to be fair, every element could be circumvented by the one it is supposed to defeat, though that was if you either knew what made them vulnerable to their opposing element, or master a significantly more advanced nature transformation for an element. There were also elemental Kekkei Genkai, but that was because they are combinations of two elements, one of which could be a counter to whatever element they were combating. Tsunade would make sure that the boy who wormed his way into her heart would learn the more advanced nature transformations for his elements, or at least understand what allowed every nature to no longer be vulnerable to its, normally, dominant counterpart. Her thoughts then began to take a different turn. Next time, I'll be sure to not let my Nara bear get far away from me because of a false mission, thought the slug Sannin. Who knows? Maybe I should make him an office aide when he has openings in his new schedule. After all, it would help prepare him to be Hokage if he sees what I do when I'm not handing out missions, she continued to ponder. Soon a devious grin made its way onto her face. Plus, with his own set of Kage Bunshin, there would be no bureaucracy that could stop our combine might, cackled the Queen of Elixirs, catching the attention of her guard and assistant. Is Hokage Dano alright? Asked Gozu. Shizune could only let out a sigh. Tsunade-sama was probably thinking of something that she found entertaining, replied Shizune. Pardon me, Shizune-san, but the laugh she is giving off is like that scene coming from the mouth of one classifiable as insane, replied Gozu. The next day, Tsunade and her entourage set out again. As they were walking through the town, something caught Tsunade's eye, leading her to stop walking, forcing Shizune, Tantan, and her disguised bodyguard to follow suit. Turning towards her master, Shizune asked, Tsunade-sama, what is it? Tsunade shook her head before responding. It's nothing, Shizune. I just saw something that caught my eye. At this, looked to where Tsunade was staring. She was looking into the window of a clothing store. However, it was what was in the window that drew Shizune's attention. As Shizune was taking in the sight of the article Tsunade was more than likely looking at, Tsunade made her way to the store to purchase the item. Quickly snapping back to reality, Shizune chased after the slug, saying, Tsunade-sama! Wait for me! Cried out Shizune as she raced on while Tantan let out an oink for her troubles. Tsunade was the first to walk in, followed quickly by Shizune, while the Umbu took up discreet positions outside the shop while one made their way inside. The store was rather simple in its design, with cream-colored walls and green baseboards. The floor was deep stained with a hint of red in it. There were racks of simple clothes, kimonos and their accessories, as well as shinobi sandals and other footwear that were placed along the walls. There were a few articles that were hung up in the window, one of which was what Tsunade was after. Tsunade approached the saleswoman who had sat up the moment the bell above the door rang. Greetings she welcomed with the cheeriest attitude she could display. The saleswoman was a woman in her mid-20s with deep chocolate brown hair that was tied up into a high bun. She had fair skin with black eyes. She was wearing a blue and white striped blouse, navy blue capris complemented by white canvas shoes under a forest green apron. How can I help you? She asked as Tsunade and Shizune looked to her. Hello, Tsunade greeted back. Yes, you can. I am interested in the haori you have hanging in your window, Tsunade said as she gestured to the article in question. The woman nodded that she understood and quickly moved to retrieve the haori. The article is a black haori with orange sleeves and embroidery. In the orange sleeves were swirl-like designs while the linger was a brilliant black silk. Tsunade figured that it would make a great gift for Naruto when his birthday came around. After all, one could never shop too early for such festivities. The saleswoman quickly brought over the garment and hung it on a metal stand next to the front desk. Once the garment was hung, the saleswoman brought out a registry book. She quickly looked through the book that held the inventory of the store, the specifics of each product as well as their price. It took a little time before the saleswoman found the haori in question. So this is an adult medium, the saleswoman said as she gestured to the haori, and is crafted with a cotton shell and silk liner so the haori can be worn with less formal attire, and you don't need to worry about it being difficult to clean, the saleswoman read from her book. Tsunade nodded at the details before commenting, with such a crafted garment, I'm surprised that one wants it. The saleswoman let out a sigh. Well, you see, no one wanted this garment because of its bright orange sleeves. Most of the people in the area prefer clothes in more forest or natural colors, she explained. Letting out a sigh, the saleswoman continued, oftentimes clothes that are not part of this scheme don't sell too well, she said sullenly. Tsunade couldn't understand people's thoughts sometimes. Then again, psychology was not one of her preferred fields of study, so she just let it go. Well, I would like to purchase the haori, Tsunade told the saleswoman before asking for the price. With a smile that seemed to brighten up the room, the saleswoman quickly turned her attention to the entry of the haori in her book once again. She read the price, telling the two women that it was 11,929.06 ryo. Nodding at the price, Tsunade brought out a scroll from a seal on the inside of her haori. Unrolling the scroll, Tsunade produced the necessary funds for the transaction before sealing the garment away. As she, Shizune, and the unnoticed Tantan left the store, the saleswoman called out, "Thank you and have a pleasant day." When they were out of the store, Shizune turned toward her master and asked, Tsunade-sama, why did you buy that haori? It isn't exactly complimentary for your clothes. Tsunade gave a large smile to her apprentice. It's for Naruto, she replied cheerfully. Shizune's eyes widened in realization. She soon wanted to smack her forehead for not realizing it sooner. With no more stops in town, The Konoha shinobi made their way out of town towards their next destination before Tanzakugai. It had been a day since Tsunade had left Konoha. Within Orochimaru's hideout in Hai no Kuni, Kabuto was calmly making his way towards his master's chambers to report his findings. Orochimaru-sama stated Kabuto as he knocked on his master's door. Enter came the raspy voice of the Hibi-Sannin. With the permission granted, the silver-haired man calmly opened the door to find his master sitting up in his bed while his face showed he was in immense pain. The pale man turned his gaze towards his right hand. "What is it?" Kabuto asked the in-pain Hibi-Sannin. "We have managed to locate Tsunade Senju," spoke the silver-haired subordinate as he adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru said nothing, but his intense, pain-filled glare ordered Kabuto to continue as he was in no mood for letting the spy's report be told any way that was not expedient. "She has been seen heading to a gambling town in the southwest. Given how she normally is on the move as soon as she burns through a fair bit of money, she may not be there for long." Orochimaru commented on Kabuto's report as he wheezed out what breath he could get. "Tch, of course not. Tsunade is ruled by her grief, so she will more than likely be moving toward greener pastures to bury her woes in sake and a gambling den." Contemplating about the potential options, Kabuto spoke. "If that is the case, then it seems she may be headed towards Tanzakugai, as it is the largest gambling center in the area." Orochimaru gave a pained smile as he spoke. "Excellent. Let's move out immediately. The sooner we meet with Tsunade, the sooner I can have my arms restored," ordered Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned toward one of the darkened corners of the room. "Gyurin!" called the Hibi-Sannin. A person stepped out of the shadow of the wall right next to the bed. Gyurin is a porcelain-skinned woman with dark eyes and light blue hair that she ties into a rather long spiky fanned-out ponytail with shoulder-length side bangs and spiky bangs that cover her forehead. The most noticeable thing was the eye-catching bright red lipstick she wore over her thin lips. She wore a deep red, sleeveless turtleneck bodysuit that stopped just below her shapely rear. Over her bodysuit she wore a deep green kimono with black embroidery, and a large white lily on the left side over the left leg that stopped just over her knee. Her kimono also had a gray fur, fluffy collar. The kimono has a short right sleeve and a long left sleeve. Her kimono was tied closed with a muted yellow rope belt tied into a falling bow knot as the excess also fell to her knees. She wore brown, knee-high shinobi sandals along with wrist-length brown gloves. "Yes, Orochimaru-sama?" asked the blue-haired woman. "We are heading out. Prepare for our departure," the pale man said as he moved to stand from his bed. The woman nodded at her orders and left the room to prepare the necessary supplies for herself, Kabuto, and their master. Kabuto in the meantime stayed and looked over Orochimaru to monitor the deterioration of his arms. As he looked over the appendages, he noticed something disturbing. His fears must have been shown on his face as Orochimaru asked, "What is it?" Kabuto was hesitant to answer, fearing what his master would do with the information he was going to tell Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sama, it's not good. Due to whatever the Sandaime Hokage did to your arms, lacerations are beginning to form across your arms. They aren't opening, but the tears are starting to show." Orochimaru was not happy at the news, but what came next would light a fire against his former sensei that could not be quelled. "It also seems that your arms are becoming necrotic, meaning that current Iryo ninjutsu knowledge cannot help, as the tissue is either dead or dying." Once more Orochimaru scowled at the news. "Damn you, old man!" the Hibi-Sannin cried out. Kabuto winced at the volume of the shout. Sadly, with Kabuto being the only one in the room as well as his best doctor, Kabuto was now the target of Orochimaru's ire once again. "If you cannot heal me, then leave and ensure that Gyurin is ready. I must get to Tsunade as quickly as possible," ordered an enraged Orochimaru. With a deep bow, Kabuto left the room to locate Gyurin and ensure that all materials are packed as per his master's orders. After a little time, Kabuto found Gyurin in the armory of the base with 3 scrolls laid out on long display tables. Kabuto said nothing as he entered into the room, he just stood silent as he observed the blue-haired woman. Taking notice of the spy that had no reason to hide, Gyurin called out to Kabuto as she looked over her shoulder. "Hey Glasses, I need you to pack whatever medicine you need for Orochimaru-sama. We cannot allow him to die on us after all." Kabuto remained silent for a minute, Guren, assuming that Kabuto was contemplating what he would need, remained silent as well. After a while, Kabuto spoke his thoughts. I don't know what I can do with the state his arms are in. Their condition seems to be deteriorating as if they were no longer alive. Not really caring for the explanation, Guren responded as she turned to face Kabuto with a scowl on her face. TCH. You're useless. She then placed her hands on her hips as she scolded Kabuto. Look, why don't you go be useful for something then and go fumble around in your little medicine cabinet and get something to help Orochimaru-sama rather than just standing around like all the other useless fodder, she said with a wave of her hand as she turned back to pack supplies and the scrolls for the journey. Kabuto scowled at her words before he responded with venom concealed in his next statement. You might want to watch your tongue, Guren. You wouldn't want to come down with something you can't walk off. Guren glared at the medic over her shoulder as she retorted, I'd like to see you try. Remember, I am Orochimaru-sama's next vessel now that Kimimaro is bedridden. At those words a smirk crept across her features. Another one of your failures, I might add, so be careful who you are threatening. Internally, Kabuto smirked. Then I guess she hasn't heard about Sasuke being Orochimaru-sama's next vessel then. Fine, let her find out the hard way that her standing has fallen, thought Kabuto, as he pushed his glasses up. Kabuto gave one last glare to the woman before he left to gather what he believed would aid in alleviating Orochimaru's pain. After a few hours, with the supplies packed, the three set out from Orochimaru's hideout in Hi-no-Kuni to Tanzaka-gai to talk to Tsunade. It had been nearly 3 days since Tsunade had left Konoha. Within a dimly lit bar a few days away from Tanzaka-gai, Jiraiya was enjoying himself a fair amount of alcohol as well as the pleasant company of a few women were dressed for pleasant company but not for polite company. He also changed his outfit to that of a bright red kimono with a mesh armor shirt underneath with tabi socks to go along with his geta. He also tied his hair into a spiky braided ponytail to further change his appearance. Inside his kimono was a seal to hide his money so he couldn't be pickpocketed as he enjoyed himself. As Jiraiya laid back into the couch he was sitting in, with a drink in one hand and women curled into his chest who giggled lightly at every word he spoke, another woman approached the Sannin. Looking up, Jiraiya recognized the woman immediately but continued as he was. Well, hello bye, he said with a slur to his words. Why don't you come and give this great sage some company, he said as he freed one of his hands and patted his lap. The woman smiled seductively and took the Sannin on his offer. With a delicate jump, the woman landed softly in Jiraiya's lap, forcing all the other women back as they scowled at the newcomer. The woman began to playfully rub her hands across Jiraiya's chest, feeling up his muscles while discreetly dropping a capsule from the inside of her bracelet to a hidden pocket on the inside of his kimono. After Jiraiya left the bar with so much sway it was a wonder to many that the man could even stand, he made his way to the hotel he and Naruto were sharing to read the message he was given by one of his contacts. He entered the rather plain-looking room quietly so as to not disturb Naruto, who was sleeping soundly though seemed a little uncomfortable. Must be because he is in an unfamiliar environment, thought the Gamma Sannin. It made sense. Whenever beyond the walls of home a shinobi was always in enemy territory, and should never let their guard down. Jiraiya took a seat and lit a candle he had in his own packed scrolls so as to not wake the boy and to be able to burn the message if need be. As he read the notice his eyes widened a fraction. Apparently, the boy was telling the truth that Tsunade is the Godame Hokage. He hadn't asked for this kind of information specifically, just any big events that were happening in his home. Yeah, that would fit my criteria, thought the Gamma Sannin as he scratched his head. He was not going to admit to the boy that he was right. Naruto was already being difficult. If he admitted he was right, Jiraiya was sure the blonde would never let him live it down. The best thing he could do was make their way back discreetly and hope Tsunade wouldn't be mad at him for undertaking a useless mission, or at least talk his way out of nothing more than a stern talking to. That went out the window when he read that Tsunade been spotted heading in the direction of Tanzaka-gai. Now Jiraiya was confused. If she was Hokage, what reason could she have for heading to the city? Well, it didn't matter. What did was to make sure she got back to Konoha. The morning soon came for Naruto, who was tired from staying up late training his nature transformation. His internal clock, that he had developed while training with Tsunade and Shizune, had seen that he didn't sleep into close to the afternoon. As he woke, he saw that Jiraiya had returned. Figuring that the Gamma Sannin would crawl out of bed when he finished getting ready, Naruto made a Kage Bunshin to torment the Gamma Sannin as he left the room to freshen up for the day's events. Though Jiraiya was asleep due to the hangover he gained from last night, to receive a drop registered the pop of the Kage Bunshin's creation. When he felt a presence creeping towards him, he acted and smacked whatever it was with a free pillow, dispelling the Bunshin. Naruto received the memories of his Bunshin being dispelled and smiled as he brushed his teeth, knowing that he woke the pervert who no doubt had a splitting headache. When he came out of the bathroom, Naruto saw Jiraiya rubbing his temples to alleviate the pain he was feeling. "Were you out drinking again?" asked the blonde as he raised a judgmental eyebrow at the Gamma Sannin. Jiraiya shot a weak, one-eyed glare at Naruto. "Shut it," retorted Jiraiya. After a little time, he stood to his feet and called out his usual attire. "Anyway, let's get something to eat after I change." "I learned where Tsunade is," spoke the older male. Naruto gave a snort of derision as Jiraiya passed him. "Yeah, she's in Konoha. Like I've been saying," he shouted out at the end. Jiraiya stopped at the bathroom door and looked over his shoulder. "No. She is headed to a city called Tanzakugai." Naruto looked confused at the name. "Never heard of it," he told the white-haired man. Jiraiya turned back to the bathroom. "I figured you hadn't. But I'll tell you about it after we hit the road. I don't want other villages or bounty hunters learning of this." Naruto nodded in agreement. "You got to keep the Hokage safe after all." The duo were once again back on the road. As Jiraiya said he would, he told Naruto that Tanzakugai is a prominent gambling den, a bit of a vice for Tsunade, but Naruto claimed that she had greatly cut back on said vice. Naruto didn't buy that Tsunade left the village just to gamble. He then remembered that she messaged him, letting him know that she would head out to get him and Jiraiya. Once he recalled that, he crossed his arms and spoke confidently. "I bet she's out here to take us back." Jiraiya eyed the blonde, no longer discounting his words given how he was right about Tsunade being Hokage. Jiraiya didn't know why she was out, but he suspected he knew. Nevertheless, that didn't mean he couldn't continue to rile up the blonde. "No. If she is head to the town, then it's to gamble away a healthy sum." Naruto looked aghast at the accusation. "No way. If Tsu-chan is going to gamble, then she would only do so reasonably. Besides, she's really busy as Hokage, so she probably doesn't have time for that stuff right now." In a card den a little less than a day's journey from Tanzakugai, Tsunade let loose a sneeze that startled her and nearly caused her to drop her cards. "That was close," Tsunade said with a sigh. "Who is talking about me? They better not be doing so," perversely thought Tsunade, thought with a scowl, inadvertently making the others believe she had a bad hand. "Or if it's Naruto, he probably is thinking of questions for me to answer when we meet up," she thought fondly, confusing the other players even more. Jiraiya looked at the kid, once more out of the corner of his eye. He had to give him credit for sticking to the story about knowing Tsunade for as long as he was, but it was getting old. When he would inevitably meet with Tsunade again in Tanzakugai, he would definitely call the kid out about being Tsunade's apprentice. Once again Tsunade and her entourage had stopped at another town. This time Tsunade was playing the part of a woman burying herself in alcohol, though many of her entourage were worried that she may be getting too into the part. The blonde was well into her fourth bottle, and despite being able to negate many of the issues of a hangover, that did not stop Tsunade's company from worrying about her ever-growing rate of consumption or her ramblings that started after she was halfway through her third bottle. It was only when she was starting her sixth bottle did she begin speaking loud enough for the others to hear. "I miss my Nara bear. I mean, he is my cuddly teddy bear," whined an intoxicated Tsunade as she laid her head down on the table as well as her sake dish, as waterfall tears began to roll down her cheeks. Apparently she had been going on and on about Naruto, thought Shizune as a comedic sweat drop formed on the side of her head. Why did Jiraiya need to take him on this pointless mission? If only the council would have said something, then Naruto would be back home with me, she whined. The Umbu in disguise couldn't tell in what way she meant those words. Sadly, like any time at an establishment surrounded by gambling dens, some rather intoxicated individuals made their presence known as they attempted to flirt with the drunken Tsunade. "Hey, pretty thing," slurred the leader of the ghastly group of three. "We'll be your teddy bear if you want someone better," commented the man as he attempted to flex his non-existent muscles as he leered at Tsunade. He nor his companions saw the fist coming, but when it struck, all three men were launched out of the establishment, breaking through a wall, and landed in the street in a heap. In her angered and intoxicated state of mind, Tsunade stood in her booth and planted a foot on the table while another was on the cushion of the booth she was sitting in. She was posed as if resembling a leader getting ready to lead a charge. "Shut it! No one can touch me like that except my Naru bear!" she shouted as she pointed at the men who were piled up in the street outside the establishment. The red cheeks she sported hinted that she was highly inebriated. Shizune let out a sigh as she shook her head in her hand. She now knew too late that her master did indeed have too much to drink. As the pair traveled, Naruto chose to work on another of his skills, one he had to be reminded he had when he was tracking Gaara, his sensory abilities. Normally he would be forced to be still and concentrate to use it, but what if he could use it like a Byakugan? That would mean he would never get taken by surprise unless he wasn't focusing. The mere thought had made him giddy with excitement and eagerness to train. For this he took a different approach. Instead of creating a load of bunshin, who would probably dispel from running into something or tripping over a road obstacle, he created a bunshin who used some rope he had for a stretcher around his body like a harness. It would then use the rope to guide him like a seeing-eyed dog. With his strategy now implemented, Naruto was about to begin to train before his bunshin made a good suggestion. "Hey boss, why don't you make some more of us to practice using our chains so we could use them instead of some rope? I mean, we never practice using them to hold someone gently, just use them to move objects." Naruto thought about his bunshin's suggestion. It was true that he practiced how to manipulate his chains, but he had yet to use them for delicate situations like holding a VIP or catching a falling comrade. Liking the idea, he chose to create even more bunshin to practice manipulating his chains for delicate tasks, since his Kage bunshin dispel very easily. Jiraiya watched on as his secret godson went through a myriad of emotions after he created a single bunshin that he had tie a rope harness around him. His bunshin then suggested work with his chains. Jiraiya had to admit that Kage bunshin were an excellent target thanks to their lack of durability. It seemed as whatever Kakashi did train him in seemed to be giving Naruto good ideas. Never mind that Naruto was doing such things well before he met the silver-haired Jonin. After another day of travel, Naruto and Jiraiya were going to make one last stop before they would reach Tanzakagai. Naruto was continuing to train his chains and sensor ability, as he was yesterday. He had noticed two rather large chakras nearby. He was really impressed by the chakra size of Jiraiya. He was almost, if not as large as Tsunade, leading to Naruto to think that the pervy Sannin may be worth his title. Today, though, he had been detecting the two powerful chakra signatures following him and Jiraiya. Looking back at it, it seemed there were three sizable chakra signatures. It was just that two were right on top of each other. Either way, they were following them. Surprised by this, Naruto focused hard on these large chakra signatures to learn their shapes and access their threat levels. He was surprised when what appeared to be a sword that had its own chakra network. The other two seemed to keeping pace as if they were traveling together. The shorter ones seemed to have more chakra focused on their eyes. He must have a dojutsu, thought the blonde. He felt some tension in the rope around his chest, meaning he bunshin was guiding him in a different direction. Getting back on focus, the second signature terrified him to the point he was visibly sweating. Whoever they were, they had more chakra than Tsunade and even himself. He was immediately put on guard because if they were hostile, he would need to defend himself. As they seemed to be staying a good bit away from him and the Gamma Sannin, he couldn't determine their hostility them. What is with their chakra pools? They probably in the same league as the pervert, and Su-chan thought, the startled blonde. Could he take them? Maybe, but he definitely couldn't fight them like he did Gaara. He would need to fight with all his skills. Then again, what were the odds that they would charge him like some kind of crazed bull, right? Kisame let out a light sneeze. Itachi gave the man a withering glare for not covering his mouth when he sneezed. Itachi didn't want to come down with something if his companion was. With that in mind, Naruto knew he at least needed to tell Jiraiya. If the man had as much chakra as he sensed, then maybe he would know what to do. "Hey, pervy sage!" Naruto called. Jiraiya quickly rounded on the blonde and shouted, "Don't call me that! Naruto squinted his eyes at Jiraiya before speaking again. Whatever. Listen, there are 3 large chakra signatures following us, and one is a sword, spoke the blonde with worry following every word he spoke. Jiraiya was surprised by the blonde's news as his eyes widened imperceptibly for someone of Naruto's skill to notice. Speaking quickly, Jiraiya asked, "Are you sure?" Not caring how Naruto knew of such information. "Yeah," he replied with a nod. "They are keeping their distance, but they are going along the same path as us." Jiraiya's mind immediately began contemplating what to do. He would not have worried about what Naruto had told him if not for the fact that one of the individuals following them having a sword that had a large chakra signature on its own. Letting out a deep breath, Jiraiya relayed his orders. "All right, keep an eye on them. If they get closer, let me know." Naruto nodded in affirmation. Just then something immediately popped up in Jiraiya's mind. "Also, when we get to town, you're going to need to dispel your bunshin so as to not cause a ruckus." Naruto was about to protest until the bunshin holding the rope that was guiding him spoke first while nodded in understanding. Naruto pouted that his bunshin answered for him, but Jiraiya was right. Explaining why he was wrapped in rope was not something he wanted to do. He also felt like more should be done about those 2 following them. To that end, he created a few Kage bunshin to brainstorm potential ideas in case he needed to fight them while he went back to tracking the 2 large chakra signatures. Since he needed a target for training his sensory abilities, he would keep track of them as an exercise. Even if they tried to suppress their chakra, he would still see the outline it provided him when he looked at them. Now the hard part would be being able to track the signatures and walk unaided. The 2 reached a new town that Jiraiya said was a day's journey from Tanzakagai. It was well into the afternoon, and Jiraiya figured it would be a good idea to stop so as to not camp out if the 2 powerful chakra signatures are still behind them. That part Naruto could agree to. With that, the 2 went into town only to find some kind of festival preparations underway. Children were running through the streets while many shops were hanging lantern strings between the shops. Naruto was giddy at the sight, as every time he tried to go to a festival back in Konoha, he would either be kicked out or the villagers would make it very clear he was not welcome. As they walked through town to find a hotel, Naruto saw a porcelain mask store. Naruto got really excited now. When he was a kid, he saw a fox mask he really wanted, but he was kicked out of the store before he could buy it. Now, though, he had a chance. Without a second thought, Naruto purchased the mask. The mask had white wrappings to secure the mask. It had red filling inside the ears while black ovals encased the eyes with red highlights. There were black and red whisker marks on its cheeks while the muzzle was made to look like the bearer was smiling with curled lips that were also highlighted red. Naruto wasted no time in running into the store to purchase the mask. When he entered the rather standard-looking store, the salesman happily turned toward Naruto. "Hello, young man, how are you?" This salesman had short black hair with a rectangular face. He was wearing a plain, loose-fitting gray shirt with navy blue cargo shorts and blue shinobi sandals underneath a brown apron. Naruto responded back with a cheerful smile of his own as he responded, "Hello? I'm doing great." The salesman looked happy at that. "Well, are there any products that have caught your eye?" Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, I was looking to get the kitsune mask you have." The salesman looked to the mask Naruto was pointing to before he retrieved it. When he set it down on the counter, the salesman pulled out a brown leather ledger so he could give the price of the mask. When he found the entry, "The mask is 1,342.39 ryos," said the salesman. Naruto pulled out his Gama-chan and paid for the mask. When the transaction was completed, Naruto donned his mask and ran out of the store, making sure to thank the salesman as he left. When Naruto left the store, he nearly ran into Jiraiya, who did not look happy. "And just where were you?" he asked, far too calmly for the mood he appeared to be in. Naruto grinned widely beneath his new mask. "I saw something I really like, and since we have been moving the next day, I decided to get it now," replied the blonde. Jiraiya seemed to scowl at the blonde's reply but said nothing as he walked on. Sadly, because he was no longer focusing on his sensory abilities, the 3 chakra signatures were standing on a nearby roof looking down on the scene. "So what are you thinking, Itachi?" asked Kisame. Itachi was silent with contemplation. They had been lucky to pass by the 2 as they planned their next move to locate Naruto. All they needed to do was plan their next move to kidnap the Kyubi Jinchuriki. We will use one of Jiraiya-sama's vices to separate them. Afterwards we will act. Kisame smiled at the plan. Fine, but I was hoping to take on one of the Densetsu no Sannin, replied Kisame. Itachi said nothing as he attempted to locate a suitable woman for their needs. Naruto and Jiraiya found a suitable hotel for them to spend the night. Before they went inside, Jiraiya stopped Naruto and asked, Naruto, you brought your wallet with you, right? Naruto looked up suspiciously at the Gamma Sannin before answering in the affirmative. Jiraiya nodded in approval. Hand it over, said the Gamma Sannin as he held his hand out. Hand it over. I have been covering the cost of this mission so far, so it's only fair that you chip in yourself. Naruto looked aghast. Hell no! Shouted back the blonde. Your team leader, you can get reimbursed when we get back. Plus, if money was so important to you, then you should have been less frugal with your money, retorted the blonde. Jiraiya was not happy to hear that response. Honestly, because of what he spent a majority of his money on was not mission related, so he couldn't get reimbursed for it. Listen, this isn't up for discussion, Jiraiya said as he managed to swipe Naruto's wallet. Hey, get back here! Shouted the blonde as Jiraiya went to the hotel's front desk. Naruto was too late to reclaim his wallet as Jiraiya used some of the money to pay for their hotel. All Naruto could do was pout with his arms crossed as he watched his money get spent. Suddenly a beautiful woman in a tight and alluring red dress walked by, getting Jiraiya's attention as his mouth hung open in awe. The woman turned back to Jiraiya and gave him a flirtatious wink with a blown kiss. Jiraiya immediately gave Naruto his wallet back and told him, Hey kid, go up to the room and don't wait up. Naruto looked aghast at what happened to his poor Gama-chan. Hey! Where Naruto's words died in his throat as when he looked up, Jiraiya was gone. Grumbling, Naruto made his way to their room. Unknown to the two, Itachi and Kisame readied themselves to act. When Naruto got to his room, the first thing he did after locking the door to the room was let out his anger at Jiraiya, a man who took his money just so he could continue to be a skirt chaser. How was it Naruto's fault that he blew his money? What right did that give him to take his money? So caught up in his anger, Naruto didn't notice the incoming presences that arrived outside his door. A knock came from the door to Naruto's room. In his anger, Naruto stood to his feet and made his way to the door, only to stop when he began ranting about how the pervert got dumped. Did he realize that if it were Jiraiya, he should have just walked in as he had a key of his own? Cautiously, Naruto closed his eyes and used his sensory ability to see who was on the other side. His heart nearly leapt from his chest as it was the three large chakra signatures that had been following him and Jiraiya for the past day now. On the other side of the door, Kisame was getting impatient. He was still somewhat livid that they were forced to abandon the fight in Konoha, and now this brat that they are supposed to capture was taking forever to answer the door. I mean, shouldn't the kid at least be a little curious as to who is at his door? What's taking the kid? Asked an irate Kisame. Itachi continued to look at the door to Naruto's room as he spoke. Patience, Kisame. He will answer. Kisame scoffed at Itachi's reply. TCH. If he doesn't open the door soon, then I'm breaking it down. Itachi's only outward reaction was a slight twitch in his neck before he spoke. There is no need for that. He is a child. His curiosity will lead him to open the door. On the other side of the door, however, Naruto was unsure of what to do. Naruto quickly thought back to some of the plans his Bunshin devised, running through what he could remember of them until he settled on one. Or at least he thought it was just one. His plan would see him create several Kage Bunshin, and as soon as the door came open, everyone would send a flurry of chains at the door. As soon as that happened, he would make a break for it out the window so he could summon Katsuyu so she could take him to Shikatsu Forest, or directly to Tsunade since Jiraiya wasn't here and the two outside had chakra levels that would imply they are very strong. With his patience fully exhausted, Kisame burst through the door, startling Naruto, who just finalized his plan. Acting quickly, Naruto summoned over a dozen Kage Bunshin. Before the smoke that signaled their creation dissipated around their forms, each Bunshin sent a flurry of chains into the door. Kisame was taken completely off guard by the appearance of several gold glowing chains charging toward him. Sadly, because of where he was standing, He was bound by the chains as he attempted to maneuver so as to not be impaled on their spear tips. Itachi was surprised by the chains. He had only heard of one other person in Konoha that had this Kekkei Genkai, and Naruto had shown no signs of the ability before he left the village, so he froze in place for a second, which cost Kisame. Kisame was bound by the chains from both surprise and being in the door frame, which left Itachi behind him, so he had no room to maneuver out of their path. The chains successfully bound Kisame. However, one Bunshin acted on its own and rushed toward Kisame with a charged punch to send the bound swordsman through the hotel and to the other side of town, hoping that his fellow Bunshin would release him as soon as he cleared the exterior wall of the hotel. Itachi snapped out of his surprise after a few seconds. The next thing he saw was Kisame flying through the walls of the hotel with the chains following through with the flying Kisame. Itachi took up a position at the door to try and peer past the chains, however he was taken by surprise by what he heard next. There was a poof, signaling that something was summoned. Shortly after there was another poof followed by several more as the chains soon disappeared. Peeking inside, Itachi found the room empty. With the aid of his Sharingan, he saw chakra smoke dissipating but no Naruto. Suddenly there was a much louder poof of smoke behind him. Itachi quickly rounded on the sound only to see Jiraiya standing atop an orange, armored toad holding an odachi in its webbed hands. Over his shoulder was the woman in the red dress as he stood in theatrical pose. Foolish evildoers, do you believe that I, the gallant Jiraiya, would fall for the charms of a beautiful woman? Women throw themselves at my feet to be embraced by the great sage of Mount Myaboku, for I am the illustrious Jiraiya. He bellowed for all to hear. Itachi was nervous now. Not only was Kisame gone, but so too was their target. And to make things worse, before him was one of the Densetsu no Sannin. He needed to get away, and quickly. His best option was to stall so he could cast a powerful genjutsu to escape. Jiraiya of the Sannin. I didn't expect you to be here so quickly, spoke the calm Uchiha. Jiraiya set the woman down against the wall as he spoke. Humph. No woman under such a spell would ever be able to charm the likes of me. Itachi decided to make note of that, as he seems to be vulnerable to it initially. I see, was Itachi's only response. When Jiraiya stood to his full height, he took special care to not look Itachi in the eyes, though he was unaware that Itachi was preparing a genjutsu that he didn't need his eyes for. Jiraiya soon became far more serious. What are you after? Itachi merely raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Asked Itachi. I know that the group you are part of is after the Biju, but what are you collecting them for? Itachi now understood what was being asked. That is not something you need to know, commented Itachi. All you need to know is it is something that will reshape the world, said Itachi, as he now had enough time to shape his chakra to subtly catch Jiraiya in a genjutsu. Now all he needed to do was influence Jiraiya's chakra. This was doable as an angered Kisame came through the hole in the wall he had ejected through earlier with a snarl on his face and Samahata in hand. Grr! Where is that damn Gaki? When I get my hands on him, I'll rip him to shreds no matter what, barked Kisame. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's shift in focus, Itachi cast his genjutsu, catching Jiraiya in a scene of lust with women of Jiraiya's own imagination on a beach that was soon overtaken by Guy posing in the center of Jiraiya's view, converting the women from sexy pin-up models to muscle mommies. Jiraiya was locked in a sensation of confusion and inspiration. When he was sure that Jiraiya was caught in his Mega Narukami no Jutsu, Itachi turned to Kisame. You okay? Kisame turned to face Itachi, a snarl still on his face. No, that kid has an incredibly strong punch, commented the irate swordsman. Well, the boy is gone. I was able to look into the room before Jiraiya arrived in the hall. Now Kisame's anger was growing to new heights. Not only did he get struck out of the hotel by some Gaki, now he finds out that their target is gone. Kisame is about ready to throw a tantrum, but Itachi intervenes. Kisame, we need to leave. I don't know how long Jiraiya will be under the genjutsu. For now we need to retreat, as our priority is taking the boy, not picking a fight. Kisame was greatly angered about all the events that had taken place over this mission. He was placed into a fight he was not able to complete. Then they tracked down their target only for him to be punched out of the hotel they followed him to with a force that most definitely would have broken most of his rib cage if not for Samahata. And now they were being forced to retreat because their target is missing. Fine, Kisame said begrudgingly, but we are taking a mission with a lot of fighting in it. I need to burn off some steam, commented the former Kiri swordsman. Itachi nodded, if for no other reason than to quickly leave. It would be a little time late after they left before Jiraiya would escape from the genjutsu. The first thing he did was pull out a small notebook and began writing whatever had come over his mind since he was in the genjutsu. When he completed his writings, he began to look around and take in the situation before him. So far the hallway was unchanged, so he made his way to the room. Carefully, Jiraiya inspected the door frame to ensure that no trap was left for him if he needed to track the two criminals, but he did find small cuts into the wood made by rather small blades. With no traps detected, Jiraiya went into the room, which seemed to be untouched. Slowly and methodically, Jiraiya checked the room only to find the blonde missing. Jiraiya let out a string of curses, fearing he was too late to prevent Naruto from being taken. But realizes that Itachi was alone. If they had taken Naruto, there would have been no reason that Itachi would have still been in the hall by himself, and crouched at the door, as if he was preparing to enter, commented the Gama Sannin. That would mean that they hadn't gotten to Naruto, so where could he have gone? There was no mess, meaning he didn't leave the room by normal means. Jiraiya let out a sigh, as there are a few methods to leave a room with no trace, and the boy had been saying he knew one for part of their journey. Let's hope he is Tsunade's second apprentice, he said with a sigh. Tsunade and her retinue finally reached Tanzakagai, though they did so a day earlier than expected. They stopped to allow the Umbu to change their attire so as to not be seen as shinobi. Unexpectedly, however, there was a small poof of smoke that put everyone on guard. When the smoke dissipated, it revealed Katsuyu at about the size of a horse. Tsunade was the first to speak. Katsuyu, what do you need? She asked in a tame but surprised tone. With a bow, Katsuyu spoke. I apologize, my lady, but Naruto requests I summon him to you immediately. He is currently in Shikatsu Forest awaiting his summon. Tsunade immediately began to panic internally, while on the outside she appeared to be as calm as can be. Then let us not keep him waiting. Please bring him here, Katsuyu spoke. Tsunade. Yes, my lady, said the white slug as she bowed. There was another poof of smoke. Out of it came a spiky-headed blonde wearing a white kitsune mask with red detailing on the side of his head and an apple in hand. When he caught sight of Tsunade, Shizune, and Tonton, he let out a large sigh of relief. Thank you, Katsuyu-chan, said a grateful blonde as he gave Katsuyu the apple, who gladly accepted it. It was no trouble, Naruto-san, replied the white slug. Tsunade then asked a question that many wanted an answer to. Naruto-chan, what happened? Naruto looked a little sheepish. Well, me and Jiraiya reached this town called where I got his kitsune mask, he said happily as he pointed to the mask in question. After I got it, he took my wallet and used my money to pay for our hotel, claiming that I need to help pay for things on the mission. I told him that since he was squad leader, he could get reimbursed when we got back to Konoha as additional expenses, but I think he was just out of money from spending it on alcohol and arm candy, he explained. Tsunade's eyebrow imperceptibly twitched when she heard that Jiraiya took Naruto's money. She would be having words with her former teammate when she sees him again. Well, after he paid for the hotel with my money, this woman in a tight red dress walked by. His jaw hit the floor and he left me alone and told me to go to the room without him. I locked the door and was really frustrated because he wanted to go skirt chasing again, Naruto said with a huff. All the women in the group slowly began to radiate auras of malice, some because Jiraiya would abandon his duty as squad leader to chase a woman, and others because he would leave his teammate, one he requested to bring with him, behind for a woman who could have been used to try and separate them and kill them. Well, there came a knock at the door. At first I thought it was the pervert because he knew which room was ours, but then I got suspicious as he would have his own key, so why would he need me to let him in? So I used sensory ability to check the door, and found out it was the same 2 chakra signatures that had been following us for a few days. One was almost as large as yours, Tsu-chan, but he was putting more chakra towards his eyes, meaning he probably had a dojutsu. The other was big, like really big. So big it was larger than yours, Tsu-chan, he explained to the group, even using his arms to help explain how massive the chakra signature was. And they even had a sword with its own chakra system. I mean, what sword has that? Asked an excited Naruto. That last detail really surprised the group. There was only one sword known to have a chakra network of its own, but it could have been claimed by another. They need to at least have a description of the owner to confirm their suspicions. Naruto-kun, do you know what the wielder of the sword looked like? Asked Shizune. Naruto looked contemplative for a moment before answering. Yeah, he had blue skin, spiked up blue hair, and really sharp teeth, spoke the younger blonde. That told the group immediately who Naruto encountered. Kisame Hashigaki, the Kirigakyu no Kaijin. At that, the entire group's eyes widened. Naruto was attacked by an S-ranked missing nin. Now it came down to why Naruto was sought out by such a person, as Kisame had abandoned Kiri before the start of the civil war. Unaware of the group's thoughts, Naruto continued his tale. Well, I came up with a plan where I would create several Kage Bunshin to send my chains through the entrance so I could summon Katsuyu and get out of there. I mean, I can fight someone like Gaara easily, as he just let me do what I wanted, but 2 guys stronger than him sounds like a tall order, especially if I don't know how they fight. The next thing made Naruto a little bashful. I mean, I don't want to have another fight like Gaara in the forest where it was just a slugging match. The experienced shinobi were pleased with Naruto's answer. You did not always need to immediately fight any opponent you came across. Sometimes backing out before a fight is even started or making a clean getaway is preferable than fighting an unknown. This is more true for someone like a genin facing down a monster like Kisame. Tsunade walked over to Naruto and gave him a hug. Well, I'm glad to see you are alright. For now, you will travel with us since it sounds like you were on your way here, am I right? Naruto nodded his head in affirmation. Yeah, the pervert said you were on your way here, so we set out to meet you, replied the blonde. Tsunade let go of Naruto and nodded. Alright. Then he should be making his way here in a hurry if I know him well enough and he hasn't changed. For now, let's get to town and making arrangements for staying so we can catch a toad. Afterwards, I can see you've been coming along with those training materials I sent you. Naruto gave a smile that could outshine the sun. Yeah. Also, I have some questions I thought of when I was reading that medical text you sent, said the excited younger blonde. Tsunade smiled at that. Well, let's get going and you can ask Shizune and I as we walk, okay? Naruto nodded and the group continued their way into Tanzakugai. So what questions did you have, Naruto? Asked Tsunade. Naruto got out his little notebook of questions and notes. He began flipping through it to locate the questions he thought of from his current spot in the book. Yeah, so the first one I had was, is it possible to regrow cartilage, and if not, how do we handle that? Tsunade nodded in approval of such a question. Good question, responded Tsunade as she patted his head. Theoretically it is possible, but cartilage doesn't grow back when damaged. However, it is possible to fuse fragments together before bonding them to muscle tissue to either repair or replace lost cartilage. If this is not possible, then we would insert a metal plate between the joints to prevent them from grinding against one another. To get cartilage fragments, they are typically taken as donations taken from a fallen comrade before it dries and becomes useless, explained the busted blonde. As Tsunade was answering Naruto's questions, the young blonde was furiously writing, in another notebook, everything Tsunade was explaining, though he did seem to grow a little green at desecrating a fallen comrade for parts. It made him feel gross and as if he were desecrating the dead. He decided that as a doctor he would recommend the metal plate, then desecrate a person's remains. As if sensing his distress, Tsunade placed a hand on his shoulder. Shizune gave him a counseling smile as Taunton rubbed against his leg briefly, showing that they were not fans of desecrating the dead either. Sadly, they were aware that this was something that Naruto would have to come to terms with in the event he was forced to be a medic with limited to no supplies. Smiling softly, Naruto got back to the lesson. Putting his hand under his chin in thought, Naruto said, I see. Because cartilage can't regrow, we need other ways to help. He then thought of something that he had read about when it came to blood and organ transplants. Do we have to make sure the cartilage is from a compatible blood type to make sure it is accepted? Tsunade smiled at the thoughtful question. For cartilage, it is not required to be from a compatible blood type since no blood vessels run through it. If you are going to be using some from another person, you just need to get some that are fresh, or else the cartilage may have dried out and had become useless. If that happens, it will no longer able to conform to the joint they are needed for, explained Tsunade. The Umbu, for their part, were either highly intrigued by the conversation or were tuning them out in favor paying attention to their surroundings to not be caught off guard as they walked. "What is your next question, Naruto?" asked Tsunade. Naruto flipped through his first book again and asked how are a patient's bones affected if we need to use them to produce more blood to save a patient when we have no other means of replacing it, like blood bags. Tsunade looked down at Naruto with a question of her own. "I assume you are talking about having the bones rapidly produce blood with the use of blood pills or chakra stimulation?" Naruto nodded in confirmation at her question. Tsunade was getting ready to answer his question, so Naruto prepared his notebook again. "Well, because we put so much strain on the bones to rapidly produce more blood to replace what is lost, we run the risk of making them brittle. This happens because we force the bones to use all the nutrients and resources available within each bone to produce blood, often to the point it could overconsume nutrients if not handled correctly," Tsunade explained, all the while Naruto was taking notes as fast as he could to ensure he got everything. Tsunade waited patiently for Naruto to finish his note-taking. When she saw he was done, Athena spoke again. "It's why the procedure is usually considered a last resort method for saving a person's life. If you find yourself in such a situation where you need to use such a procedure, you should try to utilize the whole skeleton to not weaken any one area of the body. Also, while using the bones closest to the injury is a viable method of producing blood for the body, using the whole skeleton lessens the strain on each bone. This ensures the likelihood of preventing serious skeletal damage to the patient. This is why chakra control is so important for our field as medics. Your chakra will allow you to target specific areas and stimulate the production of the necessary cells, from red blood cells to platelets." Naruto nodded along as she spoke, ensuring he wrote every word so he could commit them to memory. On the outskirts of Tanzakugai, another party had arrived near the large gambling town. Overlooking the town on a large hill was Orochimaru along with Kabuto and Guren. In front of the Hibi Sannin was a small snake with black scales that had a faint layer of pale blue spots and a white underbelly. The snake was coiled before them as its tongue flicked out, tasting the air before it. "Well?" asked Orochimaru to the snake. He wanted to be sure that Tsunade was in the area before making his presence known. If she was not here, it was easier to ensure a hassle-free journey if no one knew you were around. The snake turned back to Orochimaru before it spoke in a light, feminine tone. There was an appearance of a slug not too long ago. It had appeared on the outskirts of this place, so it was isolated from the town ahead. Hearing this, Orochimaru and Kabuto came to the conclusion that Tsunade was indeed in the area, or more likely already in town. "Excellent," spoke the Hibi Sannin with a cruel grin on his face. "I believe it is time to get Tsunade's attention," spoken in pain Sannin. With that, he dismissed the snake before him and beckoned Kabuto forward. Such motions were becoming more difficult, as his arms seemed to be losing their motor function as well. Kabuto aided in drawing a little blood from his master with the use of a hypodermic needle. With that, Kabuto spread the blood over Orochimaru's snake tattoo on his left arm again, allowing the pale man to summon an even larger snake, one that the three could ride atop as they entered town. Tsunade, Shizune, Naruto, Taunton, and the disguised Umbu were making their way through the center of Tanzakugai towards the castle that had stood since the Warring States period. They were making their way there because Naruto wanted to see the castle. When he had asked about Tanzakugai, Shizune had told him it was a popular trading center and was able to keep itself protected from the samurai of warring lords, but it is now a gambling town with a minor trade presence. There was a time that many saw the castle as symbol of safety, as none of the shinobi clans were willing to take the city as that could hurt their relations with merchant guilds. Naruto had asked why the shinobi didn't just steal everything they needed. "Tell me, Naruto-kun, what allows commerce to flourish?" Naruto thought about it for a minute. "The exchange of goods or services for monetary compensation, right?" Shizune nodded in affirmation. "Yes, and if goods were constantly being stolen, then no one would be willing to make anything because they would get anything for their work," answered Naruto. Shizune nodded again as realization struck Naruto. It was so they didn't stop the flow of money that would affect them too. The Umbu watched the scene with thoughts of, well, he has certainly improved from the reports I had heard about while he was at the academy. The group arrived at the impressive castle that was now a vacation home for the daimyo, when his family cemented their control over Hai no Kuni. Naruto was in awe like any child on a field trip to a new place when suddenly many people ran past the group in fear, screaming about a monster approaching the wall. The group looked on concerned until a loud rumbling went off. Taking that as their K, the Umbu ran like frightened civilians only to circle back and hide in the shadows to watch over their Hokage. Coming into view was a large snake, and atop its head was a smirking Orochimaru with two people behind him, one of which shocked Naruto. When the Odo shinobi landed before them, Naruto saw Kabuto and was taken completely by surprise by the silver-haired teen. While his two seniors were calm and collected, Naruto was stunned and confused. Where they were unfazed by who was in front of them, Naruto couldn't believe it. Kabuto was cursing internally. He wasn't expecting to meet anyone who had known him before. If Naruto calls him out, then his ability to spy within Konoha is shot to pieces. His anonymity is lost thanks to the younger blonde, though that did beg the question as to why and how he was here. He would have to play his cards carefully to get such information. In the meantime, he would need to work on silencing the boy so his identity as a known spy isn't released, killing all his covers in the other villages. The behemoth of a snake lowered its head to allow Orochimaru and his entourage off its head as it soon left back to Ryuchi Cave, home of the snake summons. The Umbu were now on high alert as they hid on the roofs of the surrounding buildings as the two Sannin stared each other down between the large walls that defined the surrounding of the area in the city near the castle. Shizune and Naruto were tense at having Orochimaru in front of them, though Naruto was also radiating anger at the man who killed the man who helped him, as little as it was, and cost so many their lives. Tsunade was the most relaxed of her group, though she was ready for a fight as she could see the desire and pain that were clearly on display on Orochimaru's features. I guess the wounds Sensei inflicted on him were more effective than they thought, speculated the Godame. Buren for her part looked disinterested in all of those across from her, especially the blonde child who she saw as worthless. Kabuto looked down at Naruto with interest, curious as to why the Jinchuriki was with Tsunade, as he hadn't heard he was with her when she was spotted earlier. Orochimaru would have taken in who was with Tsunade, but he was so focused on getting his arms healed that he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Naruto wanted to shout at Kabuto, but he was too stunned by the person before him. Wasn't this guy a Konoha shinobi? What? I thought you were a Konoha shinobi? How could you be working for someone like him? Asked Naruto while pointing toward Orochimaru. Kabuto merely shrugged, noticing that his cover was really blown open thanks to the boy's question. You'll find that many people you know will betray you. However, I was never a Konoha shinobi. I have always been a spy for Orochimaru-sama, he stated nonchalantly. Tsunade put a hand on Naruto's shoulder to calm him and prevent him from acting rashly. Orochimaru was the next to speak after a short silence, a cocky smirk on his pale face. Well, Tsunade, it's been a while and I see you managed to catch yourself a fox. Was one pet not enough? Tsunade gave no outward reaction to her former teammate's words as she wore a neutral expression. However, the hand on Naruto's shoulder never moved as the younger blonde's expression changed from surprise to a glare at the insult. The only thing preventing him from rebutting was Tsunade keeping him in place as she used her chakra to reinforce her grip. Orochimaru. What do you want? Despite not having his expression change, Tsunade somehow felt the man's smirk grow. Now, Tsunade. Can't an old friend come and visit? Tsunade scowled at the man's choice of words. We aren't friends, Orochimaru. Now what do you want? Orochimaru laughed at the woman's harsh words and dark tone, while Buren felt the need to put this blonde in her place for daring to insult her master. Kukuku. Well, since you are asking so politely, I was wondering if you could help me with something. You see, I had a run-in with our old sensei, and let's just say he left me in a state that is less than ideal. Tsunade's expression changed to a smirk. She remembered reading the report the two Umbu who lived through the battle. She was proud of what her sensei did to her former teammate despite his age. She decided to taunt Orochimaru and his misfortune. You mean he beat you? Orochimaru's smirk changed to a scowl. If that were true, then he would be alive and I would not be here. Orochimaru was hoping for some kind of reaction from his former teammate, but she didn't even seem surprised by his words. Sadly, for the Hibi Sannin, this news was not shocking to Tsunade as she was there for her sensei's funeral. Naruto was getting upset at his casual dismissal of killing so many and was struggling to keep himself from shouting at the Sannin. Tsunade took notice of Orochimaru's arms. His arms seemed to be becoming necrotic. Just what did Sensei do to his arms? Questioned Tsunade. The elder blonde was not the only one to notice it. Shizune had seen it as well, while Naruto needed to calm down more before he noticed the condition of the pale man in front of him. Kabuto noticed the tension rising between the two groups and hoped to be more diplomatic than his master was. Tsunade-sama, if you would please hear us out. Without waiting for the Godane to respond, Kabuto continued, as I am sure a medic of your caliber can tell, Orochimaru-sama's arms are not doing well. For the next part to be said, Kabuto had to swallow his pride, and we need a medic of your caliber to ensure his arms make a recovery. Tsunade once again took notice of Orochimaru's arms before returning her gaze back to Orochimaru. I'm not interested, she said with a dismissive wave. Soon her gaze intensified as she focused on the silver-haired teen. You, however, were a Konoha shinobi. I see you are a traitor, she said scornfully. Kabuto said nothing and just raised his glasses. Orochimaru tried his own change in approach. Tsunade, I know you still long for your loved ones, he said as a silver-tongued liar. If you restore the use of my arms, I will be able to bring them back to life. This offer made Shizune worry that her master would accept. She knew how much the two meant to Tsunade but was unsure if she got over her grief. Tsunade would be a liar if she said she didn't consider the offer. When the offer was presented to her, she fell into her own thoughts of her former fiancé and her brother. As she fell into her own world, she saw them. She saw her Ototo, Nawaki, and her former lover, Dan, smiling at her like they used to in an open field of grass as the sun hung high in the air, and they stood side by side. It was then another began to appear between the two as they began to fade. When she saw Blonde before her, smiling as he does, which reminds her of who she lost. He was so similar to them, with Nawaki's boisterous nature and Dan's caring nature. He exhibited both personalities so evenly that he is a mix of the two, giving him a boisterous, caring nature that seemed to kickstart her heat once gained. It was for these reasons that her heart had sped up, and she had a warm feeling in her chest when she met Naruto, and when they went out together. She was drawn to him when he proclaimed he wanted to become Hokage, though that was subconsciously. As she trained him and he showed his drive and grit to the point he could summon a 20th of Katsuyu on his first try, she chose to believe once again, leading her to give him the necklace she had lost faith in. As they spent more time around each other, her desire to help him achieve his goals seemed to grow as well, even if she has to walk side by side with him for the whole journey. Her expression of shock slowly morphed to a warm smile. As she slowly came back, her gaze hardened on the Hibi Sannin, surprising the man. Let the dead rest, you snake. Orochimaru was greatly taken aback by what his former teammate said. He was sure that she would jump at the chance to restore her loved ones, but she acted differently to his perception of her. To punish her, Orochimaru brought up his right hand and bit into his finger. The pale man grimaced at the taste. His flesh tasted as ash in his mouth, with the lingering taste of rot that seemed to spread along the inside of his mouth, while his blood tasted of that of soured grapes that long passed their point of making a wine. The two tastes permeated his mouth as they seemed to crawl along the top of his tongue. As the blood flowed from the wound, Orochimaru held the finger up in the attempt to make Tsunade cower and freeze up in fear from the hemophobia he had heard she possessed. However, once again Tsunade surprised the Hibi Sannin. He placed a hand on her hip as she raised an eyebrow. You know, self-mutilation is not the best course of action if you are trying to recover, spoke the older blonde. Naruto looked as if he was holding in a laugh at the comment made at Orochimaru's expense. Orochimaru once again had a scowl mark his features. Once again, Tsunade was acting differently to how he had remembered her being after the loss of her fiancé and brother. It was as if she went back to being the queen of elixirs and the world's greatest medic. Once again, his blood boiled at being called out and not having things he wanted. Naruto looked happy that Tsunade told the snake freak off, while Shizune was glad her master did not accept the offer. She knew how much Nawaki and Dan meant to Tsunade, which is why she had been attempting to push Naruto and Tsunade closer. so that not only could she move on from her loss but also meet someone new who could give her master the happiness she deserved and help Tsunade fulfill a dream she used to have when she was an active jonin of Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War. Guren was losing her patience with the blonde women. Did she not know who she was talking to? She was addressing the great Orochimaru, her master and the man who would be the greatest shinobi the world would have the pleasure of knowing. As the conversation drew on, her own anger grew, as not only was this blonde bimbo, as no other woman could compare to her beauty, was not jumping at the chance to help her master but also had the nerve to insult him. Guren had enough and chose to speak up since Kabuto was not making any progress. "Look, lady," spoke Guren as she stepped in front of her master with a hand on her hip, "just come along already. You are clearly just some old hag, stalling for time since you don't know how to properly serve Orochimaru-sama." Guren spoke haughtily. Naruto grew irritated at that, to the point Tsunade could not keep him calm. After all, no one insults one of his precious people. How dare this blue-haired woman talk to Tsu-chan like that? I mean, Tsu-chan is way prettier than her, thought and insulted Naruto before he voiced his thoughts. "Hey! Watch your mouth, ugly!" shouted Naruto as he stepped forward and dramatically pointed at Guren. At those words, Guren's anger grew higher as a scowl marred her features. "What did you say, Gaki?" she asked icily. Naruto didn't hesitate to respond. "You heard me. You're just some ugly bitch who has nothing going for her if you listen to this pasty," shouted Naruto, as he pointed aggressively at Guren then to Orochimaru. Guren could not stand the insult to her master, nor her looks. She didn't care who this boy was, in her mind he was dead. Guren began to form a blue crystal blade along her forearm, preparing to lash out a kill this Gaki for his words. Unknown to Guren, the hidden Umbu were taking note of her ability to grow a crystal blade and wondering if it was a Kekii Genkai. If so, it was going to need something they would need to combat, as things seemed to be devolving quickly and an S-rank traitor was in front of them. Seeing Guren's weapon begin to form, Naruto began to sprout chains from his back as he readied himself to protect his precious people. Orochimaru chuckled at the sight of Naruto's chains. Well, Tsunade, I didn't think you would get the backing of such a little loudmouth, though I must say his growth intrigues me, as does his little ability he shows." Tsunade smiled sweetly, far too sweetly for any sane man's liking. She slowly raised her arm before lightly striking the wall behind her, nearly shattering it. "Orochimaru, shut up, or I'll kill you," she threatened the Hibi Sannin. The threat worked on Kabuto, who was now hesitant to fight the woman in any contest of taijutsu, while Guren was shocked to see such physical strength. In an attempt to regain the peace and prevent a fight, Kabuto raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Listen, Tsunade-sama, all we are asking is that you consider the idea. We can even give you a few days to think about the offer Orochimaru-sama presented. This way cooler heads can prevail." Tsunade brought her hand to her chin as if thinking about the offer. The Umbu tensed their bodies, waiting for the command from their Hokage to act. Soon Tsunade turned her attention back to Orochimaru's group. Kabuto was hoping that Tsunade would agree to the extension so a strategy could be formulated to deal with the newcomer. Despite Naruto being the weakest person here, he is still a factor to be accounted for, as his skills could turn the tide of a fight if he is left alone or underestimated. Guren was just hoping for a fight to show this little punk what happens when you call her ugly, while Orochimaru hungered for his arms to be restored. Soon enough Tsunade spoke. "How about I present my counter? As Godame Hokage of Konoha, I hereby place you all under arrest." As soon as she spoke, Orochimaru's group were shocked by her words, though they had to move fast as the hidden Umbu squad that guarded the Hokage leapt from their hiding spots and charged Orochimaru. Knowing they were in a bad spot, Orochimaru and his group retreated immediately. Without a second's hesitation, Tsunade and her entourage followed after. Tsunade and her group were in hot pursuit of Orochimaru and his posse in the trees of the forest that surrounded Tanzakugai, worrying Orochimaru's two subordinates. Guren, in her worry, threw pink crystal daggers to throw off their pursuers. As soon as she let fly her crystal darts, Naruto reacted immediately by letting his chains loose to deflect the incoming crystals. The airborne weapons collided midair, with daggers being halted and falling to the ground, while the chains were mildly thrown off course, sticking into the trees with their spear tips. The Umbu took note of how she wielded her Kekii Genkai as they were going to be fighting it soon enough, while Orochimaru and his group were not distracted by the chains piercing the trees they leapt from. As Naruto got closer to where his chains were embedded, he would yank them harshly from the trees, caring little for stealth as he went by, as his targets were very well aware of him. Soon enough the pursuit came to a halt as the Konoha contingent chased the Oto shinobi to a field that was close, by shinobi standards, to Tanzakugai. Seeing no other option, Orochimaru had his group stop to turn and fight. It was clear that Tsunade was not going to let him get away, so he would need to fight. He figured after he won this battle, he could force Tsunade to heal his arms and become his next research subject. The boy could prove useful as it was clear he had some dominant Uzumaki genes. The Konoha contingent landed soon after, with Naruto and Shizune flanking Tsunade and the Umbu landing in front of the Hokage, though they left enough space to allow the Hokage to keep track of their opponent. As soon as they landed, everyone got in ready stances, with Gyurin making a second arm blade. Naruto kept his chains out as the Umbu drew their swords. Everyone was waiting for some kind of signal to start the fight. Kabuto decided he would get in Naruto's head. He had read in the psychological evaluation of the younger blonde that he sought approval of those he looked up to, so he decided to use what he had heard from some of the survivors of the arena battle about the Jinchuriki's performance. You know, Naruto-kun, you are more of a hindrance than a help in this battle. I mean, you didn't really fight your opponents in the arena. Instead, your fight against Neji was interrupted before you could show your skill, and your fight with Gaara was barely an exchange. You caught the redhead off guard. Hardly a fight, he said the end with a shrug. Now one would assume Naruto's confidence would be called into question with such words being thrown at him. He had run from two who had chakra signatures of similar scale to Orochimaru after all. However, this time is different. He has Tsunade and Shizune by his side to help him out. There was a team of Umbu to help fight one of the opponents in front of him. On a tactical level he had nothing to fear. But there was something else he had. Since he wasn't fighting them all alone, he didn't need to fear them. In fact, he was more than ready to fight, and he made that clear. So what, that those fights didn't show much? That just means I won with little being shown, so no one could develop a counter-strategy. Here Naruto gained a confident smirk. That also means you don't know what you're dealing with, Mr. Spy. So you better watch yourself, because the Rokudaime Hokage will take you by storm as the greatest Hokage, he boasted confidently as he dramatically pointed at Kabuto. Tsunade smiled at her second apprentice's words while Shizune beamed at Naruto's confidence. The Umbu were happy to hear a genin speak with such confidence in the face of such opponents. Kabuto, for his part, was miffed at his strategy to dampen the confidence of the blonde backfiring. Gyurin couldn't care, as she was going to kill the younger blonde anyway. Orochimaru didn't care for the younger blonde. All he cared about was getting Tsunade to end the pain in his arms. Tsunade, Naruto and Shizune as well as her Umbu now stood in a field across from Orochimaru, Gyurin and Kabuto. Well now, Tsunade, I am quite sad that it has come to this. If you would have helped me, I could have returned those you loved back to you. Tsunade narrowed her eyes dangerously at the Hibi Sannin. Don't lie to me, Orochimaru. Even if you could bring back the dead, we both know they wouldn't be the same, and you would use them to manipulate me, bit back Tsunade. Orochimaru shook his head in disappointment. Well then, Tsunade, if you will not help me, then you must be removed. He then gave Gyurin and Kabuto a look which the teen responded to by getting a kunai with a curved tip ready while Gyurin prepared to strike. Tsunade eyed the white-haired boy with boredom, as if he was nothing but a nuisance. She pointed at Kabuto with her right hand as she placed her left on her hip as she put all her weight on the same leg. You were at the Chunin exams recently, right? Kabuto nodded hesitantly in affirmation. With that, Tsunade gained a dangerous smile. Let me show you what Naruto-kun was going to do against that Hyuga boy. Suddenly, with speed befitting that of a Sannin, Tsunade appeared before Kabuto in a forward lunge-like position with her right shoulder forward while arm was cocked back and close to her hip. The speed shocked the two. Orochimaru was under the impression that Tsunade let her skills fall off, while Kabuto was surprised at the speed of the woman before him. Gyurin, for her part, was surprised by the woman's speed as she wore her shock clearly on her face. The next thing either of them knew, there was a large shockwave where Kabuto was standing, Tsunade's fist was outstretched and Kabuto was tumbling across the ground almost 10 meters away. With the demonstration they were just treated to, Orochimaru motioned for Guren to focus her attention on the Anbu escort. It was clear to the Hibi Sannin that Guren was no match for the blonde woman before them. Rather than waste such a valuable asset in a fight she was sure to die, Orochimaru made the smarter decision to have the woman stall Tsunade's Anbu. Tsunade straightened out her posture, taking the stance she was in before Kabuto vanished from his previous location. Now Orochimaru, you will remember why I am the most dangerous of the three of us when it comes to taijutsu. Orochimaru leapt away from Tsunade, knowing being in close with the woman was dangerous even if he had his arms. He was stronger in ninjutsu, but at his current state he didn't have that. Orochimaru launched his head at Tsunade, elongating his neck hoping to use poison to weaken the woman. Tsunade countered by slapping his head into the ground. As soon as it made contact, she stomped it into the ground with a back stomp using her right foot. She repeated this process 3 times, then keeping her foot where she planted his head. As her focus was on his head, Orochimaru brought his body forward, using the speed of drawing it in to carry it off the ground. Sensing the incoming body, Tsunade blocked the double dropkick with her left forearm. This was followed by a right straight, a left uppercut to the diaphragm, a right hook, and a left side kick that sent his body away. Before it got too far away, she grabbed the stretching neck with both hands. In a manner similar to what Naruto did to Gaara, Tsunade slammed the body of Orochimaru into the ground repeatedly, all the while keeping his head planted in the ground. When she was done with it, she removed her foot from his neck and threw him away. Orochimaru tumbled with the throw before cocking his head back and unleashing a tidal wave of hibis from his mouth. While surprising, Tsunade raised her fist to the sky before extending her index finger. She brought the digit down with all her strength, creating a massive earthquake and a brand new canyon, causing many of the hibis to fall to the bottom of the new landmark she created. When she brought her attention to where Orochimaru was, he was gone. Suddenly from her feet came the Hibi Sannin. In his mouth was the fabled Kusanagi poised to impale the Senju woman. Reacting quickly, Tsunade channeled lightning chakra to her legs and danced around the blade, though her obi and top were cut into. When she finished her roll, she flicked him away. The pale Sannin retracted his sword. As he was skidding back, he threw his tongue out in an attempt to strangle the Queen of Elixirs from a distance. Tsunade grabbed onto the slimy appendage with both hands and attempted to reel him in like a fish on a line. Orochimaru countered this by continuing to elongate his tongue. As it began to fall to her feet, Tsunade stomped on the slack she was getting with each new yard following its predecessor into the ground under her heel. Orochimaru grimaced at the taste of the dirt his tongue was experiencing. Then an idea struck the Hibi Sannin. When Tsunade raised her foot to stomp on the next section of his tongue, she reeled and he quickly began drawing it back, using what was at her feet to wrap around her raised foot to throw her off balance. This worked partly. She was forced onto one foot, however her perfect control of her chakra allowed her to stay rooted to the ground. As she nearly lost all of the tongue she collected, Tsunade used her chakra to grip the tongue like a genin would the surface of a tree. The force of pulling his tongue back to him immediately shifted Orochimaru's position. No longer was his tongue coming back to him, now he was headed to the rest of his tongue. He put a stop to this by returning the slack as he needed to keep his distance. This didn't last. Tsunade once again closed the distance between the two with lightning chakra. What she did next, however, terrified the Hibi Sannin to his core. Tsunade was low to the ground with a single finger outstretched from her fist, and it was all coating in lightning chakra like the Sandaime Reikage. Tsunade jabbed her finger out and impaled Orochimaru. With that she let go of his tongue and removed the spear from his gut, leaving a rather large hole in his chest. How do you know that technique, Tsunade?" rasped Orochimaru. Tsunade replied with a smirk, "It's easy to replicate if you understand chakra and elemental manipulation. The Reikage of Kyumo are all masters of manipulating right-an, which is in part who the Sandaime Reikage made this jutsu. He used his incredible ability to manipulate right-an through his right-an Chikura Moto to make the 4 variants of Saikyo no Hoko. Using the principles he must have used in their creation, I was able to replicate to a better degree that Kakashi has unknowingly been doing with his Raikiri." Orochimaru was stunned. Tsunade gained one of the most powerful right-an jutsu. His shoulders began to shake, followed by his laughter. Suddenly he opened his mouth. Out came something Tsunade was not expecting, another Orochimaru. You surprised me, Tsunade. I didn't think you would be one to steal another's jutsu. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I can't steal such a jutsu, I know the method of its creation. Plus, I didn't have to take any material to figure out how it functions, just listen to what people said about it. If that were the case, every jutsu has been stolen, as people across the nations know many of the same jutsu. Ho! But then here Tsunade waved him off. I'm not going to discuss philosophy with someone who doesn't even have the kindness to let the spirits of the dead rest in peace. It was then the look in Tsunade's eyes became colder than he had ever seen. For disturbing my grandfather and granduncle, I'll kill you. Orochimaru shifted his eyes to where Kabuto last was. He saw his right hand being pressed by Tsunade's apprentice and the Kyuubi brat. If he was going to win this fight, or even survive, he needed Kabuto to summon Manda. Immediately Orochimaru made a break for the fight of Kabuto versus Shizune and Naruto, with Tsunade hot on his tail. Despite her speed, Orochimaru was as nimble and as slippery as a snake. Thanks to his superior speed, the Hibi Sannin went unnoticed by Naruto and Shizune before he landed next to Kabuto. Orochimaru-sama stated a surprised Kabuto. Before any more could be said by his subordinate, Orochimaru gave an order: hurry. Summon reinforcements. Following his master's orders, Kabuto removed the bandages from Orochimaru's left arm to reveal his summoning tattoo that appeared as a hibi coiled around his arm. Seeing what the two were planning, Tsunade landed beside her two apprentices. We need to summon Katsuyu. Between the three of us we should be able to summon her, and two others. I will summon Katsuyu while you two will summon ones close to her level in strength. The two nodded at her orders before following her and going through the seals for the Kuchiyos no Jutsu. When the smoke cleared, Orochimaru and Kabuto stood atop Manda, while two more snakes appeared alongside the boss of the snake clan. Tsunade stood atop Katsuyu at 1/20th her true size, Naruto stood atop Sea Cucumber looking slug, and Shizune was atop a blue circle slug. Orochimaru, what have you summoned me for? No matter, I expect 100 human sacrifices for this conflict. Turning his attention to his companions, Buren Sukuru, he said, addressing the one with horns on its nose. Zuken Hibi, he spoke as he addressed the cobra, prepare yourselves. Atop Manda's head, Orochimaru was panting heavily from using so much chakra to summon 3 large summons. The pale man could barely stand anymore, but he still stuck himself to the top of Manda's head with his remaining chakra, being very aware of who chaotic fights of this magnitude could get. Naruto and Shizune chased after Kabuto after following his tumble to their current location. Ah, Naruto-kun, so glad to see you join us. I must admit your display against Gaara really has me intrigued. How could a hopeless nobody such as yourself reach a stage to defeat someone like Gaara? Rasped out the spy. Hey! You better watch who you're talking to like that! Shouted the blonde. I'm going to be the Rokudame Hokage, so don't underestimate me. Kabuto held a neutral expression. While he was intrigued by the blonde's growth and strength, he needed to ensure he hid his intrigue behind a mask of indifference lest he draw more attention to himself than he needed. Because he was here and not with the Gamma Sannin, it meant that the blonde was more than likely an apprentice to the slug Sannin. If that were true, Kabuto was definitely curious as to what allowed the blonde to take up such an academic field, given that his studies in the academy before he became a shinobi suggested such field was out of his purview. Shizune cut the conversation short. Naruto-san, we must focus. If we manage to capture him, he could provide us a lot of intel on the Snake Sannin's plans. Naruto nodded hesitantly. He had heard what kind of man Orochimaru was from Tsuchan and the Arrow Sannin. They needed to stop him as he was also the one who killed the Sandaime. The two got ready for a fight, prompting Kabuto to do the same by drawing another curved-tipped kunai. Shizune fired all the Sanban in her hidden launcher beneath her left sleeve. Kabuto dodged to the right as he couldn't deflect all the projectiles, focusing on those closest to hitting him. As he was dodging, a kunai thrown by Naruto was going to where he was. This was child's play. He caught the kunai easily before preparing to throw it back at Naruto. As soon as he was in the ready position, the kunai changed to Naruto, who struck him, or at least attempted to. What he struck was nothing more than a Doton Bunshin. Out of the ground at the original Naruto's feet came Kabuto. His kunai was outstretched to slice into Naruto. However, the young blonde weaved out of the way of the initial strike. This didn't matter, however, as Kabuto used the hook tip of his kunai to grab Naruto's collar before pulling him into a hook strike. Naruto blocked the strike and retaliated with one of his own. Kabuto blocked the strike, but this resulted in him getting launched several feet with a blocked arm. Shizune quickly followed up with the drop stomp where Kabuto landed. Kabuto quickly rolled out of the way and threw several shuriken at the charging blonde to delay him. When his feet were steady, Kabuto went through a set of hand seals that activated the Chakura no Mezu. Once they were active and glowing around his palms, Kabuto charged Shizune. Seeing this, Shizune activated her own Chakura no Mezu and met Kabuto's charge. What Naruto bore witness to was something like what he saw Hinata and Niji perform back in the Chunin exams preliminaries. The two would lash out with chakra-coated palms, attempting to sever the musculature of their foe. However, something was different between the two fighters. How is she blocking my attacks? Each strike should have severed the tendons in her arms, so how? Questioned Kabuto. Unknown to the snake Sanin's right hand, Shizune was coating her arms in chakra as well to disperse whatever foreign chakra was attempting to push itself into her system. Not knowing this trick, Kabuto was forced to dodge each of Shizune's strikes. Shizune soon followed up with a side kick Kabuto was not expecting, landing it in his torso. This created an opening in which Shizune attempted to strike Kabuto's left shoulder to render one arm inoperable. Kabuto leapt back to avoid this outcome, however Shizune was quick to follow. Regaining his bearings of watching to Jonin-level fighters once again, Naruto leapt back into the fray. He sent out 4 of his chakra chains to distract Kabuto. Kabuto effortlessly weaved through the chains while only taking minor cuts. He was more worried about Shizune's change in fighting style. Hers seemed to be more orientated to kicks versus punches like Naruto and Tsunade. When Shizune was close enough, she led with a left side kick that she used as a feint before following through with a right-sided kick aimed at Kabuto's head. As he ducked the strike, he attempted to strike at Shizune's thigh. Not only was this blocked while her leg was still in the air, but she brought said leg down in an axe kick that Kabuto dodged by going underground with the Doton Mogirigaku no Jutsu. Naruto and Shizune regrouped before striking again. Naruto-san! Strike the ground, on it! Replied Naruto. Naruto struck the ground with so much force, the surface was destroyed and many areas were uplifted, revealing Kabuto. The silver-haired spy leapt from the ground and adjusted his glasses. Well, it seems we are at a bit of a stalemate. I guess it's time I end this, he said as he pulled out a small pill. A chakra pill? Questioned the duo. Once Kabuto ingested the pill, Naruto's sensory ability noticed something with Kabuto's right hand. A chakra scalpel appeared once more, however what was not visible was it now held the length of a kodachi. Naruto was shocked and quickly relayed this to Shizune. Shizune-san, the scalpel on his hand is longer than it appears. If I had to guess, it is as long as a katana. Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a smug smirk. I see you noticed my improved version of the Chakura no Mezu. This version utilizes the cutting principle of the jutsu, but it extends the range by using a chakra string as a means of containing the technique as it is extended, explained Kabuto. This technique immediately put Shizune on edge. While Naruto could see the technique, he wasn't skilled enough to hold his own against an opponent like Kabuto. While she was skilled, she couldn't see the jutsu's new length. Kabuto got into a fencer's stance as he prepared to strike. Before their fight could continue, Orochimaru landed next to Kabuto, while Tsunade landed next to Shizune and Naruto. Seeing as how the other members of the Konoha contingent had already chosen their opponents, the Anbu moved to fight the blue-haired woman who gave them masked shinobi an insane smirk as she ran towards them, under the impression she was stronger than those who chose to hide their face. Guren jumped into the air with the plan to land in the center of the 4 Anbu and disrupt their formation. Sadly for Orochimaru's kunoichi, the Anbu were far more experienced than she gave them credit for. The Anbu shifted their pace to allow them to form a box around the blue-haired kunoichi. As soon as she landed, she channeled her chakra to her hand that was in contact with the ground. To the surprise of none of the Anbu, a large emerald formation rose from the ground where Guren made contact. The crystal was slightly larger than most 2-story buildings, while around the main formation were several smaller formations. Undeterred by the rising emeralds, the Umbu began their attack with Gazuru and Tora drawing their kodachi from their backs while Fukusa prepared a weighted chain and Igura prepared a mass of clumps of mud for his team in the event a kawarimi is needed. Guren leapt from her perch atop her crystal formation, creating 2 arm blades as she fell. The first to meet her charge were Gazuru and Tora, with Gazuru's blade clashing against Guren's arm blades. As the weapons clashed, Gazuru's sword was chipped where it clashed with the sapphire blades. As soon as the blades made contact, Guren was thrusting her right arm forward, intending to impale the Umbu through the purple-haired woman through the mask. However, those plans were cut short as Tora came from Guren's left to take the woman's head. Acting quickly, Guren swung her right arm, breaking Gazuru's blade and putting a scratch into the Umbu's mask as she rotated to meet the incoming sword. Gazuru, for her part, had kicked off Guren's raised knee, throwing not only herself away from the engagement, but also throwing Guren off her turn. Due to the shift in her position, she blocked the incoming strike poorly, forcing her to bring both of her weapons together to deflect the incoming killing strike. Despite shattering the sword that was set to kill her, Guren had no time to breathe. Fukusa's weighted chain was soon wrapped around the servant of Orochimaru and was pulled violently back to the ground. Acting quickly, Guren used her Kesho no Yoroi to cover her body in a thin armor to aid her in taking the impact. Guren landed on the ground with a loud crash while also kicking up an obscuring cloud of dirt. Not taking any chances with their opponent, Igura used Dotongan Benkyu to have multiple slabs of rock bind their opponent of questioning. Not knowing if they succeeded or not, the Umbu stayed on guard. Their vigilance was well rewarded as they managed to avoid the growing pink spikes that rocketed from the ground where they were standing. Due to leaping away, Fukusa didn't notice that the chain went slack until he landed. Now free, Guren went through several hand seals before she called her jutsu. Shoton Kurasuterasen no Sai Bai, she shouted. At her words, pink crystals began to sprout from the ground. Taking evasive action, the Umbu moved out of the path of the quickly growing spikes only for a new spike to grow from the initial spike jutting towards them. Once again, they moved out of the path of the incoming spike that now resembled that of a thorn, only for a new thorn to grow from the one they just dodged. Noticing a pattern, the Umbu were forced to strike out at Guren, who was well hidden behind her jutsu as their constant motion had allowed it to also create a barrier. Acting quickly, Gazuru utilized the Katan Hosenka no Jutsu, attempting to guide the flames through the growing mass of crystals to at least disrupt Guren's technique. Her plan was met with success, as the pink thorns stopped their onslaught. Taking advantage of this, the entire squad mimicked their captain's actions, launching even more small fireballs into the center of the crystal formation. A small bonfire could be seen by the smoke rising from what would presumably be the center of the structure. Unseen by the Umbu, Guren was tired from the amount of chakra she used in her last technique as well as having to fight 4 Umbu at once. Sweat rolled down her brow as she was taking in deep breaths of air. Grr! How dare these masked losers push me like this? They even ruined my outfit, she thought in anger, taking note of her burnt right sleeve that now had a singed edge that stopped at her shoulder. Accompanying this were minor burns on her arms. Of course they have Katan Jutsu, she growled. That means I need to keep this as up close as possible, spoke Orochimaru's left hand. Suddenly there was a strong rumble that caught the attention of the Umbu and Guren. Turning toward the source of the rumbling, the Umbu saw 3 large snakes that were so large that they would fit in if they lived in the forest of death, while in between them was a much larger purple snake with 4 horns that came from the back of its head. Though the snakes were equal in size, they were different in species. One was fallen leaf brown with a light tan underbelly. It had black spots across the top of its body with a near triangular head. Along its nose seemed to be horns, while along its eyes were smaller horns that flowed with its scales. The other was a thin black snake with what appeared to be hints of a hood, implying the snake was a cobra. The 2 snakes were clearly looking down at their prey, meaning they were looking at the Hokage and her entourage. Before the Umbu could move, there were 3 more large poofs of smoke accompanied by an equally large rumble as when the snakes appeared. There were 2 slugs that appeared. One was lying flat against the ground while the other was partially up as the other slugs they had seen previously. The one lying on the ground had no apparent optical appendages, unlike its more common counterparts. It also seemed to have no distinguishable mouth. It was deep blue mixed with sea greens and purples with what appeared to be a rough skin texture accompanied by several bumps across its body. Unknown to all that were not standing atop it, but its skin was more like armor than skin. The second was a large white slug with blue circle on the top of its head. The final one was the great slug Katsuyu. Buren had taken the time to crawl out of her hole quietly to see what was going on, as her own crystals had aided in obscuring her view. What she saw surprised her. To see her master call upon some of his more powerful servants made her wonder how powerful those they were confronting were. Attempting to sneak past the Umbu to rejoin her master, sadly, the Umbu had noticed her movement and once again chased her down to detain the Odo Kunoichi. Manda stared at the slugs before him along with his kin. The large purple snake was never in conflict with the slugs of Shikatsu Forest, so he was unaware of many of their abilities. The only one he knew anything about was Katsuyu, but that was mostly because he was forced to work with the gastropod on occasion. The sea cucumber was the first to speak in a feminine voice. Greetings, Tsunade-sama, Naruto-san and Shizune-san. I am Badamu Oka. I am happy to be of service. The next to speak was the blue circle slug with more of a masculine-leaning voice. Hello, Tsunade-sama, Naruto-san and Shizune-san. I am Azurla. I will do my best to be of service to you, the slug said with a slight bow. Naruto greeted the new gastropods with a great amount of enthusiasm and a smile, while Shizune gave a light-hearted smile. Silence hung in the air as both parties waited to see who would make the first move. They didn't have to wait any longer, as the snakes were the first to strike. Manda lunged forward, drawing the attention of the three slugs toward him. In response to his sudden action, Katsuyu sprays a shower of acid at the purple snake. Being aware of this ability, Manda acted quickly by shifting his body so it struck his back, which forced him to roll to wipe the acid off before it could do any significant damage. As Manda closed in on Katsuyu, Badamu Oka sent out a flurry of tentacles from its mouth, catching Manda in his haste to attack the boss of the slugs. To aid his ally, Naruto sent out his chains to aid in the binding of Manda, layering them over Badamu Oka's tentacles. Unseen to both Badamu Oka and Azurla, Zuken Hibi and Buren Sukuru had positioned themselves to strike from their blind spots. Zuken Hibi lunged forward to sink his fangs into Azurla. As soon as Azurla felt the breath of Zuken Hibi on his back, he released his defensive mucus from all along his back. Zuken Hibi's fangs were long enough to where they managed to slip through the mucus, but they were severely off their entire target, as the mucus is very slippery until introduced to an incredible amount of moisture. Sadly, as soon as Zuken Hibi's mouth fully latched onto Azurla, the requisition for moisture was satisfied. The mucus fell down Zuken Hibi's throat like a water, where it began to expand and clog his throat, preventing him from breathing. Zuken Hibi immediately released Azurla, his venom already injected into his target, though that was not his concern at the moment. Zuken Hibi began to flail around violently as his body began to scream for air, and his eyes became bloodshot due to his lack of oxygen. Acting quickly, Zuken Hibi dispelled himself back to Ryuchi Cave in the hopes of seeking medical attention and hopefully not die from this ordeal. Unfortunately, Zuken Hibi was not the only one that needed to leave. Thanks to the potent venom running through his system, Azurla was also forced to retreat, though he did allow Shizune to leap away before doing so. Shizune leapt toward Katsuyu and joined her master atop the boss of the slugs. Behind Badamu Oka, Buren Sukuru had quickly slithered into position. As soon as Badamu Oka had caught Manda, Buren Sukuru made his move. Lunging with all his might at Badamu Oka's side to ensure his mouth would have the area to bury his fangs into his prey. Unexpectedly for the snake, when his fangs connected with Badamu Oka, they began curl back into his mouth. This was because the force of the bite and the fang's inability to bite into Badamu Oka. Confused on what to do given his inability to slay the slug before for him, Buren Sukuru shifted his attention to the boss of the slugs. As this was going on, Manda was struggling against his bonds. Thrashing wildly as he could to loosen himself from Badamu Oka's tentacles, the large purple snake never noticed Katsuyu lining up another shot of acid aimed for his face, waiting for the moment to strike. Changing targets, Buren Sukuru went after the boss of the slugs, lunging at Katsuyu with fangs bared. Seeing the incoming snake, Tsunade acted quickly and leapt to meet the incoming reptile. So focused on his new target, Buren Sukuru didn't notice the incoming blonde. Tsunade lashed out at the nose of the brown snake, striking the snake so hard it sent the reptile tumbling back and rattling the contents of its skull, more than likely breaking its nose as well. Buren-Sukuru was clearly dazed, struggling to focus on anything around it. Sadly, it prevented him from noticing that he had drawn Katsuyu's attention. Katsuyu let loose a torrent of acid to melt the dazed reptile. Suddenly Manda's tail lashed out, causing the white slug's aim to be off, only bathing part of Buren-Sukuru's face and body, allowing him to wail in agony before he returned to Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru was surprised at the purple snake's actions. He had never known Manda to care for anyone, yet he just witnessed the boss of the snake's attempt to save one of his subordinates. What Orochimaru didn't understand was that Manda was attempting to save someone who had just been involved in a conflict with a summoned clan they had never faced before. Getting any information back home is vital for their records to prepare to face this foe again. Also, it was to ensure the losses of the clan are kept to a minimum. The less fighters or support snakes the clan has, the more likely they are to no longer be one of the most powerful clans of the Summon's realm. Despite his best efforts to free himself, Manda was not breaking the grip of the armored slug anytime soon. However, what was unknown to the summon of the boss snake was that Badamu Oka was losing her grip, hanging on more out of willpower than actually having the strength to keep the boss still, while Naruto was forced to drop his chains as he fell to his knees due to a lack of chakra. Sadly, the Kyuubi's chakra would not allow him to use his chains, as their basic property would suppress the foreign chakra. Manda soon trashed around even more violently, hurling the already drained Hibi-Sannin and his subordinate Kabuto from his head. Kabuto managed to catch his airborne master before the duo hit the ground. Kabuto skid across the ground with his master in his arms, only to hear a loud pop. Turning quickly, Kabuto's eyes went wide as the boss of the snakes had summoned himself to escape the armored slug, leaving the pair to face down the two giant slugs. Soon enough, however, Kabuto was joined by a panting Gyurin who had thrown up a crystal wall to halt the incoming Umbu temporarily. The blue-haired woman was panting and tired. She had to run, dodge, and fight past 4 individuals that were dead set on capturing or killing her. Despite the rather short distance she needed to run, dodging 4 highly trained individuals made the run seem like it was hours long. When she finally had a moment to rest, she noticed the state of her master. "What happened? What did you do?" shouted an angered Gyurin. Kabuto said nothing to answer the woman's question, instead focusing on the fact they needed to get away and now lest they be killed by their current foe. From the top of Katsuyu's head, Tsunade crossed her arms under her impressive bust as she looked down intimidatingly at the 3 Odo shinobi. "I will only say this once," she proclaimed. "I am giving you this one chance. Surrender and be taken into custody or be killed here." Kabuto's mind went into overdrive to figure out what their options were. Orochimaru was down, using far too much chakra to summon 2 large summons as well as the boss. Not to mention the wounds he likely suffered from his battle with Tsunade, as he didn't have his arms to fight properly. Overall, their situation was not good. Unfortunately for the Odo medic, things only got worse. "We won't surrender to you, Konoha scum!" bellowed Gyurin, effectively making the choice for everyone. This caused Kabuto to curse in his mind at the woman's brashness. Tsunade looked on impassively, having no love for her former teammate as she gave the order to kill them. The first to act was Badamu Oka, who lashed out with her feeding tentacles to catch the Odo shinobi for death. Noticing the incoming tentacles, Kabuto immediately called out "Move." Acting quickly, both shinobi leapt away from the incoming tentacles. The tentacles punched into the ground, leaving deep holes where they stood. When Badamu Oka shook the tentacles around trying to get the dirt off, Katsuyu acted next, spewing a stream of acid at the Odo shinobi. After this, the Umbu made their move and threw several projectiles to lead their assault. Wearily, Orochimaru muttered, "Kabuto, give soldier pill." Acting quickly, Kabuto popped a soldier pill into Orochimaru's mouth, temporarily boosting the Hibi-Sannin's current chakra supply. Wearily, Orochimaru held up his arm with the serpent tattoo. Understanding what his master was asking for, Kabuto called out to Gyurin. "Gyurin! Give us cover!" Turning to see her master's arm raised, Gyurin acted to give her master cover for his plan, creating Crystal Dome, which the projectiles bounced off of, to ensure they had a few seconds to themselves. Cutting his master's thumb to gain a bit of blood for the summoning, Kabuto placed his hand on the ground, summoning a large emerald snake. Since the wounded had already returned, this serpent was aware of the situation and sprang into action. Before Badamuoka, Katsuyu, or even Naruto could react, as his seal purified more chakra from the Kyuubi so he could use his chains, the emerald snake launched itself into the sky before flattening out and gliding away toward the horizon. Naruto was in awe as he climbed to his feet. He had never seen a snake fly through the air. Well, technically is slithered, but still. It was something to see a 10-story snake coil itself like a spring only to then launch itself into the air. It then flattened itself out and began to slither as if it were on the ground to keep airborne and propel itself forward. Now that the danger had passed, Tsunade and Shizune began checking on everyone. Being the closest to the Umbu, Tsunade moved to check on her guard detail, while Shizune moved to check on Naruto. From what Tsunade could gather from both observation and a cursory check, her Umbu seemed fine. Their equipment was clearly damaged, with Igiru and Tora's flak armor having a few crystal needles deeply embedded in them. They weren't deep enough to do more than break the skin, however the armor would clearly need to be replaced along with any other damaged equipment. Shizune had landed on top of Badamuoka's head to check on Naruto. While there were clearly the remnants of sweat on his brow and clothing, it seemed to have dried off his brow when the action lulled. "Are you alright, Naruto-kun?" Naruto faced his other sensei and answered with a beaming smile. "Yeah, I'm great, Shizune-sensei. I mean, that was so cool. We beat that crazy snake, sent him packing. We also beat his 2 subordinates," proclaimed the excited blonde. Once he was done celebrating, Naruto turned his attention to the 2 remaining slugs. "Hey! Thanks for the help, Katsuyu-chan, Badamuoka. Please give my thanks to Azurla, and I hope he is okay." Shizune turned to her attention to the remaining slugs and gave a bow. "Yes, we greatly appreciate your help today, Katsuyu-sama, Badamuoka-san." The 2 slugs felt grateful from the thanks of their summoners. "Think nothing of it," spoke Badamuoka. "We were enthusiastic to provide you with help," finished Katsuyu. It was then Tsunade spoke next. "Thank you for your help, Katsuyu. You 2 can head back and check on Azurla." The 2 slugs nodded at the Sanin's orders before vanishing in large towers of smoke, causing Naruto and Shizune to fall to the ground. As soon as the duo touched the ground, Tsunade and her Umbu escort approached them. Before anything could be said, Tsunade was the first to speak as she placed a hand atop Naruto's head. "So Gaki, how you feeling?" she asked with affection in the back of her tone. Naruto gave a megawatt smile as loudly proclaimed he was doing good, especially with getting the Hibi Sannin to retreat with his tail between his legs. Tsunade smiled at his response before turning to Shizune for her findings of the boy's condition. Shizune gave a nod and a smile, letting Tsunade know that the younger blonde is fine. Giving a nod of understanding, Tsunade gave her next orders. "Alright, everyone. Let's get back to Tanzakagai to wait for our target." She then turned her attention to Naruto. "And while we wait, we can get back to your training," she said with a smirk, as she knocked Naruto's hitai down to his neck before tapping it lightly. Despite rubbing his forehead from the strike, Naruto's smile grew, as did his enthusiasm. "Yeah. Let's go," proclaimed the blonde as he led the group back to Tanzakagai to rest, and in the younger blonde's case continue their training. Though Tsunade did have to move quickly and grab Naruto by his collar. Confused, Naruto turned his head back to face Tsunade. "Hey! What's wrong, Tsuchan?" Seeing she had his full attention, Tsunade let go of the collar of Naruto's jacket before bopping him on the head. Rubbing his head, Naruto asked, "Hey! Tsuchan, what was that for?" Tsunade gave the boy a smirk before she pointed in a different direction. "Tanzakagai is that way." Naruto looked a little sheepish before following Tsunade in the proper direction. It had been over a day since Naruto had disappeared from his care. There was no use in attempting to track the boy as he wasn't taken by Itachi from what his investigation in their hotel room had determined. Going off the hints the boy had left with his words as they traveled around Haino Kuni, Jiraiya figured that the boy probably summoned himself to Tsunade. Or at least to the home of the slugs and then to Tsunade. It would probably explain how they kept getting messages from slugs, since all they would need to do was to locate Naruto and summon themselves to his location. Jiraiya dragged his hand down his face as he let out a groan. This is just one of those times that wanting to ensure information is valid has to bite me, he complained. While what Naruto said turned out to be true, one didn't live long if they only took the words of others as fact without verifying it in some way before believing them. A lot of good people died that way. Since it was rather late in the day when Naruto left, Jiraiya figured it would be better if he left for Tanzaka in the morning. After all, it was a day's journey from his current location, and the boy is safe with Tsunade if he is her apprentice, so there was no need to hurry. In fact, there was probably more reason to go slower so as to avoid Tsunade's anger for not listening to her sooner. The day after Naruto's disappearance, Jiraiya began making his way to Tanzaka. He wasn't rushing toward the town at his top speed. After all, if the boy was with Tsunade, he was more than likely safe from the Akatsuki. Letting out a sigh, that was something he was going to need to explain to Tsunade. He hadn't told anyone but the Sandaime about the organization. He had so little information on them at the time that the council didn't need to worry about them. Now, however, he knew that they were searching for the Jinchuriki, but not for why. The only other thing he was able to glean was that they were going to push collecting them in 3 years if they got what they need to keep them going. If he had to guess why they came after Naruto so early, was because his status was not a well-kept secret. When Jiraiya was able to overlook the town of Tanzaka, he noticed that a section of the wall near the vacation home of the daimyo seemed to be a brighter white than the surrounding wall. This puzzled the Gama Sannin, as he hadn't heard of an attack on the city, at least not in the recent news he has received from his network. Great, another conflict brewing, complained the Gama Sannin, as no shinobi of Konoha would attack this town as it is a favorite of the fire daimyo. Figuring he would get more answers by investigating than speculating, Jiraiya made his way into Tanzaka. As he made his way through the town, he was hearing the town talk about a giant snake, some claiming it was a lizard or dragon, bringing down the wall near the daimyo's vacation home. Many were wondering if it was some kind of plot to assassinate the daimyo, while others were speculating that war was on the horizon as the attack was a taunt from another nation. Jiraiya knew better, however. No matter the reptile, the people were speculating the culprit was more than likely Orochimaru, though what he was looking for here is an answer he didn't have. Despite looking around town, he had yet to find a clue of Tsunade's location. The white-haired man was grumbling about how he couldn't locate an easily noticeable woman in a gambler's paradise with drunks ogling any woman that catches their fancy. Growling angrily, Jiraiya made his way into the closest bar, a bit aways from the casinos but near the hotels, to try and alleviate his anger with alcohol, and maybe some company for the evening, he thought lecherously. He made his way into a traditional-looking bar, though it appeared to have a more modern interior with booths rather than short tables and floor cushions. Since it was a little past noon, from what he could tell, he could also get something to eat. As he walked past the flaps, his jaw hit the floor. There, in a booth near the center of the restaurant, was the woman he was searching for, with her raven-haired apprentice, the pig, and the blonde he had lost a day or so ago. The trio seemed to be having a jolly time, making the Gama Sannin bash his head against an imaginary table, as he was hating that the kid was right about a lot more. Again, he would never tell the boy that ever. It would also explain how he mastered the Rasengan so easily. If anyone had Tsunade's required level of chakra control, then they should be able to recreate the jutsu with ease. The group didn't make any movement that indicated they had seen him, but the hidden Umbu in the restaurant certainly did. It was fairly easy to notice him, as he was not disguising himself, as he had previously. In the booth, Tsunade and Shizune were listening to the tale of how Naruto learned the Rasengan. You should have seen his face. His jaw had hit the ground so hard he may have made a pothole, laughed Naruto, causing the two women to join him. Jiraiya was steaming. He didn't enjoy being the butt of the joke due to his previous interactions with his former teammate when they were kids. He spent so much time rambling, I was able to master creating the Rasengan in both hands, cheered the younger blonde. Again, Jiraiya was flabbergasted at Naruto's words. He only needed the time it took for him to ramble on about the unfairness of genetics to learn how to make a Rasengan. Jiraiya was about to ramble again if not for a waiter attempting to move past him, bringing him from the start of his potential ramblings. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya made his way over to Tsunade and her table. As soon as he was close enough, he noticed 4 individuals shift their positions slightly as if they were keeping an eye on him. They must be the Umbu detail that is protecting Tsunade, thought the Gama Sannin. By now Tsunade, Shizune, and Naruto took notice of the Gama Sannin. Tsunade, he cheered merrily as he approached their table, how ya been? Tsunade seemed a bit miffed at Jiraiya interrupting more of Naruto's retelling of his journey. Hello Jiraiya, she said icily. Jiraiya grimaced at the older blonde's tone. He was worried that she was angry about taking an unnecessary mission. Before he could continue his conversation with Tsunade, Naruto made his presence known with a rather noticeable outburst as he stood from his seat next to the older blonde. Hey! Where were you? He shouted as he pointed aggressively at the white-haired man. I had to fight two S-ranked missing nin because of you, you skirt chaser. Tsunade pulled Naruto back down lightly into the booth where she wrapped one of her arms around his shoulder. Jiraiya didn't notice the action as he aggressively closed his eyes before he opened them as shouted with an aggressive but non-violent look in his eyes. Oi! Don't shout that, Gaki! Jiraiya took in a deep breath before coughing into his hand. Clearing his throat into his balled fist, Jiraiya took a seat next to Shizune. As he sat in the booth, he noticed the red on Tsunade's cheeks as well as the two empty sake bottles on her side of the table, signifying she has been drinking quite a bit. To that end he chose to watch his words so Tsunade doesn't act aggressively towards him. Jiraiya, Tsunade spoke far too calmly for Jiraiya's health. Would you care to tell me why you didn't heed my recall notice when my seal as well as my office was on the order? She asked. Her hardened gaze was even scarier considering she was hammered. Jiraiya squirmed nervously in his seat. In her current state of mind, anything that wasn't better than the truth and wouldn't be contradicted by the younger blonde was the only thing that would save him. Well, you see, Tsunade, I was trying to use my spy network to verify some things. Ensure that the information you receive is accurate. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the man. While the excuse is viable, he didn't provide a reason as to why he ignored her stationery. That is only half an explanation, she said. Her words no longer carrying the hint of alcohol consumption, signifying she was sobering herself up by increasing her metabolism. Was all Jiraiya could say. Truthfully, he had no excuse to ignore her stationery that he couldn't pass off as an excuse to gullible genin. You see, Jiraiya, I don't take kindly to such delays or using my shinobi for pointless missions. While I cannot fault you for setting out for a mission, as that is more the council's fault as they okayed the mission. At that, Jiraiya let out a breath of relief. I can, however, hold you responsible when you chose to ignore the orders of your kage when they come directly from them. As she spoke, a dark shadow seemed to engulf the entire restaurant, leaving only himself and Tsunade visible as she seemed to tower over him. Jiraiya shivered in fear from the woman's anger. As much as he could take her in a fight, right now her presence was not something any sane man would challenge. Suddenly the darkness vanished and the restaurant returned to normal. She picked up her sake dish and swirled the contents around as she spoke. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You did oftentimes need a bit of a hard strike to the head to rein you in and get you to think more clearly, she said, downing the contents at the end. Jiraiya had nothing to say against it, as his youth was full of moments that he did overstep in the wrong moments. Hey, you have to admit my thinking also led to several successes when we were in the field, spoke Jiraiya in his defense. Tsunade looked a little thoughtful at his words. True. Your impulsiveness and brashness did help us from time to time, she said with a nod. However, this is one of those moments that your impulsiveness is not appreciated. In war, a soldier's initiative should be encouraged when it succeeds and reprimanded when it fails, but never shut down. This time, however, you are being reprimanded as you effectively wasted a lot of your time, my time, Shizune's time, and Naruto's time. I will give you credit that you taught Naruto here. She ruffled the boy's hair, who smiled even as he tried to playfully stop the woman, his father's second most notable technique. I was also told you helped him train his futon affinity, so there was some gain from this, praised Tsunade. Jiraiya was beginning to think he was getting off the hook until he realized what Tsunade just said. Tsunade, you can't just say things like that in front of him, quietly proclaimed Jiraiya. Tsunade waved off his concern. I told him his heritage the moment he started using his chains, said the slug Sanin. Jiraiya's jaw hit the table. His teammate told an S-rank secret to a 13-year-old. Granted, the boy had the right to know, but it was kept from him for his own good. So Jiraiya, for your transgression of not heeding the words of your Hokage, you are going to be providing assistance in the continued training of Naruto here, said Tsunade as an evil smirk grew across her features. Shizune held her face in her hand while Tonton gave a pitying prayer for the Gamma Sannin. Jiraiya looked relieved that his punishment seemed so light, though he was curious to Shizune's action and Tsunade's smirk. That was until Tsunade spoke again. You see, I had to put off teaching Naruto the Shosenjutsu because of this mission, but my good little apprentice was reading his textbook while on this journey, so he needs hands-on practice. By now Jiraiya's danger senses were screaming at him that he should run for the hills and Kaminari no Kuni. To that end you will be his practice dummy and give feedback as he works. You will also be providing demonstrations on injuries so he can see them, learn how to heal them and practice it himself. Now Jiraiya was terrified. Being the cadaver for a first-year medic Nin was a horrible fate, and he had just been signed up to be one. Before he could bolt, he felt weak, as if his chakra wasn't responding. He didn't care. He stood to run only for his left foot to jerk against him as if it was caught, causing him to face plant in the middle of the aisle. He then noticed a small prickly feeling around his ankle. When he turned to see what had caught him, he noticed a golden chain wrapped around his ankle. It was then he knew he was caught, and silently began to whimper with eyes pleading to reconsider his punishment to Tsunade. The older blonde didn't seem to have any hints of changing her mind as she motioned for Naruto to bring him along to their hotel room. None of the patrons said anything as Jiraiya left fingernail tracks in the wood of the bar as he was taken to be Naruto's test dummy. It was a warm spring day that felt like it was already summer, though the mood was brought down a bit by the dark clouds that seemed to be forming overhead. Naruto was taking a break from his most recent lesson with Tsunade. To his dismay, he was ordered to relax and smell the trees. He wasn't even allowed to use his Kage Bunshin to continue his studies as he walked through the village. He had to admit, though, it was nice to feel the breeze of summer right now, though he could do without the humidity. As he was walking closer to the outskirts of the village marketplace, he began to look up at the clouds. It wasn't bad, but Naruto preferred a clear sky. Then he would have the warmth of the sun to relax to, as well as remember the time he and Tsunade rested in the field where he first summoned Katsuyu. He had gone back there several times since his return to Konoha, oftentimes with Tsunade when they need to relax for a time. He did have to admit, his new vest made a great pillow when he wanted to lay down. Though he often lent it to Tsunade, where she would then tease him about being a chivalrous little maelstrom, getting him to blush. He had been promoted a few days after their return. Sadly, he was the only one to be promoted, but Sasuke and Shino were close. It was barely a few days after he returned from his near 2-week-long mission when the teams that had members that made it to the final round of the Chunin selection exams were called into Tsunade's office to announce any promotions. Every one of the genin stood in front of their Jonin sensei as they all stood before Tsunade. Lee was once again back in his green spandex with orange leg warmers. Niji had both of his hands wrapped like Lee, while Tenten seemed to add another utility pouch to her belt. Everyone was surprised to see the mask Naruto had on the side of his head. Why a kitsune, thought Sakura. The Jonin, who were not on the mission, were surprised that the boy had chosen such a creature, considering not only his relation to it but how Konoha felt about such creatures. Kakashi in turn also felt pride and was tempted to wipe away an imaginary tear from his eye. One of his students was going to wear a mask like his sensei, even if the mask was nowhere near like his own. As they stood, Tsunade sat at her desk, her fingers steepled before her mouth as Shizune stood behind her with a clipboard in hand while Tonton seemed to be guarding the door. Tsunade began addressing everyone before her. Thank you all for coming. First of all, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you for making it as far as you did for your first Chunin exams. At those words, many puffed up their chests in pride, even those that got knocked out in the preliminaries, while another was silently promising to himself to go all the way next time. Second of all, I would like to announce those that earned a promotion to Chunin. At those words, all the genin stiffened as they hoped it would be them that got promoted. Tsunade ran her gaze across all those that were standing before her until her gaze settled on Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Step forward. Holding back his growing smile, Naruto did as ordered. For your skills and tactics demonstrated throughout the exams, it has been decided that you are hereby promoted to the rank of Chunin, she said as she smiled at her second apprentice. Naruto let out a cheer of happiness, as some in the crowd applauded his success. Shizune walked forward and presented her clipboard to Naruto. Held by the clasp was a form that awaited his signature that stated he is promoted and that his signature acknowledges the promotion. There was also a seal at the bottom of the page, that once he signed the paper, summoned a Chunin vest which Naruto eagerly put on as he smiled brightly. The mood was broken when Kiba shouted out only to be chastised by his sensei afterwards. What? How come he get promoted? Naruto took his place back in line as Tsunade turned her attention towards him. He showed tactical thinking, the development of a new skill beyond the basic 3 from the academy, and the ability to both end fights quickly and efficiently as well as restraint so he could capture targets if required during the tournament. I understand that during the preliminaries his combat performance was unsatisfactory, however the preliminaries were used as a supplement to narrow down the participants, and not a true phase of the exam. It still allows all judges to see a genin skill, however it can only be used as another note, and not a make or break for promotion due to their rarity, explained Tsunade. Shikamaru spoke up as he had a question. If part of the criteria is being able to capture targets, my squad and I can already do that, so shouldn't we also get promoted? While it is true that you 3 can do this, you 3 need to work together and lack the skills to do so on your own, she explained. This gave, at least, Shikamaru and Asuma something to think about. Also, the second phase of the exam is being overlooked for all participants, as we only know who made it to the tower, and not what you did to gather your second scroll. This is a major oversight by the proctor of the second exam. Because of this we are unable to evaluate your skills in that section of the exam, and even though his academic score for the first exam was not great, for the first part almost everyone in this room was docked as all of your methods were rather obvious to the examiners. The main reason you all were not kicked from the exam was because it was one time you were caught, and not your third. To that end your senseis will be teaching you other methods to utilize to gather information, or will teach you methods to conceal your attempts, she said with a glare. The Jonin, especially Kakashi, were either adjusting their collars from her heated stare or attempting to distract themselves from the woman's ire. Their genin were also looking at them with looks of betrayal or anger that they only survived the exam on a whim. Naruto, on the other hand, became excited. Does that mean you'll be giving me some super cool methods, Tsu-chan? Tsunade nodded with a smile on her face. Yes, I will. Before Naruto could cheer, Tsunade interrupted him. However, you better tell me what Kakashi has already went over with you every time we meet so we do not waste time retreading the same thing unless it is for review, understand? Naruto nodded quickly with a look of terror on his face at her overly sweet smile. The Jonin and his team knew of his apprenticeship to the Hokage, but the other genin in the room did not. Needless to say, they were surprised. Wait! Hold up! Shouted Tenten, getting everyone's attention. Naruto, how do you know Tsunade Dano? Naruto beamed with a bright smile on his face as he recalled the memory of how they met. She's the one who trained me for the finals, he said, dropping the bomb. What? Many of the rookies shouted in unison. Yeah. After Kakashi-sensei said he couldn't train me, he passed me off to this closet pervert Ebisu who took me to the hot springs to learn water walking. The Jonin tried to give Kakashi harsh glares, but they had no leg to stand on as only one of their students had made it to the third round, and they either didn't oversee their training or had lost handily despite their training. Well, I struggled with it because the Hibi team put a seal on me that threw my chakra control out of whack during the second exam. Kiba interrupted Naruto at that statement. Hold on. Are you telling me you beat me when you couldn't even control your chakra? Shouted the Inuzuka. Naruto wanted to brag about how much of a badass he is, but a look from Tsunade shut him down quick, so he just nodded enthusiastically, making Kiba hang his head in shame. Well, anyways, continued Naruto. This white-haired man was peeping in the hot spring, giggling like an idiot, so the closet perv tried to stop him, but the white-haired man summoned a toad and knocked out the closet perv. The Jonin figured out immediately who Naruto was referring to, while only few of the genin had figured it out, namely Tenten, Sakura, and Shikamaru. All they needed was the clue of the white hair, and that they summoned a toad. As the one who was Tsunade's biggest fan, she knew everything public about the woman, while Shikamaru and Sakura just recalled the information they were either forced to study by their mother or read about during the academy to show off. Shino and Sasuke had theorized who he may be referring to, but were not entirely sure, at least until Tenten shouted out the answer. You mean Jiraiya-sama? Shouted Tenten. Naruto nodded dejectedly at her question. Yeah, the pervy sage Naruto, as he crossed his arms over his chest. Well, after he introduced himself with some dumb dance and as the guy who writes Kakashi-sensei's books, here the man in question got a disgusted look from Sasuke and a murderous one from Sakura, making him squirm uncomfortably in his spot. I got into a shouting match about him being a pervert. Well, our shouting attracted Tsu-chan, who came out of the hot spring and punched him into the horizon. Here Naruto gained a starry-eyed look. I mean, she literally punched him so hard that he flew so far I couldn't even see him, he flew so far. Tsunade looked a little embarrassed at her little outburst from when she first Naruto. She had only punched him out because he was being his usual perverted self. She hadn't expected to pick up another apprentice that day. Despite her embarrassment, she wouldn't change what she did for the world. Tenten looked downright jealous. She had been Tsunade's biggest fan for a long time, and the fact she missed out on the chance to meet the woman made her envious of the now Chunin. Heck, he even got to witness her super strength punch in action, something she would gladly trade her left arm for. Naruto then smiled brightly. After I saw her do that, I asked her to train me, and well, you know the rest, he explained, his smile remaining. Tsunade, deciding to have a bit of fun, spoke up. Oh, you're not going to tell them that the shockwave of my punch caused you to fall on your butt? She asked with a giggle behind her hand. Naruto looked at the older blonde as he cried, Tsu-chan. The rookies were left speechless from what they just heard. So the one who trained you to be a medic was the Godame, stated aboard Shikamaru, his words confirmed by Tsunade and Shizune's nods along with Naruto's enthusiastic nod. The reactions to that statement from the genin out of the know were highly mixed, more so because they couldn't believe that Naruto was being trained by a Sannin, and as a medic no less. Ino's eyes rolled into the back of her head as she fainted, falling back. Before she hit the ground, however, she was caught by her larger-than-average teammate. Ino! Ino! Cried Choji dramatically, only to be met with several deadpan stares from everyone, while Shikamaru held his face in his hand at the actions of his best friend. Neji was left speechless, further realizing how much danger he was in from the punch Naruto was about to hit him with. The one he was not concerned with. Given his trainer, the punch Naruto was going to strike him with could have killed him, leading to the older Hyuga to silently gulp at the thought and curse his arrogance for his near death. Tenten was jealous, to the point that she was grinding her teeth together as rage against the spiky-haired blonde could be seen clearly in her eyes. She had aspired to be like Tsunade Senju since she was in the academy. She had tried to follow in the woman's path as a medic, only to be met with failure. Now, here was someone who had poor academic abilities getting the opportunity she sought after. Tenten needed to take several deep breaths to calm down. Well, at least there is still the red-headed angel who can train me if I can find her, thought the bun-haired girl. Lee, for his part, was excited about the orange-clad blonde's promotion. Guy-sensei, spoke the bold-cut youth. I'm going to train harder so I can show I am worthy of promotion as well. Guy knelt down to be eye level with his student. Giving a thumbs-up, Guy responded, Never lose that enthusiasm, Lee, and your youth will always shine bright. Lee gave a thumbs-up of his own in response, as well as a teeth-sparkling smile. Sasuke was intrigued by the path that Naruto had chosen. While being a medic was not something that he had expected from his blonde-haired teammate, it gave him something to think about. When it came to his own choices. If Naruto was going to be the team support as well as one as the frontline fighters of the team, I had something to think about. Sadly, his thoughts were plagued with nearly unnoticed whispers from the seal on his neck. That promotion should have been yours. You are weak. Only my power can propel you forward, my dear Sasuke. Fortunately, Sasuke only noticed the thoughts as some sort of annoyance that distracted him, though what it was he didn't know, as the secondary seal suppressed the cursed seal's temptations. Sakura was curious now about Naruto. From what was just discussed, Naruto can be very studious. If that's true, then maybe there was someone else on the team she could talk books with. The mere idea made the girl giggle like a pervert, confusing everyone in the room, while a white-haired man near the hot springs giggled uncontrollably, getting the attention of the female patrons who looked downright murderous. Once he had set his female teammate down on the couch in the office, Choji didn't think much about what he was told, and instead began eating a bag of chips. He had been putting off eating anything since the meeting had started and he couldn't stop, the consequences be damned. Shikamaru for his part thought Naruto was even more troublesome now. Ever since the academy, Naruto was always a troublemaker of some kind. His rambunctious energy is part of what led Shikamaru to breaking off their friendship. Now the blonde he had written off as a nuisance, and someone he disliked the more he was around him, was becoming stronger, as he was calming down. On top of that, he probably had the strength of the Hokage in his punches. Better not get on his bad side, thought the Nara heir. Shino for his part said nothing on the news he had just heard. Personally, he was neutral to the blonde Uzumaki and had seen the work he put in as a medic, and had many of his clan members survive due to doctors and nurses being available to aid in more serious cases. Kiba was still sulking about the fact he lost to a weakened Naruto. Despite how much he tried, Akamaru was unable to pull Kiba from his funk. Hinata was indecisive about how to feel. On one hand, she was happy that her crush was being trained by someone of such renown, but on the other she was a little jealous about the affectionate nickname that Naruto had given the Godame. Sadly, despite her hidden feelings, she was still reluctant to speak to Naruto. Even now, she couldn't voice her congratulations, unlike his team. While Sakura was congratulating him, Sasuke gave a smirk of approval, while his sensei seemed to be smiling. Tsunade felt she had given enough time for everyone to get over their shock and congratulations. Coughing into her hand, she brought the room's attention back to her. As I was saying, Sasuke, Shino, she said, causing the two in question to straighten their posture a bit. According on your after-action reports that you submitted and told to the squad that met up with you, you two performed admirably in defeating the other two Suna siblings, she praised. Sasuke straightened his posture even more, as this is the one of the few times he was praised by someone with honest sincerity, and not just because he is an Uchiha. I commend you both on your defeat of your opponent when you aided in the pursuit and capture of Gaara. While you are strong, you are either lacking the ability to end a fight quickly or are lacking a secondary skill respectively. If you fill in these holes in your skills, I'm sure you will reach the rank of Chunin in no time. As for the rest of you, do not lose heart. With time comes skill and experience. Grow your skills, expand your knowledge, and continue to train hard, and you will also be promoted. The others nodded gratefully at the Hokage's words, while Sasuke had some reading and practicing to do if he wanted to find his secondary field of study to grow his skills. While some would think Sasuke would complain and demand to be taught by the legendary medic, medicine was not a field he found appealing. He would rather study something he found interesting or could help him in a more combative environment. With that, Tsunade allowed everyone to leave if they so chose. Team 7 decided to stay as Naruto started proclaiming that they need to celebrate. Hey guys! Since I got promoted, why don't we go out and celebrate? Naruto asked enthusiastically. Kakashi, remembering some happy times from his past, said that's a great idea, Naruto. It's not every day that a squad mate gets promoted, so count me in, he said with a nice smile. Sakura liked the idea too. Despite being a team for a few months, they rarely did anything as a team, and she did say she was going to try and be more friendly to Naruto the day they were announced as a team. Sasuke said nothing, but he also didn't leave, which in his language meant he was on board. With that confirmation, Naruto gave a face-splitting grin as he ran for the door, only to be stopped by Tsunade. Where do you think you are going? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I'm sorry, Tsu-chan. Would you and Shizune-sensei like to come? He was met with an indignant wink. You can come too, Tonton. Tsunade gave a confident smile. Of course we are coming too. After all, we're celebrating our student's promotion as well, Tsunade said as she kept her confident smile as she stood from her desk. Remembering how the Sandaime had often complained about the paperwork he would gain when he returned to the office, Kakashi felt the need to bring it up. Pardon me, Hokage Dano, but what about your work? Tsunade raises an eyebrow before pointing at the two additional desks in her office. Kakashi looked to them, then back to the Godame, missing the point. When he looked back to Tsunade, he saw two Kage Bunshin who looked dejected as they made their way to the desk Tsunade had pointed at. They took stacks of paperwork with them, causing Kakashi to chuckle nervously as he never thought about using them for such a purpose. Naruto cheered that they could get going. As they left the office, he all but shouted, We should go to Ichiraku so we can celebrate with Tucci and I am. Knowing how close he was with the ramen shop duo, Tsunade did not disagree with his choice. Instead, she put a hand on his back, encouraging him forward. Sakura protested his choice, though it was not to be mean, she just didn't understand Naruto's connection to the place. Naruto, are you sure you want ramen for a celebration like this? I mean, you go there quite a lot, so wouldn't you want to go somewhere else for such an occasion? Naruto looked hurt as he comedically stiffened and fell back into Tsunade, who put a stop to his act by bopping him on the head, causing him to cry out in pain as he rubbed the spot she struck. Ow! Tsu-chan? Tsunade smirked as she spoke. Oh, don't give me that. You can faint here if you want, but that would mean we won't be getting ramen. At that, Naruto immediately cut his act, his desire for the noodly goodness outweighing Sakura's sacrilege. As the two blondes were having their moment, Kakashi talked to Sakura. Sakura, it's Naruto's celebration. If he wants to eat there, that is his choice. Sakura felt a little bad. I know, sensei. I just wanted Naruto to know there are other places he can choose. Kakashi smiled at his student's thoughtfulness. He patted her head as he spoke. It's kind of you to do so, Sakura, but for Naruto, good company means more than good food. Sakura nodded in understanding as the group continued. As they were each in their own conversation, Sasuke was contemplating his choice of secondary specialization, leaning heavily to the same specialization as Kakashi. Naruto came back to the world around him as he neared the top of a large hill that overlooked the village market that surrounded the Hokage Tower. Looking at the sky, he noticed that some rather dark clouds had come in, blanketing the sky and blocking out the sun, giving the appearance it was going to rain soon. At the top of the hill, there was a brown-haired girl in a pink kimono sitting in a stool with a canvas on an easel. As he got closer, he saw that it was a painting of the Hokage Tower with the dark clouds above like the ones in the sky right now. Hey! That's a cool painting, said the blonde as he got closer. The girl stiffened at his words, being taken by surprise as she was not expecting anyone. Without turning to face the blonde, she replied, "Thank you." She immediately went back to her painting. She soon added bits of light to the underside of the clouds. This was soon accompanied thunder catching the attention of the blonde. The girl set down her current brush and grabbed a larger one. She then grabbed a tube of blue-tinted white paint. She put some of the paint in her palette before rolling her brush in the paint. Soon she put her brush on the canvas before painting what seemed like a lightning bolt on the canvas that struck the Hokage Tower, startling Naruto. He couldn't ask about her choice of addition because as soon as she finished, a huge bolt of lightning came from the sky and nearly struck the building, only to be split in half, startling the two. As soon as the lighting was cut in half, the girl seemed to panic and began grabbing her things, only to be stopped by Naruto. He didn't understand her panic, but he could tell that there was a correlation between the girl painting a lightning bolt that struck the tower and lightning nearly striking the tower. Naruto, at first, tackled the girl only for the collision to trigger a Kawarimi no Jutsu. Acting quickly, Naruto set his mask and focused on his sensory ability, detecting someone that appeared to be a girl running away from him and the tower. Figuring that was his target, Naruto summoned a few Kage Bunshin, one of which went towards the tower to check on Tsunade and report his findings. He and the rest set off after the fleeing chakra. At the tower, Tsunade was having a meeting with Kakashi to best utilize Naruto in team formations. After all, despite having a medic on his team when he was younger, his colleague, Rin, did not have the same medical and combat training as Tsunade and her apprentices. Originally, the two decided to have their meeting outside as the weather was too perfect to be indoors. Unlike what he was known for, Kakashi was on time, keeping to his vow of improving himself and his team. "You wanted to see me, Kakashi?" asked Tsunade. Kakashi gave a curt nod. "Yes, Hokage Dano. I wanted to ask what the best way to design formations with Naruto's skill set was. I had a medic on my team way back, and even in Umbu, however, they didn't have the same amount of skill as a fighter. I'm sure Naruto will reach under your tutelage," spoke Kakashi. Tsunade understood his plight. It wasn't common for a medic to also be a skilled frontline fighter, as they were focused on healing and the first target to be taken out by enemy combatants. However, with her training and Naruto already knowing the Baikugo no In and the Sozo Seize, he was definitely safer than any other medic that wasn't Shizune or herself. Tsunade nodded and began to lecture Kakashi on Naruto's role and placement in such formations. Over the course of their discussion, clouds began to roll in darkening the sky. As the discussion went on, Kakashi could say he really wished he brought a notebook. Embarrassingly, Kakashi had to stop his Hokage. Pardon me, Hokage Dano, but do you think I could retrieve a notebook so I can study this after our meeting? He said as he rubbed his head, his brain thoroughly fired with just how much information there was to comprehend. Tsunade let out a sigh. Tsunade touched a seal on the inside of her Haori. With a poof of smoke, Tsunade held a large, 3-ring binder with the cover reading Combat Medic Formations and Applications by Tsunade Senju. The binder was a copy of her original document the blonde had drafted when she first proposed adding a medic to each squad back in the Second Shinobi War while the original was in the Senju compound. She figured this conversation would come up sooner or later, so she sealed one into one of the storage seals on the inside of her Haori so she could give it to Kakashi when he wanted to talk. Kakashi still looked sheepish but was grateful for the material he could study, though by the look in Tsunade's irritated eyes he knew she was going to continue to go over the basics of each of her formations with him. That was until they heard a rumbling. Looking up, everyone was surprised to see the dark clouds that overtook the open sky. Soon they saw flashes appear amongst the clouds. Due to the sudden shift in the weather, the shinobi became suspicious even though there were no records of a jutsu that could manipulate the weather. Suddenly a large bolt of lightning shot towards the tower. The shinobi acted quickly. Kakashi sent an enormous amount of chakra to his right hand as he straightened out the limb to a knife hand. Kakashi leapt to meet the incoming bolt. The Umbu acted as well. In an impressive display of shuriken jutsu, the Umbu wove a Faraday cage around themselves and the Hokage before throwing up an earth dome around the cage to protect the Hokage from any potential devastation. Luckily, there was no devastation as, with the aid of his second original jutsu, Kakashi cut the bolt of lightning in half. The two halves struck around the tower, shaking the structure and causing the shinobi to lock down the village as the Jonin began directing Chunin and Genin, while the Umbu rushed to their Hokage's location to check on the condition of their Kage, receive orders and begin their investigation. In the training fields, Guy was working with his team until they were stopped by their sensei due to the incoming lightning. "Alright team, that's enough. We shall stop here for now so you can make it home. After all, we got to be in top shape so we can enjoy the springtime." Of our Guy was suddenly cut off when Niji shouted out in a panicked tone, "Guy-sensei!" The tower was nearly struck by lightning, but the bolt was cut. That last part got the energetic sensei's attention. There was no way that natural lightning would have struck the tower when it's so close to the Hokage mountain. That meant that the lightning was the cover for an attack on the Hokage. Shifting into his more serious side, Guy began to hand out orders. "Listen up! The village is now in lockdown," he barked, making his genin go wide-eyed. "We have just experienced an attack, so we will be keeping anyone and everyone from leaving." Tenten chose this moment to protest. "But Guy-sensei, what about Tsunade Dano?" Guy shifted his attention to his female student. "That is not our duty. Our duty is to prevent anyone from leaving the village." With that, Guy shifted his attention to Niji. "Niji, activate your Byakugan and tell me if you see anyone making their way out this way." Niji nodded and did as ordered. To his surprise, Niji saw copies of Naruto chasing a single individual, with all moving away from the center of the village, but Naruto seemed to be pursuing someone. At that, he relayed what he had seen to his sensei. Guy began to contemplate his team's next action. After a short bit of time, he let his team know of his decision. "Alright, we will aid Naruto and apprehend his target, and interrogate them to learn their intentions." Niji and Lee nodded dutifully while Tenten was hesitant as she wanted to check on her idol. Eventually she nodded, allowing Guy to order Niji to lead them towards the running individuals. Naruto was in hot pursuit of girl he was chasing, with his bunshins closing in to encircle her. That was until she dropped a picture. As soon as the paper hit the floor, Kakashi appeared standing before the stunned Naruto. He stood lazily with his hands in his pockets. "Kakashi-sensei?" questioned a confused Naruto. Kakashi gave the boy an eye smile before he disappeared. Naruto felt cold steel on his throat. Suddenly the feeling was gone, and it was hard for him to breathe. One of his bunshin that witnessed the act dispelled itself to let the original know what had happened. Naruto staggered forward as his hands were around his throat. Blood was flooding into his lungs as he fell to his knees. With the memories of the bunshin, he learned that his sensei had slit his throat. Before he could get caught up in questioning why, a voice rang out in his distracted mind. Don't focus on the why. Release your Byakugo no-in and heal your throat. Recognizing the voice, he quickly put his hands in the tiger seal and released the seal on his forehead and activated the Sozo Seize, sealing the wound in his throat. Once the wound was healed and the marks of release receded, Naruto began to cough up the blood that rushed down his throat. Kakashi, believing the boy was taking his final moments, waited patiently for the blonde to expire. Instead, he was met with 6 chains coming from the boy's back, attempting to skewer him. Kakashi acted quickly and rushed back to give himself more room to dodge, only for several more sets of chains to appear. Suddenly, Naruto received the memories of 2 of his bunshins that continued the pursuit. They were dispelled by Might Guy, who was now rushing to his location. Naruto wasted no time and created several more bunshin. When the smoke cleared, Naruto created several hundred, hoping that numbers would help him last before he summoned one of the slugs to aid him. The bunshin dispersed to either reinforce the ones attacking Kakashi or prepare for the incoming jonin. The group that was fighting Kakashi started falling quickly to the various katan jutsu the silver-haired jonin was using to corral the bunshins, forcing those that were waiting for the incoming Might Guy to aid in the attack against Kakashi. What was startling the masked blonde was the fact his sensei was doing his best to spam his jutsu instead of being conservative and patient like he had been against Team 7. The masked jonin was just throwing ninjutsu out left, right, and center, scorching the landscape with controlled fires. It was working as bunshin were dying when they were unable to defend themselves with their chains or be defended by another. Despite the sheer volume of chains being flung about, the fire and smoke obscured the visual abilities of the Narutos, forcing them to rely on their sensory abilities. Sadly, that was a challenge on its own, as they saw a highly cluttered sea of blue. It was difficult to distinguish Kakashi when the man was not jumping around, as he was concealed by his bunsins. This just highlighted something else he needed to work on. Sadly, most of the bunshin had been killed off after a short time. A side effect of creating so many bunshin was that wide area jutsu had an easy time catching many in a single use. By now, Naruto was just down to himself. His clothes were scorched while he was panting from having to dodge all of the fire jutsu that had been casted. Sadly, as soon as the last bunshin had been popped, Naruto was kicked in the face by a blur, with the only thing saving his skull was his mask that was reinforced by Tsunade. The blonde tumbled across the burnt field, only coming to a stop thanks to friction. Raising his head, he saw that Guy had arrived and was now standing beside Kakashi, with both jonin staring down the fatigued blonde. However, his vision was soon obscured by a large blast of fire that appeared to land on the jonin, only for the one who fired it to land harshly on the ground behind Naruto. Soon enough, Naruto felt a foot on his back, the strike forcing him to bend backwards and cry out in pain. Thankfully, he wasn't in pain long, as the weight on his back disappeared as if it was never there. Soon, though, Kakashi appeared in front of him, seeming to land from having leapt into the air. He soon heard people calling his name before someone began to get him to his knees. Soon, Might Guy stood in front of him in a combat-ready stance, staring down Kakashi. The Kakashi before him merely settled back into a lazy posture with his hands in his pocket. Guy noticed that the Kakashi before him was missing the chakra saber at the small of his back, as well as the second utility pouch. Naruto couldn't see it, but Guy narrowed his eyes at the Kakashi before him. Just as I thought. This Kakashi is also an imposter like the one of myself, thought the bowl-cut jonin. Behind him, his squad was aiding Naruto and Sasuke, who had been heading back to the center of the city after some training away from Uchiha compound to keep his mind clear. The raven-haired youth had heard explosions going off nearby. Since he was no longer near the training grounds, he was curious as to what was going on. When he arrived, he saw Naruto get struck in the face by the jonin of Lee's team. From the looks of things, that was not part of training. He was more sure of this when Naruto struggled to look at the jonin. Neither jonin made a motion to halt what was going on, instead leaving his teammate in the dirt, and struggled to raise his head. Seeing 2 jonin attacking his teammate, Sasuke attempted to intervene by using the Katan Gokaku no Jutsu to at least obscure the jonin's sight, if not hurt them. Sadly, for the last Uchiha, the jonin moved just before the ball of fire struck. Kakashi had appeared behind the last Uchiha, poised to kill him by shoving a kunai towards his heart. Sasuke jumped from his hiding spot to get away only to be met with a kunai driven into his back. Sasuke cried out in pain and grasped just above where the kunai was only to be driven to the ground by a fist to the top of his head. Kakashi was poised to strike the killing blow by creating his second original jutsu until a flurry of kunai came from his right, forcing him to drop to a knee, but he was thrown further off course when a palm strike collided with his arm that was armed with his attack, which shocked the striker as it turned to mist, while a rising kick nearly took his head off. To avoid this, Kakashi leapt up and over the newcomers to land before the spot where Sasuke's fireball had landed, his arm already reformed. Checking over Sasuke was the Hyuga of Team 9, Neji, while the marksman of Team 9, Tenten, checked on Naruto. Her position allowed her to also back up her sensei should he need it. The girl helped bring Naruto to his knees before turning her attention to the enemy before them. Neji was not sure what he was looking at when he focused his Byakugan on the Kakashi before his team. The man appeared to be solid based on how the chakra was flowing, signifying that they were real, but there were also wisps of mist coming off the man, similar to what he would see if his surroundings were affected by a genjutsu. The one thing that confirmed before him that the Kakashi in front of him was not real was that there were no tenketsu or chakra pathways. There was no way to hide those from a strong enough Byakugan, at least that's what was always said about his family's eyes, so whatever he was seeing was not a henge at least. It also could not have been an elemental bunshin, as they cannot cast ninjutsu that is not of the same element that creates them, and they aren't kage bunshin, as when he looked at them when Naruto used them to fight Kiba they had their own tenketsu along their chakra pathways, leaving him puzzled. It was not long after that Tsunade, her Umbu detail and several other squads along with Kakashi arrived on the scene. Tsunade was surprised to see another Kakashi but worried when she saw Naruto kneeling on the ground while appearing to be breathing heavily. The Umbu were just as surprised as Tsunade while Kakashi saw read that 2 of his students were injured. Needless to say, this was not what they were expecting to see when a bunshin of Naruto arrived at Hokage Tower saying that a girl with brown hair had painted the weather and a lightning bolt that struck Hokage Tower before it actually happened. After he told them where this took place, they had asked where this had taken place. Kakashi and Tsunade panicked when the bunshin reported Naruto was fighting Kakashi of all people. The group set out immediately with Naruto's bunshin guiding them. Tsunade ordered Guy, "Explain what's happened." Without taking his eyes off Kakashi, Guy gave his report. "Yes, ma'am. My team was training until the clouds rolled in. Believing the rain was coming, I ended the training. When Neji spoke of a lightning bolt nearly striking the tower, I had my team begin lockdown procedures. When Neji checked the surrounding area with his Byakugan, alerting me to Naruto's pursuit. Immediately we moved to aid in the pursuit of whoever Naruto was chasing. When we arrived, Naruto-san was being stepped on by a copy of myself, while Sasuke-san was almost slain by Kakashi. We acted quickly to save Naruto-san and Sasuke-san. When I struck the copy of myself, it disappeared into mist. My students managed to make the copy of Kakashi retreat to its current position. Naruto cut in and provided his own 2 cents. This Kakashi-sensei came from a photo. I think it's a jutsu of some kind, panted out the wounded Chunin. Tsunade went over the information she was given before giving her orders. From what Guy and Naruto said, they couldn't take this person alive if they are the same. With this in mind, she gave her orders. Take down this copy and get Naruto and Sasuke to the hospital. Once this is over and their conditions attended to, I want a full report from all involved as to what happened, as well as status updates on our walls. The surrounding force gave a cry of affirmation before moving out. Naruto was picked up by one of the Umbu before being taken to the hospital. For Sasuke, his shoulder was wrapped as the Umbu felt it was best to keep the kunai so it could be studied to determine what jutsu was used to make it. With anger as his motivator, Kakashi stepped up beside his rival, revealing his Sharingan and drawing his chakra saber. What he saw with his Sharingan intrigued him, being sure to note every detail his eye perceived and include it in his report. Moving quickly, Kakashi rushed his doppelganger, Guy not that far behind. Despite the fact the foe before them was Kakashi, the false copy never activated a Sharingan, and with the duo facing him down was quickly slain by the 2 powerful Jonin after the first Katon Jutsu was thrown at them. The fight, if it could be called that, was rather short. Guy pulled ahead of Kakashi and led with a straight punch that was blocked by the fake. Kakashi took immediate advantage of this by coming from behind his longtime friend and jammed his blade forward to skewer his foe. The fake attempted to push Guy away, but the bowl-cut Jonin was having none of that and grabbed onto both wrists of his foe as he stepped into his guard for better leverage. Kakashi's blade struck true and pierced the fake through the flak jacket and into their heart. What surprised everyone except Guy, as he had seen the effect before, was the false Kakashi vanished into mist around the blade shoved through his heart. Everyone was left stunned, as the only time something vanished into mist like that was when a genjutsu was dispelled. Unknown to Tsunade and those around her, when the false Kakashi was dispelled, the kunai it had jammed into Sasuke's shoulder also vanished into mist. Snapping back to attention, Tsunade handed out her next set of orders. I want to know what jutsu that was. Any jutsu that can be used to create copies of our own personal is a huge security risk, she ordered with steel in her voice. Guy, Tsunade called. Said Jonin snapped to attention. I want your team to meet me in the hospital. I will be getting you and your team's reports as well as Naruto and Sasuke's. The Godame soon turned to Kakashi. I want to know what you saw with your Sharingan. Meet me there as soon as you can. Kakashi nodded at his leader's orders. When they were dismissed, Kakashi set out for the hospital immediately, hoping to meet up with Sakura along the way so she could check on her teammates. Guy turned to his team and gave his own orders. All right, he shouted in his usual exuberance. We are going to meet with our Hokage, so be sure to recall all you saw and be sure to note when something is a fact, he said in a good guy pose. Niji and Tenten let out a sigh as Lee nodded animatedly. Yeah, we know already, sighed out Tenten. All right. Then let's go, shouted Guy as he and Lee took off for the hospital, leaving Niji and Tenten behind. The two were the last to arrive despite Lee still being considered as a recovering shinobi. The two were bantering about some insane challenge as they too walked up. While Niji walked up, Tenten struggled to not bend over on exhaustion. Huff, can you huff to not run so fast? Asked a panting Tenten. Now, Tenten, we are in the springtime of our youth, proclaimed Guy. We must push ourselves with all we have and fan the flames within to shine brightly, shouted Guy as he pointed to the sky. He hoped that his speech would invigorate Tenten so she would push herself to train harder. Sadly, like many before, the speech did nothing to invigorate his female student. With a sigh, he led his team to the receptionist before soon walking towards Naruto and Sasuke's room. As Team 9 approached the room Naruto and Sasuke were assigned, they heard muffled sounds as if someone was talking. The closer they got, however, the better they could hear. They heard what sounded like someone worry over someone else before they were suddenly stopped. When they reached the door, they heard someone giggling. Guy recognized the sound immediately, as it was what his friend often did when he read his book. Soon enough, though, they could hear someone talking. It sounded like Naruto. Hey, I was just making sure she's okay, Sakura-chan. Is that so wrong? It is when you're being a pest about it, replied the girl in question. They didn't hear a response, so half the group just assumed Naruto was pouting. They then heard a sigh. Yes, Gaki, like I told your Bunshin, as well as right now, I'm fine. The Godane then sounded serious. So can you tell me where Team 9 is so I can ask what happened? There was silence before they heard Naruto speak. Yeah, they're outside. With a knock from the inside of the door, the hidden Umbu opened the door and let a stunned Team 9 in, none of them knowing of Naruto's sensory abilities. Alright, spoke Tsunade, snapping Team 9 out of their shocked state. You care to tell me what happened? She then turned her eyes to the youngest blonde in the room. Naruto, you start. Naruto nodded. The blonde Chunin began his tale. Within Tano Kuni, Orochimaru lay on a medical table with many devices either threaded into his body or used to monitor his condition. Standing above him was his left and right hands, Gyurin and Kabuto. Kabuto was wearing a doctor's gown as he held a clipboard with many medical notes on his master, while Gyurin had several bandages wrapped around her arms due to the burns she gained from fighting Tsunade's Umbu guard. Kabuto looked worried as he went over the notes on the clipboard, while Gyurin scowled at her master's best medical officer. Gyurin was getting impatient as she waited for the news of her master's condition, as she had her arms crossed over her chest. Well, the blue-haired woman asked harshly. Kabuto said nothing, too engrossed into his work to care for the woman's attitude. When he was done confirming what he wrote, he then spoke. It seems that Orochimaru-sama had suffered severely from the punches that Tsunade had landed. His organs ruptured and his bones were nearly powderized. If not for many of the body-strengthening supplements he developed, he would most certainly be dead. Guren let out a guttural growl. "I'll get that bitch back for what she did to Orochimaru-sama," she said as Kabuto rolled his eyes, knowing that was a task far beyond Guren. Suddenly Guren's ire turned to him. "What about you? Why aren't you helping him?" she asked in anger, as she pointed at him harshly. Kabuto merely pushed up his glasses. "There is nothing I can do. He suffered too much internal damage with major bruising where each strike connected. The only thing left for him to do is to switch bodies." Guren looked shocked. She had no idea how much damage her master had suffered from the last fight. She soon spoke up as she put a hand on her chest. "Then I am ready. Set it up so that Orochimaru-sama may survive as he uses me," spoke the loyal Kunoichi. Before Kabuto could speak, Orochimaru's raspy voice came from his place on the bed. "No. I still have need of you," spoke the wounded Hibi-Sannin. "Bring me one of the marked prisoners," ordered Orochimaru. Guren looked as if she was just stabbed. She was set to be her master's next body. Now some random nobody was being chosen. She felt slighted and her pride wounded as she was not able to fulfill her life's ambition. Guren let out an unperceived growl in the back of her throat as Kabuto left the room to prepare his master's next vessel. It had been over 2 weeks since the lightning strike against Hokage Tower, and little progress had been made in determining the jutsu used in what many of the shinobi knew as an attack. This information was kept from the public to not alert the public of the attempt, as well as to not allow spies to send word and perceive Konoha to be weak. Since the incident, several changes were temporarily made to village security. A Kage Bunshin of Naruto was always left with Tsunade if Naruto was working with his team to be part of her guard detail to sense for the person he had been pursuing, while several Hyuga were out patrolling around the clock to search for the person Niji had described when observing the chase between Naruto and his target. If Naruto was with Tsunade for his lessons, then one of his many Bunshin would be set to keep watch while the others trained. Needless to say, Hayashi was pleased that his clan was being utilized so much. This gave him quite a bit of leverage against the other clans when it came time for the council to intervene in political matters. The Inuzuka clan were meeting struggles when it came to their side of the investigation. They were struggling to keep the scent of Naruto's target, as it seemed that a jutsu was active over the trail, so they had to use more noticeable methods to mark the trail they were following. This ranged from ribbons around trees to small flags planted in the ground. When reviewing the findings of many of the Inuzuka that were part of the tracker teams, they reported strange compulsions that encouraged them to follow different routes, or reported that the scent seemingly went in separated directions, leading to teams splitting up. If not for their methods of marking trails, they may have lost the trail with the amount of course changes teams were met with. The insects of the Aburame were not faring any better than the Inuzuka. Their Kikaichu were constantly thrown off course, as if the chakra they were following became vapor and went off with the wind. Many of their insects were lost in the pursuit as they weren't able to return to their host as they strayed too far. This forced the Aburame to pull out of the search and resort more academic methods of aiding the investigation. Hayashi's high came to a halt when several of his clan members were found wandering aimlessly throughout the village rather than patrolling, almost as if they were put in a genjutsu. However, reports surrounding the incidents determined that only certain sections of their brains were altered. This meant that it was not a traditional genjutsu. This put many in the clan on edge, but none more so than the elders, who were skittish for some reason, though Hayashi aimed to find out why. Due to the issues that came from tracking Naruto's target, Sum and Shibi were forced to consult clan records to see if they had ever come across such problems before. In their lifetimes, they and their clans have never struggled this much to follow a trail. It was a heavy blow to both clans. Many clans throughout Konoha usual didn't have many difficulties in utilizing their abilities in recent years. However, thanks to this incident and the recent invasion, the clans were forced to reevaluate themselves and acknowledge their shortcomings. Sasuke, in the meantime, had experienced a few more whispers from his cursed seal due to his loss against the fake Kakashi. Luckily, those whispers were held back by the seal around it. Sasuke figured he would have been outmatched by 2 Jonin, so he didn't let his loss against the apparitions didn't bother him too much. If you asked, however, And you could read the raven-haired youth. One could see he was more upset that he lost to a genjutsu than a jonin. Sasuke also took solace in the fact that Naruto had admitted that his throat was slit open by the false Kakashi within seconds. It made Sasuke feel a bit better that despite Naruto's growth he still had limits comparable to his own, though it did secretly horrify him that one he was beginning to see as a friend almost died due to whoever attacked the Hokage. Interestingly, Kakashi had stepped up their training again. More so their dodge and danger sense training. While Naruto did the best when it came to dodging when Sasuke wasn't using his Sharingan, something he had to use with permission since Kakashi didn't want him to become reliant on it. He didn't have the best danger senses, being on par with the group for that. That caused Kakashi to begin ambushing them as they trained with the silver-haired man. While all this was going on, Tsunade's duties didn't stop. The foremost topic being the negotiations with Tsunade to not only handle reparations, but potentially reinitiate their alliance. Despite keeping pace with all her work while she was out, there was still a lot that needed to be handled in her office. One such task was the ongoing negotiation for the release of the Tsunade siblings. Tsunade was desperate to have Gaara back behind their walls. As their Jinchuriki, the redhead was their single greatest deterrent against invasion, as the whole country is his oyster, while the other two were desired to boost the morale of their citizens. Even though all three were the children of the former Kazekage, the populace of Tsunade never saw Gaara as humans, so they needed Temari and Kankuro to aid in boosting their morale. One of the main problems that arose from the correspondences that surrounded the alliance was Tsunade didn't have much of what Konoha needed on a militaristic level. That is what made the treaty difficult to iron out. Most of the negotiations were centered around Gaara. Sadly, Tsunade and her council were attempting to ascertain what resources Tsunade had that would best benefit Konoha. Due to its climate and topography, Tsunade had deposits of precious minerals like copper, which is used in the manufacture of the short-wave radios some teams have access to. Sadly, however, the manufacturing abilities of Hai no Kuni was highly limited, so their current intake is steady enough for their making. Though an excess would aid the country in the event of a supply cutoff, something Danzo pointed out while in a meeting. While the negotiations with Tsunade were ongoing, the reconstruction of the village was going nicely. Thanks to the large sum Tsunade had brought in during her return from retrieving Jiraiya, the village was able to purchase much of what it needed for both rebuilding and feeding the people. That's not to say it was all smooth sailing. Once the fire daimyo had gotten wind of the rather large sum Konoha had received, the skinny and spinless man attempted to demand much of the money should be his, as he is the lord of the land. Such demand did not go over very well with much of the council. When Tsunade sent a response, despite the polite language she used in her message, she all but told the daimyo off, as not only the money hers but that it was also a donation, and he could get the money but only if he walked ahead of his army to take from her in combat. When that didn't work, he attempted to cut Konoha's funding to spite Tsunade. Needless to say, that also didn't go very well, as the next one to handle negotiations was Danzo. The more longer-serving members of the council were hesitant to allow this given his very patriotic stance with Konoha. It would be days before the Warhawk of Konoha returned, but upon his return the daimyo ceased all negotiations with Konoha for wealth that the man had no claim to. Some on the council, such as Shikaku, were curious as to what the old man said in his conversation with the lord of the land to get him to back off. Sadly for their curious minds, all they were given were cold shoulders and faint glimpses of a smirk that many had written off as tricks of the light. As the Council of Konoha was continuing their discussion for their alliance with Tsunade, Orochimaru was experiencing great pain once again. Sadly, this time no amount of anesthetic would remove the fire of all his pain receptors going off. On top of all of this, the very core of his being felt like it was being crushed. He was once again sitting in his bed as he writhed in agony. Despite the new body he had taken over, his arms were once again necrotic, much to the confusion of Kabuto. As Kabuto worked to understand what was going on, Guren was panicking over her master. She could also be found berating Kabuto over his inability to help Orochimaru. Currently, Kabuto was studying a piece of necrotic tissue from Orochimaru's arms to try and discern what was happening to Orochimaru's arms. Admittedly, he could get more progress done if he didn't have a woman constantly attacking his skills as he studied his samples. What is taking so long? Why haven't you found the answer yet? asked a near-hysteric Gyurin as she paced behind Kabuto, who sat on a stool on wheels as he was looking through one of the many microscopes within the lab. She would have struck him to gain answers and get his attention, however that would only slow the medic's progress. As she paced, her question was met with silence. Kabuto was more focused on his analysis that placating a woman who would merely continue to be an annoyance, and not assist in any way. As she received no answer, she stopped her pacing and turned to the back of the silver-haired medic and growls out, "Answer me." Again she was met with silence, further irritating the blue-haired woman. After a bit of time, Kabuto pulled out a journal, a leather-bound journal, to note his findings. "It seems like the cells are decaying, but not because of a lack of nutrients," commented Kabuto, as he wrote in his book. He then pushed off the table before him carefully, allowing him to roll towards another microscope. The new station he had shifted to has a slide of living cells from Orochimaru ready to be analyzed. Once again he made note of what he was seeing. It seems like the cells from his arms are missing something, he noted. Much to the annoyance of Gyurin, Kabuto shifted between the two microscopes and began making note of the differences he was seeing between the two samples. Much to Gyurin's annoyance, Kabuto shifted between the two samples a few more times before seemingly satisfied with his observations. As he sat back in his chair, Kabuto began making notes of similarities and differences he had seen throughout his observations. Gyurin, however, was only becoming more impatient as she was not receiving answers to her constant nagging. "Say something, you fool!" she shouted out, only to be once again met with silence. Unknown to Gyurin, Kabuto was pondering something as he appeared to be troubling him. "Something is missing, but what?" he grumbled in his thoughts. Unknown to Kabuto was the nature of how the curse seal works and its relation to Orochimaru's body swapping technique. When Orochimaru grants his targets a curse seal, he deposits a sliver of his soul within the seal. This sliver allows his seal to whisper into the mind of his target, compelling them to seek him out for the reason they push themselves to move forward. As the piece of his soul wears down the will of his target, it becomes so dominant that the will of the target erodes to nothing. When the Hibi Sannin switches bodies, the piece of his soul within the cursed seal he leaves on his target merges once more with his soul. He is able to take control of the body, as the soul of his target will not resist his intrusion and conquest of the body, leading to him taking over it. However, like any disease, the body he took over will begin to reject him on an instinctual level, requiring him to swap hosts again. However, since he dominated the soul, he takes a piece with him, allowing him to use the Kekkai Genkai of his former hosts in his new body. For his current body, Orochimaru never placed a cursed seal on his current target. Because of this, a portion of his soul did not establish itself as the dominant soul within the body, leading to the two battling each other within the body. As he is also only an incomplete soul, Orochimaru is struggling to beat back the soul of the body he is attempting to keep as his host, forcing him to feel agonizing pain as the two souls battle for the body. What Orochimaru didn't count on was that because his soul has no arms, then the arms of his new body would also remain useless. It had been a week since the lightning strike on Hokage Tower. Many things had come to light from the research done by some of the clans. There was a clan that joined Konoha sometime after the founding of Konoha. They were a clan that had a Kekkai Genkai that allowed for them to create genjutsu that was so powerful that its design became real. Sadly, the clan's Kekkai Genkai was breed out thanks to the clan marrying so many Kekkai Genkai holders in an attempt to combine their own with another, leading to either being active. The clan was a tragic example for many others to demonstrate why two clans should never marry together unless to have a single member be used for an alliance. Even then, many steps would need to be taken for a member of such a lineage to be able to activate a Kekkai Genkai from the ancestor. This would typically be flooding a single clan through the gene line for that Kekkai Genkai to become dominant once again. Due to such a program, it would be required for more than one child to be born of such a union, so that eventually both clans would revive their ability through unable gene lines. When this clan was active, however, they were often considered incredibly difficult to combat, as their genjutsu was very dangerous. It could dull senses or sensations to near non-existence. It could compel one to take certain actions if the caster was strong enough, and there were even records of them shutting down someone's cognitive faculties if they were strong enough. The first to come forward with their findings were the Inuzuka. Despite their incredible pride in themselves and their skills, some felt it necessary to bring everyone's attention to her findings. While some were skeptical about her conclusions, showing previous combat records of her clan against this clan as well as what she and her clan members were experiencing while tracking the trail they had been following for over a week. This had definitely led credence to her theory, though there was still doubt, as the clan had lost its shinobi clan status, as their Kekkei Genkai was deemed to be lost. The next to come forward were the Aburame. The Aburame, like many on the council, were skeptical of the Inuzuka's theory. However, they were finding no other means to explain why their Kikaichu were dying on the trail they were following. It wasn't until they looked into their own tactics that they saw the similarities to the effects of genjutsu targeting their allies, giving credence to Tsume's theory. Taking this theory into account, Tsunade sent a Kage Bunshin along with one of Naruto's to look through the Senju's records. She used this as a teaching moment on the lesson of using the past successes and failures of your predecessors to devise tactics to combat your next foe, and to show the importance of keeping notes of all interactions with other clans and shinobi, whether they are allies or foes. Naturally, Naruto had questioned this vehemently, only for Tsunade to use the most recent assassination attempt as an example of why it was necessary. This led to a bout of anxiety, as Naruto had not been recording such information. This caused Tsunade to chuckle at the younger blonde, catching his attention. "Don't worry, Naruto. Shizune and I have been adding your fights to the clan records. All they require are your thoughts and notes." Naruto had let out a sigh of relief at that. At least the next generation of Uzumaki would have his notes on people he has laid the smackdown on. This had led to Naruto questioning Sasuke if his family had any knowledge on what may be going on at their next team training. "Hey Sasuke," the blonde said, getting the Uchiha's attention. "Do you have any idea who may have attacked Tsuchan?" Sasuke gave the blonde a flat look. "Dobe, what makes you think I would have any idea about who attacked the Hokage?" "Well, maybe I thought you would have checked your family's records. You know, to see if someone encounters someone or something similar so that you could use their knowledge to beat them," Naruto said with a huff as he crossed his arms. Sasuke's eyes widened at the words. Ever since he lost his family, he had never looked through his family's records for anything, even training scrolls. All he had taken were jutsu scrolls, and that was just for the jutsu, hardly ever looking at the notes left behind by his deceased clan members. Sasuke had cursed himself for not using such a resource. All this drive to get stronger, and not once had he consulted the knowledge of his ancestors. He soon began to feel jealous of Naruto when the blonde explained to him why he had such a thought. Well, Tsuchan said that it was common for clan members to document their fights and political dealings to better inform their clan, and leave them with knowledge to fight anyone with the same skills they had either beaten or lost, to explain the blonde. It was then Kakashi decided to speak up. "He's not wrong, Sasuke. In fact, it's common for clan shinobi to write their report to the Hokage twice so one can be submitted to the clan's archive, though usually such documents would also have notes and addendums of how they either lost or won, with specific details to better ensure their clan would win or avoid a loss." Sasuke was left to contemplate on this until Sakura spoke next. "Hey Naruto, why would you as that of Sasuke-kun?" Naruto turned his attention to his pink-haired teammate. "Oh, that's easy, because me and Tsuchan went through the Senju and Uzumaki archives earlier this week to look for anything that may have been related to what had happened." That got everyone's attention. "Wait, Hokage Dano let you into her clan's archives?" shouted out a surprised Sakura. "Huh! Yeah, I mean they are mine too," he said nonchalantly. Before Sakura could shout her surprise, Kakashi spoke up. "Ah, so Tsunade Dano informed you of your familial relation to her?" That caught the other two's attention. "What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Sakura. "Well, Sakura, the Uzumaki are cousins to the Senju, and after the marriage between Hashirama Dano and Mito Dano, the clans were allied through marriage. Thanks to that, the Senju compound also became the Uzumaki compound," explained Kakashi. The silver-haired sensei was met with silence from two of his students. The only thing they knew was that Naruto was her apprentice, not that they were related. "Wait. If they are related, how come no one said anything back when we were in the academy?" questioned the pinkette. Here Naruto answered. "Well, since I don't have the red hair the Uzumaki are known for, no one believed I was an Uzumaki." Naruto brought out one of his chains. "I mean, it took me awakening my Kekkei Genkai from much of the Jonin to believe I'm an Uzumaki," explained Naruto. Sasuke kind of understood Naruto's trouble. In his younger years he remembered his father talking about some of the Uchiha that didn't have black hair and how it affected the clan. What Sasuke didn't understand at the time was that Fugaku was worried the Uchiha was going to lose many of their dominant traits that marked them as Uchiha. Without the distinctive markers of the clan, many could use the new traits to claim they were Uchiha and infiltrate the clan. It sounds dumb, but if the only thing they could rely on was the Sharingan to identify clan members, then everyone would be paranoid. There were many within the Uchiha that didn't have the signature raven hair, and if it wasn't for them being born to two Uchiha, there would have been a high likelihood no one would have believed that they were of the clan. Silence permeated the training field, as it was now clear that Naruto had quite the notable members in his family tree. Not wanting the silence to drag on, Kakashi clapped his hands together and spoke. Well then, I do believe it's time to get back to training, no? The genin merely sighed as they got into position and waited for their instructions. Back in the council chambers, Tsunade was now hearing more evidence from the final clan that had been involved since the investigation began, the Hyuga. Hayashi was not the happiest person when it came time to deliver his own evidence to support Tsunade's theory. It was not because he had to admit his clan had a weakness, oh no. His anger came from finding out that his elders had been hiding records of any time that the Hyuga had not appeared to be infallible. Hayashi had deemed this as dangerous as it could lead both arrogance and ignorance. If the time came that war broke out once again and they faced a foe they had lost to again, chances are they would continue to do so, all for the sake of the elders' pride of having an indomitable Kekkei Genkai. When Hayashi had found out about this, he had his elders arrested for sabotaging the clan and eventually put to death, as this was inexcusable behavior, and he would not see his clansmen dying just for some old fools who would not see combat ever again. Hokage Dano bowed Hayashi as he began his report to the Hokage and the council. After consulting my own clan records, as have Inuzuka-san, Aburame-san, as well as the other clans on this council, I throw my support behind Inuzuka-san's theory that a member of the Kurama clan with the Kekkei Genkai had attacked, spoke the Hyuga clan head. Unlike when Tsum stepped forward with her initial theory, the evidence had mounted to give credence to her theory. So with all this evidence, what shall we do? Asked Shibi. Tsunade thought for a moment before speaking. We shall send a team to confront the Kurama clan about this and bring in those believed to be responsible so that they may be interrogated and find out if they are responsible. This was met with nods of understanding from those in the chamber. Who did you have in mind, Hokage Dano? Asked Hayashi. The first would be my second apprentice, Naruto. As you know, he has the Kongo Fusa, which will allow him to restrain any potential captives and nullify any their ability to cast genjutsu, as well as sensory abilities that would allow him to see any genjutsu cast now that he knows what he is looking for. We will also be sending an Inuzuka who had participated in tracking the trail. Tsunade turned her attention to Tsum. Tsum-san, do you have someone who had participated in the tracking of the trail left by Naruto's target available to go with the team and identify the person who left the trail? Tsum nodded before speaking. Yes, Hokage Dano. I will be volunteering along with my partner Kuramaru for this mission, spoke the clan head. No one was surprised by the woman volunteering for such a mission. Her clan had taken a hit in its reputation for being great trackers. There was no better choice to rectify the clan's black mark like the clan head herself. Tsunade nodded at the woman before continuing. We should also send a Nara to aid in the detainment of the suspect as a backup to any action hurts. Most of the room nodded along, Shikaka merely listening as he could tell where this was going. Just as he anticipated, Tsunade addressed him next. The Nara would have spoken in anticipation of his Hokage's question, but given the seriousness of the meeting chose to keep his mouth shut. Shikaka-san, do you have anyone available for this mission? Shikaka nodded his head in affirmation. Yes, Hokage Dano. Currently my son is available. This comment earned many raised eyebrows, while the remaining Ino Shikacho members were looking rather worried. Shikamaru had a poor showing during the Chunin exam's final round, so in the political scene Shikamaru did not the greatest starting reputation, no matter the strategist he may be. Are you sure, Nara-san? Asked the skeptical Danzo. The boy may be intelligent, but from what he knew of the preliminaries and the tournament, many of the current clan heirs had much to be desired, with the ones showing their worth being the Uchiha, the Aburame, and the Uzumaki. He would give combative credit to the Inuzuka, however his attitude needed more maturing before Danzo would be willing to say the boy is showing his station. Shikaka fixed the elder with a hard look. Yes, Danzo-san, I am sure that my Masuko is capable of this mission, spoke the Nara. Danzo said nothing after that and let the meeting continue. In addition, I am having Jonin Karina Yuhi join the team as the foremost genjutsu user amongst our forces. No one said anything against this, as having a subject matter expert in such situations is always a good idea. Before the team was finalized, Hamura spoke up. Pardon me, Hokage Dano, but may I suggest that we send along Uchiha-sama? Everyone, including Danzo, turned their focus on the elders, suspicious of their motives. Why are you suggesting such thing, Hamura? Asked Danzo. Sweat began to form on the brow of the elder. Clearing his throat, Hamura spoke his mind. Well, his Sharingan could prove to be useful in combating this potential foe. Shikaku raised an eyebrow at the elder's horrible justification. If that is the case, then why not send Kakashi? Here Hamura seemed to gain more confidence in his words. It is simple, he cannot keep his eye active as long. No criticism against the Jonin's skills, however, if he cannot keep his eye active for a long period of time. Danzo did not take this critique very well. Kakashi was a loyal shinobi that had served faithfully for decades. This criticism felt rather forced, especially against one with such a record as Kakashi. Sure, the Warhawk had pushed the silver-haired Jonin to continue his service despite the signs that the man needed to take time off, but his record spoke for itself, and he was needed far more in the field than in the village. Tsunade was going to veto the inclusion of the last Uchiha, but Koharu suggested the issue be voted on. Many saw this as useless, as Sasuke offered nothing to this mission. The vote was heavily in favor of sending Kakashi in place of Sasuke's place. Unknown to the council, but Hamura and Koharu were attempting to use this mission to show off the last Uchiha. Due to his tardiness, the clients that had been interested in the boy were not able to see the boy's skills. To rectify this, the two elders were hoping to use the mission to arrest the Hokage's assailant as a means of boosting the village's prestige by relying on the name of another. However, Naruto's showing off his Kongo Fusa, proving his lineage to the thought-extinct clan to the courts of many daimyo and wealthy individuals, as well as his shocking performances of making all his fights seem easy, had done wonders for the village, the Uzumaki name, as well as the Senju name. In fact, the spies that Danzo had in the daimyo's court had reported that Naruto was quite the popular discussion for his lineage and demonstration of power over the other favored candidate, to the point the fire daimyo was using the boy as a mark of status over other daimyo due to his blood rarity, and making the exams seem easy due to how handily he had beaten other favored candidates. Sadly for the two elders, the council vetoed the decision to send Sasuke along on this mission. Seeing the situation they were in, the elders played their final card for this argument. Hokage Dano spoke Hamura, annoying everyone else in the council chambers. If you are sending Naruto-san and Kakashi-san on this mission, then would it not be better to include the remaining members of Team 7? Tsunade's ire began to rise at the constant pestering to allow Sasuke to join the mission. She had made her stance on the matter very clear. Sasuke-san and Sakura-san are not yet Chunin, and Team 7 is still a full squad, so it would be unwise to start separating members of the team unnecessarily. In response, Tsunade slammed her open palm down on the table, startling most in the room and silencing the elders. When everyone's nerves settled back into place, Tsunade spoke. While it is true that Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno are not Chunin, their rank and placement within their genin team does not mean they must be included in missions that require their sensei, Naruto, or both. When it comes to selecting shinobi for missions, it is my job to select those that are best suited or have the best skills to see the mission completed with as few injuries or casualties as possible. Sakura-san nor Sasuke-san have any skills that would allow them to aid in this mission, so they will need to sit this mission out, she said firmly, eliminating all argument from Koharu and Hamura. Seeing as how the elders were no longer pushing the subject, Tsunade continued the meeting. Okay. Now that the composition for the team of the mission is agreed on, all will be called to my office in the morning to receive their briefing. This received several nods of understanding. Now we shall conclude with the most recent correspondence from Suna. Everyone prepared for another long conversation, as these discussions were long and very boring. When Tsunade got home, she was exhausted. She kicked off her shoes and just plopped onto the couch in the parlor room, kicking her feet up as soon as she sat down. The exhausted Godame let out a long sigh as she looked up towards the ceiling. Funny enough, the couch she sat down on had her second apprentice reading on it. When she kicked her feet up, she rested them on Naruto's lap, surprising the blonde genin and pulling him from his book. Shizune was not far behind though. Instead of sitting on the three-seater with Naruto and Tsunade, she took a seat on the love seat perpendicular to the two three-seaters that faced each other. Naruto was curious as to why Tsunade and Shizue seemed to be exhausted. "Natsu-chan, why are you so tired?" Tsunade let out a sigh. "Can you bring us some tea and a dish of sake?" Tsunade failed to notice the small glare she got from Shizune. Naruto let out a sigh before sending a Kaiga Bunshin to bring over a tray with a bottle of sake, a pot of tea with a second cup for himself. Tsunade knocked back the cup of sake the second she grabbed it. She let out a sigh of contentment before she began her explanation. "I was in a rather boring council meeting. It was so taxing that I need to just kick my feet up," Tsunade explained. Then she remembered something. "Oh, you need to be in my office in the morning. So make sure you leave with us. We can do some training while you wait for the others," explained the blonde Senju. Naruto nodded at her words before he spoke. "The meeting couldn't have been that bad, Tsu-chan. I mean, nothing could be as boring as Iruka-sensei's lessons," he spoke as he crossed his arms and nodded his head. Tsunade merely smirked at the ceiling. She couldn't wait for the day Naruto got the chance to sit in on the meeting. Shizune, for her part, had to agree with Tsunade. She had the pleasure of attending the meetings to present documents before the council, or be there because Tsunade insisted she be there. She could very much testify that the meetings are boring. The next day, the 5+1 K9 were standing before Tsunade's desk while Tsunade sat at her desk with Shizune behind her, once again holding a clipboard close to her chest. Naruto's eyes were wandering around the room, mostly looking at the other people, and Dog, lined up with him, and Kakashi. He knows of the red-eyed woman, Kurenai. She is the sensei of Team 8, but that was all he knew of her. The other woman he knew was an Inuzuka because of her facial markings and that she had a companion with her. Of course he knew Shikamaru too, but he hadn't spoken with the lazy Nara for a lengthy period of time. Tsunade addressed the six. "Thank you all for being here. You 5 were called here as you have a mission." Tsunade would have said 4, however her lessons from long ago discussed how Inuzuka viewed their canines as partners and teammates, so to not address the canine would have been seen as disrespectful. "Over the past week we have been conducting an investigation into who Naruto's target was. We believe we know who it may be, or at least the group they may be a part of." Most of the group went wide-eyed at the new. Naruto wanted to ask questions, but a look from Shizune to be patient. "Thanks to Tsum-san here, we believe we are looking for a Kurama," explained the Godame. Naruto was confused. Tsu-chan, aren't the Kurama no longer in possession of their Kekkai Genkai?" asked a confused Naruto. From the records in the Senju library he had read that the clan lost its Kekkai Genkai from too much experimentation to have members with more than one Kekkai Genkai. Tsunade shifted her eyes to her second apprentice. "From what we have documented, yes. However, records our various clans have as well. Notes on the investigation seem to indicate that a Kurama with their Kekkai Genkai is active once again," explained the Senju. Those who were unaware of this went silent. Kurenai was especially affected as many of the lost genjutsu of the Kurama clan had inspired many of her more subtle techniques. After all, being able to fully control a target with nothing but genjutsu is considered to be the peak of any genjutsu specialist, something the Kurama clan was infamous for doing. It was rumored that they could even get enemy commanders to perform seppuku in front of their own staff before an engagement. When everyone gathered their bearings, Kakashi asked, "What is the mission, Hokage Dano?" Tsunade made a motion to Shizune, who handed a packet from her clipboard to each of the shinobi in front of Tsunade's desk. As they were reading their mission briefings, Tsunade continued to speak. "Kakashi, for your time in the Anbu, you will be team leader." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement of this. While others liked Samar of equal rank to the mask-wearing Jonin, her leadership specialized in more assault-based mission. Within the briefing was information on the compound the clan resides in, as well as a collection of known methods of fighting the clan used when they still had their Kekkai Genkai. Out of everyone, Shikamaru was the one not reading his briefing. While it was true he was improving his combat capabilities, he did not put as much effort into breaking his lazy streak beyond that area of expertise. Your mission is to investigate the Kurama family and either locate the possible assailant and bring them into custody or determine their family is not responsible for the failed attempt against me, explained Tsunade. Are there any restrictions? Asked Kakashi. Tsunade nodded yes. You are not to antagonize the family and act with the bearing of shinobi representing Konoha and the Hokage. If you feel that someone is moving against you in the shadows, you are to use your own discretion to not be in a disadvantageous position in the event a fight breaks out. If anyone attacks you, you have permission to eliminate them, as your team matters more than the lives of any that would attack you. But keep the fighting to a minimum, ordered the blonde Hokage. Kakashi nodded at the orders before turning to his team, waiting to see if anyone else had any other questions. Shikamaru was the next to speak. Pardon me, Hokage Dano, but how will we transport the suspect if we do locate them? Since they appear to be a genjutsu-based clan, there is a high probability that a genjutsu will be cast as we move them. How will we stop that? The Jonin and Hokage internally frowned at this question. With Naruto's chains making an appearance in the Chunin exams, it was expected that many of the clan heirs would take the initiative to learn what their clans had discerned about potential threats. After all, no clan would willingly disregard the efforts of former generations that did what they could to ensure their family would not be blindsided by another foe. This question meant that Shikamaru hadn't done any research as the member of a shinobi clan, or the Nara had no records on the Uzumaki clan. Letting out a sigh, Tsunade gave a brief explanation. Thanks to Naruto's chains, he will be able to restrain your target in the event you locate them and prevent the person bound by the chains from casting any form of jutsu, including taijutsu, explained Tsunade. Shikamaru's eyes went up at the implication of the words. I mean that his ability to capture targets is far better than even the combined might of his team. Before he dwelled on this, Kakashi spoke. All right, everyone, prepare your gear for this mission. Pack everything you need and some things you don't. You never know when a mission will go south. He then turned back to Tsunade. By your leave, Hokage Dano. Tsunade nodded, then dismissed the group, telling them to set out from the north gate for their mission, while Kakashi gave them an hour to be prepared. Naruto stayed behind to check with Tsunade and Shizune that he had what the medic of the team should carry. Seeing her blonde student still in her office, Tsunade asked, Is something the matter, Naruto? Naruto shook his head but spoke up. Actually, I was wondering if you can go over my medical pouch and make sure I have everything you think I should have. I mean, this is my first mission as a medic and I want to make sure everyone comes back safe, he explained. Tsunade smiled lightly along with Shizune as the pair waved him over. Naruto ran over happily before setting his medical pouch on her desk. Tsunade opened his pouch and began going through each section. He had a series of vials containing a variety of medical solutions stacked in a double-layered case to ensure they didn't bounce around as Naruto fought or ran. He was carrying several small storage scrolls which, according to the labels he placed on the scrolls, carried a variety of materials from bandages to carrying rods for a stretcher. There were even seals containing disinfectants and painkillers, but no medication, as he had yet to reach the part in his training that went over the amount to administer based on a person's height and weight. And of course, he was also carrying blood and soldier pills in the event anyone on the team would need them. There was another scroll that contained IV solutions in the event they are knocked into or unable to consume food or water. He was also carrying surgical tools in the event he needed to stitch a wound shut if, in the event it was left open, it would kill a squad mate. Aside from his medical materials, he was carrying several dozen kunai and shuriken. There were also 2 spools of shinobi wire, a roll of explosive tags, a small handful of smoke bombs, as well as a tool she insisted he carry, makibishi spikes. When she had told him to add several of these to his pouch, Naruto was skeptical, at least until she had him walk across them. Needless to say, he saw their usefulness in slowing someone down. Tsunade ensured everything was put back in his pouches. She had a neutral expression on her face as she turned to Shizune, who looked at Naruto. Naruto was a little nervous, believing he was missing something, until both grew smiles while receiving head rubs from both women. Naruto smiled happily at them as they approved of the contents in his pouch. This is well packed, Naruto. I see you even added a few tools as well. Naruto nodded energetically. Yeah, I got some tips from Kakashi-sensei, at least when I asked what weapons I should bring. Tsunade nodded at his choice. After all, an Umbu captain knew what weapons anyone should have no matter the mission. I don't think Kakashi was the one to encourage you to carry explosive tags, she said with a raised eyebrow. Shizune looked a little embarrassed behind Tsunade as she scratched her cheek. That was me, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade turned her attention to her first apprentice with a raised eyebrow, questioning why she would suggest him carrying such tags. Well, he could need them to get away from pursuers, she justified weakly. While it was a viable excuse, it wasn't one she was looking for, especially with 3 jonin on the team for such a mission. But she couldn't be mad, as a prepared shinobi is not a dead shinobi. Well, Tsu-chan, if I'm not allowed to carry explosive tags, then maybe I should have some other ones, he said hopefully as an attempt to get some of the rare paralysis tags. Tsunade instantly saw what he was up to and put a stop to it. Not until you can make them yourself, she reprimanded. Naruto pouted as he crossed his arms with a huff. Oh, come on, he whined. No. You need to improve your Fuinjutsu studies, and I made a deal with you, remember? Yeah. If I can make a paralysis tag, then you'll let me get started on my apothecary studies early, the younger blonde whined. He really wanted the new tags so he could experiment with them, especially for medical procedures where he didn't have any anesthetic, or to see if he could use them in some rather creative pranks. Tsunade pulled her young apprentice into a hug as she chastised him. Now, I know you are eager, but what did I tell you about Fuinjutsu? Naruto returned the hug as he spoke. That I need to be patent and learn how each brush stroke affects the seal as a whole if I want to be able to make my own. Tsunade then patted his head and gestured for him to continue. And if I want to be able to apply seals without ink like a true Uzumaki or Tsusen, then I need to memorize the seal on every level, from how it is written to how the chakra flows through it to activate it. Tsunade smiled at him as she let him go and flicked him in the forehead. That's right, so why don't you pull out your skeletal structure stress and small injuries unnoticed effects on a shinobi while you wait? Naruto pouted. Oh, come on. I read it 100 times already, he protested. Shizune giggled behind her sleeve before she asked teasingly. Oh? Then what is the number 1 cause of knee injuries for a shinobi? Naruto gained a sly look as he answered. That's easy. Improper application of chakra to feet and joints when leaping long distances or when bracing oneself from high landings. Shizune nodded at his answer. And what is the most common area that is affected by chakra-enhanced muscles? Naruto took a thoughtful pose as he thought. The 2 women smirked, seeing they had gotten him to stumble. Well? Prompted Shizune. Naruto scratched his head furiously as he thought. Suddenly it hit him. It's the cardiovascular system, Tsunade nodded. Good. Why? Because as shinobi we use our chakra to brace our muscles and our bones to an extent. However, because of the chakra added to boost our striking power, we compress our blood vessels, as many shinobi either don't think about bracing the walls of our blood vessels, don't have fine enough chakra control like us, he stated as he puffed up his chest with pride while the 2 women rolled their eyes to enhance their muscle performance correctly. This can lead to the chakra not being applied evenly and crush the blood vessels in their limbs, Naruto recited with a megawatt smile. Tsunade turned to Shizune and asked, well, do you think he is ready for his next book? Shizune smiled happily as she responded, yes, Tsunade-sama, I think he is. Naruto cheered as he bounced around the room as he was getting another text he could read. All right, settle down, Naruto, Tsunade said, Naruto doing so as soon as he was told, though that didn't erase his smile. You still have some time before you need to head out, so why don't you get some shosen practice in? Naruto nodded eagerly as he went with Shizune to another room to practice. Tsunade would not be too far behind as she set up her Kage Bunshin to do her paperwork. At the end of the hour time limit, Team Kakashi was gathered at the gate with everyone ready and waiting, though Shikamaru was rubbing the top of his head as if he was recently struck there. All the adult who knew of a Nara woman's wrath could easily tell that Shikamaru was on the receiving end of said wrath, though the question is why he would feel such wrath. Questions for later. Alright team, let's head out, ordered Kakashi as he leapt off, everyone following suit. While Kakashi and Kurenai were away, their genin were set to work with the Team 10 and Team Guy, thanks to both camaraderie and Kakashi agreeing to do some kind of ridiculous challenge. As she was off duty for a bit, Yugao stopped by to see the genin her boyfriend had been praising since his return from Nami no Kuni. She did not wear her mask or umbu vest, instead choosing to wear her jonin vest as well as tying her hair into a high ponytail. What greeted the umbu captain was an Inuzuka with a white puppy appearing to be angered or annoyed at a blonde with her hair in a bun holder, while the sensei seemed to be discussing something. Kakashi's genin seemed to be working on their own things while the Abdurrahim was reading something. Deciding to make her presence known, Yugao made her way over to Kakashi's genin. As she got closer, the two seemed to notice her. "Hello," Sakura said as she bowed to the woman, getting some of the other genin's attention. "I am Sakura Haruno." "Who are you?" Yugao smiled at the girl and responded. "Hello, I am Yugao Yuzuki, a close person to Kakashi. I had a few days off and was curious to meet a few of the genin he had been praising." Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the woman's words. Given Kakashi's lackadaisical attitude, he was surprised to hear the man was praising them. Sakura, on the other hand, was happy to hear her sensei was proud of her despite her poor performance during the Chunin exams. While this introduction was going on, Guy and Asuma had finished their plans for how to train so many. As they turned to address the genin, they noticed another had made their way into the field. "Yugao," called Asuma, getting the other genin's attention in the process. Yugao looked towards Asuma, greeting the man with a wave. "Hello, Asuma. I see you have a few extra charges today," commented the genin. Asuma scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, with Kakashi and Kurenai out, they asked us to help look after them." Yugao covered her mouth with her hand. "More like you did a favor for your girlfriend," whispered Yugao. Suddenly Ino popped up in front of the purple-haired umbu. "Hello? How do you know Asuma-sensei? Are you a kunoichi? How did you manage to keep your figure?" asked the blonde in a rapid-fire manner. Before Yugao could reply, Sakura acted by smacking Ino in the head as she shouted for her to calm down and not act too weird and like the old Naruto. Before Ino could retort, Guy cleared his throat and began laying out the instruction they would be providing while Kakashi and Kurenai are on their mission. As Team Kakashi was making their way through the woods to the Kurama family home, Shikamaru decided to break the traveling silence. "Hey Kakashi Tachio." Kakashi looked back to acknowledge the Nara. "I was wondering, why do the Kurama family live outside the village? I mean, everyone lives behind the walls for safety and keep intruders out, so why did they choose to move out where there are far more dangers for them to have to be on the lookout for?" Kakashi let out a sigh. This was not a topic that anyone that knew of the former clan's history liked to talk about, as it's a rather sad story. "You see, Shikamaru, the family moved out of Konoha when they lost their status as a shinobi clan." The news shocked Shikamaru. In all his time in the academy, he didn't recall them mentioning a clan losing their status. Then again, they also didn't talk about the clan Naruto was from, so maybe using his lessons from such an institution as his only source of information was not the greatest of ideas. Need to satiate his curiosity, Shikamaru asked how they lost it. This time Tsum answered. They lost their status because they lost their Kekkei Genkai. A consequence of attempting to mix two into a single gene line. Shikamaru was shocked. Just what wasn't he aware of? "What do you mean, Tsum-san? Think about it, pup. Haven't you ever wondered why clans don't marry those from other clans?" Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders as he responded, "Not really, it's too troublesome to think about it." Some grumbled about Nara being too lazy. Well, the Kurama became the example of not doing it. In an attempt to give birth to a generation of children that have two Kekkei Genkai, they ended up losing it, as the genes for getting a Kekkei Genkai are cancelled out in the event both parents have a Kekkei Genkai. It is why clans marry those with no such genes or marry those whose genetic histories show that they are phasing out the genes that cause the loss of a Kekkei Genkai, usually through planned marriages. Though they are often generalized by ensuring the person married someone in the clan, explained the Inuzuka matriarch. Though the explanation was short, it said a lot. Shikamaru was stunned to learn that a clan could lose their Kekkei Genkai. Though it did explain why the Hyuga were so strict about who their clan fraternized with. However, Shikamaru was broken from his thoughts when the group stopped. Looking forward, Shikamaru noticed they stopped near the bottom of hill, which at the top seemed to be a 9-story castle with a wall that reached toward the 3rd floor. Guess they chose a castle over a compound, spoke an annoyed Shikamaru. Kakashi signed for them to be silent before asking Tsum, Kuramaru, and Naruto if there was anyone nearby with gestures. Tsum and Kuramaru began sniffing the air as they kept their ears open, as Naruto seemed to be meditating. Naruto saw many silhouettes with his sensing abilities, a lot of whom were approaching Team Kakashi, something Naruto and Sim were quick to inform their captain about. With nothing but another gesture, Team Kakashi was ready for a fight, but Sim and Kakashi seemed to be more relaxed. Coming down the path while more showed themselves as they came from the woods were many Kurama family warriors that surrounded the Konoha shinobi. The leader of the group, a man of average height with long brown hair that fell to his lower back, scowled at the Konoha group. "What do you want, Konoha shinobi?" the man bit out. Kakashi merely smiled as he spoke. "We are here on behalf of Hokage Dano to conclude an investigation," the silver-haired jonin replied, much to the ire of the man before him. "Oh, and what is that?" Kakashi merely waved him off as he spoke. "Ma, that is something you are not privy to. As a citizen of Konoha, you are to aid us, needed to ensure your safety," Kakashi explained. The man growled in anger at the jonin's words but complied as he led the group to the castle. As they walked up the trail, Shikamaru took notice of how the Kurama family members were looking at them with disdain and harshness that put the Nara heir on edge. "Just great. I'm surrounded by people that would nothing more than to skin me alive. Damn it, Tsunade, why did you volunteer me for this?" thought the Nara heir. The group reached the gate soon enough. Like they had seen, the gate was exactly like one would see around one of the daimyo's castles. Despite their loss of their shinobi clan status, they still had their symbol branded into the gate, as a mark of defiance to the ruling of Konoha. Kakashi and Sim took note of this, with Sim letting out a groan she hoped no one heard. "Great, this is going to make the next meeting a pain to deal with," complained the Inuzuka. However, as soon as they are past the gate, Sim notices a familiar scent. Recognizing why the scent was familiar, she discreetly looked to her partner, who nodded that he too recognized the scent. With that confirmation, Sim turned to Naruto. "Hey pup," she whispered to the blonde. "Can you sense if there is anyone familiar on the grounds?" Naruto was confused at the question but figured she wanted him to check. Doing as she was hinting at, Naruto closed his eyes as they walked to where they would meet with the head of the family to tell them why they were on his property. He then saw the silhouettes of people throughout the grounds until his attention was pulled to the top of the castle. Before he could focus on the area, however, his concentration was broken by some jeers from some of the kids around his and Shikamaru's age. The young teens were practicing their shuriken jutsu against a set of stationary targets as they were taunting the Konoha shinobi. Before Naruto could retort to the insults, as Kakashi figured the blonde would, Kakashi ushered the blonde into the castle. No sense in letting the kid who could probably topple the castle in a single strike do so when not necessary just because he was mad. When they got inside, they saw many more guards, all of them armed kodachi, while they wore robes similar to the hyuga, though theirs were more of cinnabar red with a burgundy embroidery. They wore something resembling hitaites, though they had no insignia on the plate, showing they still pined for their days when they were shinobi. They soon were brought to a very long staircase, the sight of which nearly brought Shikamaru to tears at the sight, as it was clear that they needed to climb the thing to reach their destination. The lazy Nara felt like he had spent hours climbing the stairs. The one thing preventing him from voicing his annoyance was the death glare from Sim that reminded him too much of his mother's. As soon as they reached the top of the stairs, they were told they were going to meet the leader of the family, Unkai Kurama. Though if anyone paid attention to the man's speech, they would have heard him nearly refer to Unkai as clan head. As they entered into a room that really took after a room where one would meet the daimyo, including a screen to separate him from his guests. "Well, he certainly thinks highly of himself," whispered Naruto. The others had to agree with the blonde's statement. Despite her position making her the second most powerful person in Hai no Kuni, Tsunade is nowhere near as vain. In fact, none of the previous Hokage were. Their guards soon motioned for them to wait as one approached the screen and bowed on one knee. Unkai-sama, the guard, spoke, getting his leader's attention. The voice that belonged to the silhouette was gruff but lacked the strength of someone who is a leader. "Why are there Konoha shinobi on our lands, Morno?" At that, Kakashi chose to make himself known but refused to bow to someone who came off as so arrogant to believe themselves above the daimyo. "Greetings, Unkai-san, I am Kakashi Hatake. I am here on behalf of Hokage-sama to follow a lead in an investigation that we believe involves a member of your family." Based on stiffening the Konoha shinobi could see, the man knew something. This was also evident by how he spoke, which showed he was agitated. "That is preposterous. The Kurama clan has no formal shinobi, therefore your reason for being here is nothing more than to oppress us, as your Nidame had done so long ago," the man shouted as he jumped from his seat as he pointed at the screen between him and Kakashi. Kakashi was unfazed by the outburst, even as the guards in the room prepared to attack as they placed their hands on their weapons. "Get out of my compound and tell your Hokage she has no right to interfere with Kurama clan business." Despite the man's shouting, Kakashi, Tsunade and Kuramaru appeared to be relaxed, even as those that surrounded them grabbed their weapons. Naruto and Shikamaru, however, got in their stances, not quite used to the intense atmosphere, which was something Kakashi took note of. "I guess I should get my team used to such a setting since they are cleared for C-rank missions now," thought the copy Nin. Kakashi returned his attention back to Unkai. "Look, Unkai," Kakashi spoke as if he could barely remember the man's name. "We are telling you of our reason for being here as a formality. You have no authority to deny us access, especially since you not only hold no power of us as shinobi of Konoha, but you have no power within the government of Konoha. If you try to stop us, we are allowed to defend ourselves, however we will be concluding our duties here," Kakashi said icily, further infuriating the man behind the screen. Before any more could be said, Kakashi had his group leave the room, further infuriating Unkai. When everyone re-entered the hall that led, Naruto wanted to check on the pull he had to the top of the castle. Being on the top floor like he was, it took no time at all to see the layout. Suddenly his eyes shot open, catching everyone's attention. Something wrong, Naruto?" asked Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, this isn't the top floor." That got everyone's attention, though Shikamaru seemed to be calculating something. Kakashi put his hand to his chin before he spoke. "Tsum-san, are there any paths that Unkai has taken leading from this room?" Tsum and Kuramaru sniffed the air before they started walking. Despite a few stops and evaluations based on where they were, Tsum and Kuramaru located a hidden stairwell leading to Shikamaru, groaning in agony at the sight of more stairs. When they finally reached the top, they were met with the sight of a heavy wooden door inscribed with a seal that made Naruto cringe in pain. The seal on the door was poorly drawn and seemed to be created by someone worse than an amateur. Tsum and Kuramaru were suddenly assaulted by a familiar scent. "This area holds the scent of the person we have been trying to track," spoke the head of the Inuzuka clan. Seeing the door and hearing that the person he was chasing was behind it, Naruto lost all inhibitions and charged forward. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go!" he shouted as he ran to open the door. Panicking, Tsum reached out and grabbed his shoulder. "Hold on, Gaki. First we have to deactivate that seal." Naruto looked at the woman, confused. "What seal?" Tsum looked at the blonde as if he was an idiot. "That seal," she said as she pointed to the drawing on the door. Naruto followed her finger. "Huh, that? Oh, that it's just ink. It's so poorly drawn that it's nothing more than a finger painting," explained the blonde, stunning the Inuzuka and the Nara. Thanks to her stunned mind, Tsum lost her grip on Naruto, who continued forward, followed by Kakashi and Kuramaru. As the door opened, Tsum and Shikamaru were snapped out of their shock. The door creaked open, revealing a dark room with only one window that seemed to have blackout curtains. Near the center of the room was a brown-haired girl wearing a pink kimono with maroon embroidery held closed by a pink sash, painting a picture of some kind. No one could tell what was being painted due to how far away they are. When the doors were fully open, the girl spoke. "Oh, I have some more guests," she said softly. "I wonder if they need me for another painting," she said as she giggled into her hand. Naruto instantly recognized the kimono. Before he could begin shouting, Kakashi spoke, using his time in Umbu to guide the conversation. "That's correct. We need you to do another painting of the Hokage." The girl stopped painting as she spoke. "I thought Aji-san said to lay low?" she asked as she resumed her painting. The group were intrigued by her words, setting off several alarms if she is required to lay low, as she said. Continuing the ruse, as the girl had yet to turn around, "Change of plans, you are needed for something." The girl began to clean her paint supplies as Kakashi signaled for Naruto and Shikamaru to prepare to capture her. At their nods, everyone waited as the calm before the storm set in. When she was done, she put her things away, grabbed her carry case and turned to face who she was talking to. The girl also has brown eyes, with her hair being parted on her left side, held there by a sports clip that consisted of two circles with a single low-hanging braid on the same side. Under her kimono, a red mesh armor shirt could be seen, as well as her burnt orange shinobi sandals. "WWW, who are you?" she stuttered out, fear being apparent to everyone. Kakashi raised his hands in a jest of surrender. "Stay calm, we are not here to hurt you." You lie!" she shouted as she attempted to back away from the Konoha shinobi. "You're here to hurt me like everyone else here!" she shouted. That last statement got everyone's attention, though for different reasons. "I promise you we aren't here to harm you. We would like it if you came with us to answer a few questions," spoke the pharaoh woman. The girl still appeared fearful of the group. Choosing to try a different approach, Naruto asked, "Hey, what's your name?" Before she could answer, Shikamaru let out a long sigh. "Man, this is such a drag. Can't we just take her with us?" This comment earned him a smack to the back of the head by the blonde of the group. "Shut it. We aren't trying to scare her," responded an irate blonde. This interaction seemed to lighten the mood, as the girls seemed to laugh at the interaction between the two youngsters. When the girl's laughter calmed down, she answered Naruto's question. "My name is Yakumo Kurama." Naruto gave his usual beaming smile as he pointed his thumb at his puffed-out chest. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki." Databao. At his words, Yakumo flinched despite her smile. "Are you okay?" asked Kakashi. Yakumo nodded nervously. "Okay," Tsum said as she changed the subject. "Yakumo-chan, are you willing to come with us?" Yakumo still seemed scared while interacting with them. As her fear of those before her grew, despite how friendly they seemed, so too did her headache. Her headache grew to a point that she fell to her knees, clutching her head, and let out a silent scream. This caused the Konoha shinobi to worry greatly for the health of the girl. Naruto rushed forward to help her, his training as a medic nin and morals propelling him forward. When he reached Yakumo, she stopped screaming and was looking towards the ground. "Hey, are you okay?" asked Naruto. His response was maniacal laughter that started slow before it culminated into a crescendo of room-shaking laughter. "I'm back!" shouted Yakumo as she raised her head. The first thing that caught Naruto's attention was glowing purple eyes she now possessed. Believing she was experiencing a form of delirium, acted quickly and wrapped his chains around Yakumo to restrain her and prevent her from hurting herself. Yakumo did not take too kindly to that, as she began violently thrashing around in an attempt to break the chains that bound her. Much to the confusion of her guests, her personality had done a drastic shift. Kurenai had immediately began scanning the girl for any mind-altering genjutsu. She checked from the girl's chakra flow too, checking if there was a foreign substance in the air. Meanwhile, the others moved to question Naruto as he kept Yakumo bound. "Naruto, do you know what happened to her?" asked Kakashi. Naruto shrugged his shoulders as he kept his attention on the thrashing, trying to determine what may have caused the girl to change from a skittish girl to someone who was acting like a captured enemy. "I don't know, sensei. That's why I bound her, that and keep her from lashing out and hurting any of us," spoke the blonde as he tried to take the girl's vitals despite her struggling against him. Shikamaru thought over the facts he had. The girl was not affected by a genjutsu according to Kurenai. She shifted in her mentality when Naruto got too close. "Maybe she has a split personality," theorized Shikamaru. Everyone gave the Nara's idea some thought. "Maybe," said Kurenai. "We should get her to the hospital for a proper diagnosis," spoke Naruto. The other gave nods of agreement and began making their way out of the Kurama family home. As they were making their way out, Naruto asked, Kakashi-sensei, how are we going to get her out of here?" he asked in reference to the struggling Yakumo. This gave everyone pause as the need for a plan made itself known. Kurenai was the one to come up with a plan first. "Genjutsu," was her near instantaneous reply, getting confused looks from the younger shinobi. "I thought the clan specialized in that?" asked the blonde. Kurenai smiled at Naruto's question. "Yes, they did, however we do not need some elaborate genjutsu. In this instance we are looking for subtlety, the most refined form of the art," explained the crimson-eyed kunoichi. Kakashi, Tsum, and Kuramaru caught on to where she was going with her plan. "I assume you have something in mind?" asked Kakashi. Kurenai nodded. "We can create a genjutsu that makes Yakumo seem docile to everyone else we come across." Naruto seemed a little confused. "Why the docile one?" Because it will make it seem as though she is cooperating rather than fighting us like the one we currently have bound, explained Sim, getting a nod of understanding from the blonde. Shikamaru was the next to speak. Should we disguise Naruto's chains? I mean, it may be seen as an attack or be called one if they tried to stop us. Before Kakashi could answer, Naruto spoke to answer the Nara's question. No, the properties of my chains would dispel the chakra over them. Shikamaru noted to save this information for later. What if the Kurama members try to stop us? Asked Sim. Kakashi gave it some thought before answering. We tell them she is coming with us as a witness, proposed Kakashi. Before anyone could comment, the bound girl shouted out, I didn't agree to anything. Despite her outburst, everyone ignored her in favor of putting their plan into action. In Konoha's hospital, the team that went to the Kurama family home was in a room joined by Tsunade and Shizune, while Tsunade's Umbu were guarding all entrances to the room. Naruto was standing next to the bed they had Yakumo sitting on, keeping her bound with his chains to prevent her from using any genjutsu during the time it would take anyone to bind her with suppression cuffs and a blindfold. On the wall away from the bed Yakumo was bound to was the remainder of the team, all waiting for Tsunade to address them. Tsunade was going over Yakumo with a fine-tooth comb, taking into account what she had been told by her second apprentice that lead up to the girl thrashing and cursing in her seated position. Once she was done making her notes on Yakumo, she turned her attention to the team that brought her back. So you told me who's she, but care to explain why you believe she's the culprit? The team gave their Hokage their evidence, as circumstantial as it is, as to why the girl before them was their chief suspect. As the team was giving their report to the Hokage, the remainder of Team 7 was brought to the hospital by Yugao, doing so under the pretext that she wanted to get to know her former captain's new team since she spent the entire time at the training grounds assisting in getting them up to snuff. Despite the woman's best effort of the Umbu captain, Sasuke was still antisocial, though that may have to do with the fact Yugao spent the entire time kicking him across the field while denying him the use of his Sharingan. Sakura, on the other hand, spent a lot of time trying to pry into Kakashi's personal life, asking the purple-haired woman several questions, including how she and Kakashi met. This was replied to with several instances of dodge training, something the older woman picked up from her dango-loving friend Anko. As the three were leaving, after getting Sasuke's arm reset and Sakura getting covered in bandages to the point she looked like a mummy, with Yugao taking mental notes, she would bring up to Kakashi. The Uchiha seems to be where he should be for his age. His emotional stability still needs work despite Kakashi-kun's best efforts. He should be sent to therapy soon so his emotions don't compromise him in the future, especially if the cursed seal is whispering in his head if his will falters, she thought grimly. That being said, his ability to learn new skills is as predicted, but that applies to things Uchiha were known for. If he is learning a skill outside his family's background, he takes more time to grasp it as if he were a normal student and not a prodigy. Yugao then turned her attention to the pinkette. I can see why Kakashi focused on genjutsu with Sakura-san. She picks up the art better than Kurenai did at her age. On that note, I should make sure that Kakashi sets up a schedule with Kurenai to get the girl proper tutelage. She has a great grasp on the basics of the art, but she would need a more specialized teacher for her to progress even faster. Though there may be another skill she would need to look into for her to reach Chunin, thought the Anbu captain. As they were walking around through the hall, Yugao noticed the security around one room. Curious, she approached the door in a non-threatening manner. Seeing their teacher breaking off, Sasuke and Sakura were curious as to what she was doing. As she approached, the door opened and Sakura and Sasuke were surprised to see Tsunade along with Shizune leaving the room with Naruto hot on their heels. Before they could call out to him, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Shikamaru along with a woman that had a strong resemblance to Kiba, the resemblance being cemented by K9 following closely behind her. The two saw Tsunade rub Naruto's head as he smiled widely at her. Sasuke felt a feeling of jealousy creep through him. He remembered the time his mother used to do that for him. He would always shuck her hand off his head. Now, however, he missed the feeling. Sakura, on the other hand, was curious as to what Naruto was doing. Was he back from his mission? Did he get hurt? Well, standing around wasn't going to get her any answers. Hey! Naruto! Called the pinkette. Naruto, along with everyone else, turned to see who called him, effectively ruining Yugao's attempt to surprise Kakashi when she saw him. Naruto waved to his teammates before looking to Tsunade to ensure that she knew he was going off to meet with his team. Tsunade gave him a smile as she placed her hand on his back before she lightly pushed him forward, letting him know it was okay to go talk to his team. Meanwhile, Kakashi met with his girlfriend. "Hello, Yugo-chan. What brings you here?" asked the copy Nin. Yugo smiled up at Kakashi. "Well, I was just bringing your team," and she gestured to Sasuke and Sakura, as they had a bit of a difficult time during training. Kakashi looked to where his additional students were, only to see one was a mummy while another had their arm in a sling. Worried about his students' health, Yugo waved off his worries, instead drawing the conversation she wanted Kakashi to have with Kurenai about Sakura. Back with the youngest members of Team 7, Sakura asked the chunin of their team. "So Naruto, how was your mission without us?" Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Well, it was kinda boring. I mean, we met his guy who was super full of himself. I mean, he acted like he was superior to the daimyo," the blonde said as he crossed his arms and nodded with his eyes closed. The two remaining members of Team 7 really didn't want to believe him, but considering they watch a dog literally drag Naruto through a minefield, so the two pitied Naruto for that. Knowing the blonde, it must have been hard on him to not make a scene. Then we ended up meeting this girl that seems to have a split personality. One is really calm but can be skittish when surprised. The other one is really aggressive, explained Naruto. He had to be careful with how he explained his mission as there were many things he couldn't disclose yet. Sasuke was curious about this girl with a second personality. The way the second was described, it resembled his curse seal's voice in a way. Seeing asking Naruto to see her as a quick way of getting denied, he decided to walk in the direction of her room and catch a glimpse of the girl as he walked past. When he looked inside, he saw a brown-haired girl sitting similar to how he did when he awoke from his time after the massacre, though she had restraints attached to her arms, probably due to her second personality. "Is that the girl?" asked Sasuke as they walked by. Naruto saw the room number they were passing and he nodded. "Yes, she's the girl we met on the mission," confirmed Naruto. Sasuke turned to Naruto. "Can you tell me about her?" Naruto slowly shook his head. "Sorry, but stuff surrounding her is classified," apologized the blonde. That reminded him of how the Sandaime had corralled people from asking questions about the massacre when he was hospitalized. Yakumo had spent a week being interrogated by Ibiki and Anko, shifting to the top of the list in priority when it was disclosed she was involved with the recent attempt on the Hokage's life. Based on the discretion of her skittish nature, Anko and Ibiki were forced to change from their usual tactics. After all, if the girl was too scared to talk, they would learn nothing. Needless to say, what the two interrogators had learned from the girl was rather shocking. They found out that her clan had found out she had reawakened their, thought to be, lost Kekkei Genkai. There was a bit of a snag. Instead of being able to utilize this with any genjutsu, she was only able to have her genjutsu be real if she had painted her intended outcome before using it as a medium for her genjutsu. While not as powerful as it once was, it was still better than not having it at all. This led to the current head of the family, Unkai, to start plans to turn her into a weapon, as all thought that Kekkei Genkai lost to them, and when she was old enough Yakumo would be used to restart the clan, reintroducing the Kekkei Genkai back into the Kurama clan gene line, and allow them to regain their clan status, and maybe reach greater levels of power. When Naruto caught wind of this, when one of his bunshin helped in organizing Tsunade's files for her, Naruto was angered to the point Tsunade went out and restrained the shorter blonde when his bunshin dispelled and let him know of what was found. For nearly 3 days Tsunade had Naruto handcuffed to her so she could keep an eye on him. While it was met with little success, she managed to keep him in place when she distracted him with more medical lessons focused on patient resuscitation, challenging him by using his futon jutsu to reintroduce oxygen pack into a patient's lungs. Sasuke had learned of Yakumo's separate personality when he tried to visit her. When he had first seen her in her far-off state, he was curious about her. Sadly, for his efforts, Naruto was rather tight-lipped about her aside from her name. This forced Sasuke to use his lacking stealth skills to infiltrate the hospital to find her records. He was not met with much success. Her records were not only classified to be viewed by verified doctors that had not only the skill but necessary clearance to work with Yakumo, but she also had round-the-clock security given she is the main witness to the plot to assassinate the Hokage. Sasuke had no way of talking to her, in the hopes of finding a kindred spirit who had been betrayed by their family. The best he could do was try and get help from Naruto. That thought made him pale. Sasuke had never been one to ask for favors, but he potentially had someone who could understand him. With resignation, Sasuke made sure to talk with Naruto to get him time with Yakumo. Sasuke brought up his desire with his blonde teammate. Naruto looked a little unsure if he could help Sasuke. I'll talk to Tsuchan. Sasuke didn't say anything, but he gave Naruto a grateful smile. So is there a reason she is still in the hospital? Asked Sasuke as he turned away from Naruto. Naruto thought about the question before he gave a sly grin. I'm not telling you, he said as he looked away with his arms crossed, his sly grin never leaving his features. Sasuke's cheeks turned red as he glared at his blonde teammate. Shut it, it's not like that. Naruto continued to grin at the raven-haired boy. Not like how? Questioned the blonde. Sasuke just walked away, his blush never leaving his cheeks. Tsunade sat at the kitchen table as she and her housemates were eating dinner in their casual home attire. The older blonde had a content smile on her face. When she initially invited Naruto into her home, she had not expected him to be one of the best cooks in the home, which is good as was always second to Shizune in that field. Though considering both of his parents had been very accomplished cooks in the homestead, it shouldn't be surprising once he learned how. While most who did not know of the training he had undergone would have thought that all Naruto would make would be ramen, the diets he had gone over with Tsunade and Shizune had allowed him to explore all kinds of ways of making meals that fulfilled the nutritional requirements his two sensei laid out for him. For tonight's dinner, Naruto had made fired rice with stir-fired vegetables accompanied by hand-breaded chicken breast. Today had been a rather intense physical training day, so Tsunade made sure to emphasize he needed lots of protein and vegetables for his meals today. As they were eating, Naruto seemed to be nervous about something that everyone at the table picked up on immediately, though they wanted Naruto to talk about it at his own pace. That was until they were nearing the end of their dinner. Alright, Naruto spoke, Tsunade getting said blonde's attention. What's bothering you? Naruto soon averted his eyes from Tsunade, casing said woman to raise an eyebrow at her reaction. Naruto soon whispered out, it's nothing. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at his words. It was clearly something if it was bothering him this much. Shizune placed a hand on his arm. Naruto-kun, it's okay. You can tell us. Naruto took a deep breath before he spoke. It's about something Sasuke asked me earlier today. Tsunade leaned on to her elbows at this, inadvertently showing she was greatly interested in what he has to say. She also, unintentionally, showed off more of her cleavage as her more casual home attire top was a low-cut V-neck shirt in a color that contrasted with her skin tone, making her features stand out more. With his cheeks slightly pink as he spoke, he told them of what Sasuke had asked of him. While Tsunade found it amusing that the Uchiha seemed to be interested in Yakumo, the girl is still a suspect in an ongoing investigation. While it's true they seem to have found the one that threw the kunai, the interrogations seem to have opened up the doors to a far larger plot, meaning the girl's safety was in more jeopardy. Because Sasuke is not part of any of the teams involved in the investigation, she could not let him see her. Naruto looked aghast as Tsunade told him no. Why not Tsuchan? All but shouted at the table. Tsunade gave him a look that shot down his upcoming argument. Tsunade let out a long sigh as she explained, because she is still part of the investigation. Naruto continued on, undeterred by his sensei's words. But she could still use some friends. I mean, she was locked away and turned into a weapon. No one deserves that, he shouted. Meanwhile, Tsunade let out a long sigh. She was soon rubbing her forehead in exasperation. While she wanted Naruto to continue to keep his caring nature, there were things he needed to think about. Tsunade let out a sigh. You're right, Naruto. She looked deep into Naruto's sapphire eyes. But if I grant him access, it's a security risk not only for us but her as well. By granting access to someone not associated with the case, someone could use that as a means to gain access to her and take her out, she explained solemnly. Naruto looked crestfallen as he spoke. So there is no way? His eyes soon hardened. I don't believe that. Tsunade shot him a look that stopped his rant. I'm not saying there isn't, Naruto. Tsunade let out another sigh. I'm stating there are challenges that have to be taken into account. The challenges that you have to overcome are ones that have a hand in securing assets, must always face, she explained. Naruto looked apologetic after Tsunade explained her reason. He didn't think of the consequences or security risks when it came to this situation. He just wanted to help out Sasuke, as his teammate was not one who made friends unless he was willing, unlike himself, who seemed to draw people into himself. Naruto just didn't want Yakumo to no longer have no friends. Suddenly a thought hit him, and that's when he perked up. So does that mean if I can close the gaps in security, Sasuke could meet her? He asked exuberantly. Tsunade wanted to sigh at the question, as it is one anyone who has designed security layouts has always needed to answer. Instead, she gave him a smile as she had an idea. Well, if you have some method to close the gaps, then there is a chance, or else he will have to wait until after the investigation is concluded, where we will release her, explained Tsunade. Before Naruto could speak again, Tsunade held up a hand to stop him. And no, we will not be releasing her to her family. Naruto seemed to relax at the reassurance, allowing Tsunade to continue. Once she has provided us with everything she can give us, we will release her to an apartment that will be under surveillance for her safety, she explained. Naruto looked relieved at that. Though he wasn't close with the girl in any way, that still didn't mean he wanted her to be harmed. He was just hoping that she could make some friends when she got out through. Naruto perked up at that. He could introduce her to his friends. She is a trained kunoichi after all. Maybe I can convince Tsu-chan to get Yakumo her own Hitai, thought an excited blonde. While lost in his thoughts, Tsunade pulled the younger blonde into a hug, pressing his face into her cleavage as she did so. Naruto returned the hug despite feeling embarrassed about the position he was in. Tsunade's next words to him were not what he was expecting to hear, but it brought him tears of joy all the same. You have a big heart, Naruto, never lose it or close it off. No matter what anyone may tell you, it is a strength to care for others in a world where many will backstab and distrust their comrades, so keep your heart strong, she praised. Naruto smiled a joyful smile as Tsunade planted a kiss on the top of his head. As Naruto slept the night away, he returned to the green pasture that is his seal. Making his way to the trees that made up the gate to keep the Kyuubi locked away, his thoughts drifted to brainstorming ideas on how to allow Sasuke to meet with Yakumo. He eventually made it to the cage. This time, instead of the Kyuubi launching him with his slipstream, the kitsune was seen carving a comic strip into a tree with one of its claws. Naruto was confused at the sight, more so that the kitsune could perform such delicate tasks given its size. From what he could see, the strip had a man with horns before a crowd of people did jiza before him. There was also a panel where the same man held one of his arm up and a word was carved into his palm. Naruto couldn't tell because of the distance between himself and the panel. What are you doing here, Gaki? Asked the Kyuubi in its usual deep voice. Naruto merely sat before the cage. Just coming to see you, was his response. The Kyuubi raised an eyebrow at his response as it continued its work. Why? Though the question was simple, there was much to be gained from it. Naruto for his part gave a wide, sunny smile as he answered the kitsune. As I told you before, I don't want you to be lonely. Naruto's tone became crestfallen as he continued, I know what that's like. The Kyuubi said nothing to Naruto's words, but the faintest hint of appreciation could be seen in its eyes if one were looking at the kitsune head-on as it continued carving. Deciding to humor the boy, the Kyuubi asked, so what insignificant thing did that woman teach you this time? It asked, letting out a huff as if it were annoyed. Naruto gave a bright smile as he recounted his tale, all the while embellishing it with exaggerations and many gestures. The Kyuubi, despite its anger towards humanity, knew which humans to hate. It was old enough to have the wisdom to not place the blame of another's sins on an innocent. Despite this, it wasn't going to just make friends with the boy. Just because he didn't hate him didn't mean he liked him. Naruto relayed what Tsunade had told him about Yakumo's situation to the young Uchiha. Needless to say, he wasn't happy. Despite his outlook at being spoiled by many in the village, he was still, on some level, used to the treatment. His anger flared slightly at being denied, allowing the cursed seal to whisper in his ear, see how they deny you, Sasuke. If you had power, then none would deny you. All you desire would be yours without question, and I can give you that power, Sasuke. Come to me. Sasuke shook his head to rid himself of the intrusive thoughts. So you're saying that I can't talk to her? asked Sasuke. Naruto gave a sly grin. Why, Sasuke, I didn't know you had a crush on a criminal, teased the blonde as he giggled behind his hand. Sasuke gained a tick mark on his head. Shut it, dope! Exclaimed the last Uchiha as his cheeks turned red from embarrassment. Sasuke glared at the still giggling blonde. So you said there was a way to see her before she is released? Naruto stopped giggling and was about to answer only for Sakura to run into training ground and pouncing on Sasuke. She may be improving herself, but she was still 13. She wasn't going to change her personality just because she was training her body to be a better kunoichi. Good morning, Sasuke-kun, Naruto, she greeted cheerily. Naruto waved back with his own cheerful smile, while Sasuke turned away and grunted as he crossed his arms. Sakura looked disheartened that Sasuke still wouldn't talk to her, however this only reaffirmed her resolve to continue, as true love always prevails. Soon after she concluded her thoughts, Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. Yo, he said lazily with a small wave. The 2 genin and 1 chunin got ready for their team training by moving to stand before the lazy-appearing jonin. What are we working on today, Kakashi-sensei? Asked an excited Naruto as stars seemed to sparkle in his eyes. Kakashi gave his team an eye smile as he spoke. Nothing much, just some new team formation I got from Hokage-sama. Naruto's face shone that of awe at those words. We're going to be practicing Tsu-chan's medical combat formations? Asked the excited blonde. He received a nod from Kakashi while Sasuke and Sakura appeared confused at the new formations. While it wouldn't be surprising that Tsunade would draft new formations given the influx of medical training many were going through, they were surprised that she already had some ready to be implemented. Seeing the mix of intrigue and confusion on his genin's faces, Kakashi explained for the 2, they are a set of formations created by Tsunade-sama during the Second Shinobi War when she was pushing for a medic to be on each squad. Here Sasuke and Sakura were giving their own looks of understanding. Sadly, they were never implemented formally, as the idea of a medic on each squad wasn't made official even through the Third Shinobi War, explained Kakashi solemnly. He soon raised his head and looked to his team with another eye smile. Currently there are schedules being drafted to allow for members of squads to volunteer to be the medic for a team and receive proper training while still being part of said teams. If no one volunteers from a team, however, then the squads will be shifted so a medic will be made part of it. At the explanation, the 2 began to feel worried that their team will be breaking up. We don't have to worry about that, right, sensei? Asked a nervous Sakura. Kakashi merely waved his hand lazily in front of his face before he responded. No. Naruto here is our team medic, he said as he gestured to the blonde, who gave him a wide, toothy smile as he received acknowledgement from his sensei. The others give the blonde looks of apprehension and are a little scared, not sure how to feel about Naruto being the team medic. Naruto got an evil glint in his eyes when he noticed them looking at him in response to this. They giving him nervous looks, as it's not a good idea to mock the one with your life in their hands. Before the 2 could visibly show their discomfort to the blonde's gleam, Kakashi continued. Because of Naruto being trained by Tsunade-sama, we are a little special and are going to practice the formations that Tsunade-sama drafted for her own team. What does that mean? Asked Sasuke as he raised an eyebrow. Sighing internally at the question, Kakashi continued to explain. See, since Naruto is being trained as a combat medic by Tsunade-sama, our formations will be the ones she created for the Sannin. Now understanding the significance of Naruto's training, the genin looked in awe and were curious what formations they would be learning. But soon something piqued Sakura's interest. Sensei, why does Naruto being trained by Tsunade-sama warrant these changes? Because Naruto is being trained as not only as a medic but also a frontline fighter, sealing specialist, while also getting capture and detainment training. At the list of training, the blonde of the team was getting both Sakura and Sasuke's jaws nearly struck the ground. See, Tsunade-sama is one of the only few medics that can fight on the front lines while being a healer. As such, she trains her apprentices to do both, whereas standard medics are only trained to heal. Because of this, those she trains receive the same specializations as she, drastically increasing the squad's effectiveness no matter the mission. As Kakashi was concluding his explanation, Naruto gives a big grin and a peace sign to his squad mates. The silence that permeated the training grounds was broken by a bitter-sounding Sasuke, despite how much he tried to hide it. How come we don't get the same training? Kakashi for his part just shrugged. Well, that's what she is teaching him. If you find a tutor in a specialization you desire, then they may add additional skills to your training like what Naruto is getting. As a Jonin sensei, my primary job is to guide you through the path towards becoming a chunin. However, it is on each of you to seek out additional skills beyond what I teach you. That doesn't mean I can't be your tutor, however, I am to teach you many of the fundamentals such as elemental ninjutsu, tracking, political discussion, and how to interact with nobles, and how to take down enemy combatants in the field. I can't teach you skills beyond that, as the path you wish to take with your shinobi career may not be part of my wheelhouse. That is also something you have to decide for yourself. Sakura raised her hand to ask, how come they didn't teach us about needing to specialize in the academy? Kakashi just shrugged. Maybe they weren't sure who would pass and chose not to disclose what was needed after you graduate. Maybe they didn't think it was necessary. At the last one, the recent graduates gave a deadpan look towards the Jonin before said Jonin spoke again. Plus, it is typical of clans to beat specializations into their younger members' heads, so maybe they thought your clans would handle it, he said with a shrug. The three youngsters fumed at the explanation for a reason of their own. Before they could get ranting about any injustice, Kakashi asked if Sakura and Sasuke thought about any specialization. Sasuke said that he was thinking of specializing with a Kusarigama to start, while Sakura said she wanted to add trap making and tracking to her repertoire as well as continue her genjutsu studies. Kakashi nodded at their responses. Okay, we'll stop by the new department of specialization after training to find you two tutors. Sakura and Sasuke nodded before Kakashi had them warm up before getting started. At the same time, within the office of the Hokage, Tsunade was meeting with Ibiki and Anko. The two were meeting with Tsunade to deliver their report on the most recent questioning of Yakumo. Tsunade put the paper down when she finished reading it. So the former clan is taking the chance of a change of power to try and usurp the seat of Hokage, Tsunade said tiredly. Ibiki and Anko said nothing. This was not the news that anyone wanted to report to their leader, as it put the question of genocide on the table. However, the silver lining is that Yakumo said that the ones pushing for this coup were the ones that could not find another skill set to replace their time as a shinobi were the ones pushing for it, and even they were split. It seemed there was a way to avoid bloodshed, or at least a mass amount of it. Tsunade turned her attention back to her best interrogators. I need you two to push for more information about those who want no part in taking me out of office. Perhaps they could be the ones to tell us the family's grievances beyond wanting their clan status back. After all, there must be more to their plight if they are doing this now than when Orochimaru attacked. The two nodded as Tsunade was right on that front. Right away, Hokage Dano, said Ibiki. He and Anko bowed and left her office. Once the door was shut, Tsunade put her head in her hand and felt saddened that so many could believe immediate violence was the answer to their problems. They didn't even try to negotiate before ruining the life of a sweet girl, thought a saddened Hokage. Amongst the other training fields within Konoha's borders, the other Konoha teams were going through their own training. Asuma looked down at his team. Despite his drive a few months ago, Shikamaru sadly reverted back to his lazy tendencies, often claiming that the intense training he initially agreed to wasn't showing results in line with the intensity he was giving. Ino still gave her best, especially when she heard that Sakura was seeking a secondary specialization. Despite their reconciliation, the two were still rivals as shinobi. Choji was providing mixed results. He still ate like he used, shoving food down his gullet at any opportunity, but was seeking help from his clan. Asuma could only let out a sigh of agitation. He and Kurenai's teams were under heavy scrutinization from the clans of their students, and it was even worse of the genin. Due to their failings in the recent Chunin exams, reputation took a steep hit. While many of the clans were supportive of heirs or heiresses, they could not ignore the hit to their reputations. Out of all the clans that participated, the Uchiha and Uzumaki, and by extension the Senju, were spared some form of humiliation in the daimyo's court. The Hyuga lost no face outwardly, but internally they were dealing with their own matters. As for the Yamanaka, Ino's abilities were called into question as she had lost to a non-clan shinobi. While her father and mother were supportive, the politics of high society were nowhere near as forgiving. There were whispers that called the clan's abilities into question, and if they were choosing the best option for Eris. A saving grace for Ino was her loss was behind closed doors and did not have many spectators, so the clan had room to maneuver and save face without compromising their status quo. Plus, according to medical and match records, Ino lost with a tie, so at least her opponent did not move on either. Choji was in a worse position. Due to his match being a loss, he was in far more of a precarious position. Due to his family's reputation as highly durable fighters, his loss being done with one move was not promising. Choza, for his part, cared little for the daimyo's court, instead choosing to focus on his family. While the sentiment was great, he neglected to think about how little or no action will affect his family going forward. The worst hit was the Nara family, and not because Yoshino used her frying pan on her son and husband. Since Shikamaru's loss was more public and was incredibly one-sided, Nara experienced great political backlash. So much so it was questioned if they truly were highly intelligent if Shikamaru lost so easily, regardless of circumstances making up the match. Because of this, more eyes were on Shikamaru to ensure he truly is someone who should succeed his father. This also means that all the actions Shikamaru takes while on missions will be scrutinized lest he be seen as incompetent by those who hardly know him but feel they can judge him. Letting out a sigh, Asuma addressed his team. Alright everyone, listen up. Today we will be running through additional formations before moving on to additional ninjutsu training. Ino looked giddy. She had heard from Hinata that Team 7 was going through their own elemental ninjutsu training. With this, she wasn't going to lose to Sakura. Choji was indifferent. Sure, elemental ninjutsu was cool, but nothing beat barbecue in his mind at his age. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was sleeping. Seeing this, Ino acted quickly. She immediately shot to her feet and promptly began shouting at the sleeping Nara. "Wake up, Shikamaru! You can sleep later!" She shouted as she placed her hands on her hips. With a start, Shikamaru sat up, rubbing his eyes in the process. Asuma took notice of the bags under Shikamaru's eyes. It appeared as though the Nara was staying up late, something Shikamaru would never do if he could help it. "Alright, Ino, that's enough," spoke Asuma. Ino was about to continue, but the gaze from her sensei halted any protest. Asuma would need to talk with Shikamaru when training was over. Maybe he could help the boy with whatever was keeping him up. Meanwhile, Kurenai was going over her own team's political standing. Sadly, Hinata was the one to come out of this negatively, thought a saddened Kurenai. Sadly, due to her loss against her cousin, the Hyuga political scene was thrown into an uproar. While Hinata had little backing due to her timid nature that seemed to rule every facet of her life, her loss to Niji is being used to demonstrate her lack of skill regardless of Hinata's determination during her match as well as Niji's instinctive grasp on gentle fist. As for Kiba, he had come out neutrally. While he did lose his match, it was to a clan known for producing capable shinobi. To that end, Kiba's reputation came out relatively fine politically. His home life had been turned upside down. His mother and sister were no longer allowing him to slack off during his home training because he was training with Kurenai. This wasn't done because he lost to another clan. This wasn't done because of some political backlash. No, his training was intensified because he lost, and because he was unable to end a fight as well as the recent conflict that ran through Konoha. Unlike many of the Nara and Yamanaka, the Inuzuka were on the front lines battering themselves against the incoming invaders even if they were uncoordinated. As a result, many Inuzuka fell during the opening minutes of the conflict, though they slew many more despite their numbers. As a result of this change in training as well as what he witnessed as part of the search and rescue teams, Kiba has lost much of his boisterous nature he once carried in his beginning days as a genin. Now he was beginning to resemble his mother. Calm, pack-orientated and very defensive of his comrades. He has, unintentionally, become another source of inspiration for Hinata, showing the shy heiress that people can change by what they live through and become better people. Shino was seen as the strongest of Kurenai's team given his opponent forfeit to him regardless of what happened during the tournament. While the Jonin showed great pride in her student for winning his only match, she was smiling a lot more at team meetings for a few days despite the recent conflict. She was very supportive by being someone her students could vent their grievances of what they had seen to. It was surprising that Shino was the first to reach out to her for help. While he found it easy to talk to his father about the logical side of what he was feeling, when it came to the emotional side he reached out to his sensei. "Sensei, I don't understand," asked the Abure mayor. "I know they were comrades and that they died because conflict leads to death, but I fail to understand why I feel uncomfortable." I mean, logically speaking, death comes with conflict, but why does it affect me the way it does? Kurenai let out a sigh. Sadly, conflict always affects us. Even those we didn't know could leave us barren and guilty when we find them dead. Part of it is survivor's guilt, but another that we are forced to recognize or remember how short life can be. When a comrade falls, we are always affected. Despite what happens, someone always dies, and when they do, it saddens us. Someone we knew or someone we knew lost someone they knew, and that affects them. Shino thought on Kurenai's words a bit before he spoke. But logic tells us why that is. We know that conflict brings death, so we should be prepared for it, replied the Aburame. That may be, but just recognizing it doesn't mean we accept it. Sadly, this grief and pain is something you will see more of as you continue, but talking about what you feel will always help, even if it doesn't seem like it. Shino was left silent at her words. That was a few days after the funeral. Now Shino's demeanor seemed to have become more stoic since that time. Now he was more attentive to his surrounding, with his Kikaichu actively crawling around more openly beneath his coat. The last of her students, Hinata, was in the worst predicament from the Chunin exams. Due to Hinata's loss against her cousin, some within the Hyuga were calling for her removal of the selection of clan head. Hayashi stopped pushing against his eldest due to the recent conflict, and that Niji was nearly crippled by Naruto if not killed. This had shown the clan head that if his nephew was not invincible, then maybe he should reevaluate his opinion of his daughter. To start this, he rescinded his near abandonment of his eldest. This also led to the defense of his daughter against his elder advisors, saying that they should wait until she and her sister are older to choose the next successor. While the pressure of her home life has lessened, Niji still seems to look down on her for not being as quick on the uptake for the family's fighting style as he or her sister. When the day ended, Tsunade sat saddened on her couch with her feet propped up as she nursed his dish of sake. The day's events wore heavily on her. Soon, however, she was met with an excited cheer from the front door. The excited one was soon followed by a more feminine and older-sounding voice letting Tsunade know that Naruto and Shizune returned. It wasn't long before the said orange-clad blonde came running into the sitting room and leapt at Tsunade excitedly, prompting the woman to sit up and catch him before she set him back down with a smile. Well, someone's excited, she said. I assume Shizune taught you something rather fun? Naruto nodded excitedly. Yeah, she showed me the dokujiri today. Tsunade rubbed the boy's head affectionately as she smiled as brightly Naruto. The boy just seemed to brighten her day no matter the preceding events. A fact Shizune took great advantage of. She whispered into Naruto's ear as Tsunade refilled her sake dish. Hey Naruto, Tsunade-sama had a rough day at work and maybe she could use some cheering up, the Ravenet said with a wink. Naruto, not catching the undertones, went along with what Shizune's suggestion and gave Tsunade a big hug before grabbing her by her hand and pulled her off to his favorite spot to think, all the while Tsunade was questioning what got into the blonde and Shizune was giggling behind her hand. The two were atop the Hokage monument just as the sun was falling below the tree line, setting a serene atmosphere. What are we doing here? Asked Tsunade, though the younger of the two hadn't been here in years. Whether it was from being busy to pass the academy or the stress of missions, the few times he sat atop the monument, he always found himself lost in his thoughts, and his stress seemed to evaporate. Naruto had a small smile as he looked out over the village. I come here to relax, he said softly. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. In the time she knew him, not once had he talked about this place. Before she could ask Naruto, the boy rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Though I haven't been here in quite a while, he. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the boy. When she looked back out towards the village, she noticed that the stars were beginning to come out. Well, it certainly provides a great view, she commented fondly. Naruto nodded fervently as he replied, yeah, it's great. The wind blew, rustling their hair as the leaves blew by. Tsunade sat down to appreciate the view. Once she was settled, she patted a spot next to her, encouraging Naruto to join, which he does happily. The pair sat in silence as they appreciated the sunset before them. As night began to show, Naruto leaned on Tsunade, who for her part gave him a one-arm hug. Thanks, she said softly. Naruto looked up at her with his eyes. For what? He asked. Helping me relax, was her reply. Naruto gave her a big smile as he said, anything for you, Tsu-chan. Next day, Tsunade seemed to be more relaxed at work despite the stress of the Kurama situation. Shizune, the one who figured what led to her current state, smiled the entire time she was at work alongside her Hokage. "You seem to be feeling better, Tsunade-sama," commented Shizune. Tsunade did not turn her eyes from her work as she replied, "Yeah, I am Shizune. Last night was just what I needed. Time to walk away from the work of the office and smell the roses." Shizune continued to smile as she took the completed work from Tsunade's desk and left the room. Back on the training field, Sasuke and Sakura were put off by how bright Naruto's smile was. "Seriously, did the dobe get the sun implanted in his teeth?" questioned Sasuke. "I hope he isn't turning into Lee," thought a worried Sakura. Soon Kakashi arrived only to see Naruto's smiling visage. "Oh no! Don't tell me I lost him to Guy," panicked Kakashi. In another part of the village, Yakumo was undergoing another round of questioning from Ibiki and Anko. They were standing before a bound Yakumo. Due to her time spent in the hospital, Shizune was able to diagnose that Yakumo had developed a split personality, though the factors that led to its creation have not been fully determined. What was discovered are the more violent tendencies of the Ito, as it preferred to be called. This has allowed Yakumo to train to become a killer who was more than willing to attack anyone that was deemed as a target. It is Yakumo's more trained nature to listen to her uncle that prevents the personality from becoming a mass murder. With the cooperation of Ito, Konoha's interrogation department was able to glean what they could about the Kurama family, especially the girl being treated as a tool for revenge. Ito did not care what she revealed, only that carnage would come from it. While she was a great source of information, Ibiki and Anko needed to be careful as to not report any false information they could glean from the two personalities. Depending on the way they worded their questions, Yakumo would not be switched with Ito, who has a tendency to come forward when Yakumo feels threatened or the situation rises from subtle to overt. This had led to many clashes between Ito and Anko, given the purple-haired interrogator could become quite eccentric when she gets into her work. Currently they were interrogating the young Kurama in their interrogation facilities rather than the hospital where she had stayed during her diagnosis. Ibiki sat in front of the girl while Anko was standing in a dark corner, watching the interrogation ominously. Currently Yakumo was the lead personality, waiting patiently for Ibiki to begin. The silence was drawn out by the interrogator, building upon the atmosphere to make Yakumo uncomfortable so she would answer questions to leave the room sooner. Soon Ibiki began tapping his index finger on the table, which was soon accompanied by Anko sharpening a kunai against another, very slowly. Despite the uncomfortable atmosphere, Yakumo did not feel threatened yet. Tap tap tap. Shink shink shink. Ibiki-san started a nervous Yakumo, pulling the eyes of the two interrogators to her even as they continued to tap their fingers or sharpen their kunai. "Is there something you wanted to ask me?" Nothing was said in response to her question. It would be a while before Ibiki spoke, startling Yakumo yet again by his gruff voice. "You have told us quite a bit, however there seems to be some holes in the information you have given us." Yakumo gulped, all the while her left eye seemed to be changing in demeanor, signaling Ito was coming forward. It had taken some time, but Naruto finally worked out a way for Sasuke to meet Yakumo. Naruto teased his teammate relentlessly over going to see his crush the entire time they made their way to her hospital room. Naruto's big plan: wrap Sasuke in his chains and present him to the Umbu. If it worked, Sasuke got to talk to his crush; if not, well, since the chains were a clear identifier for Naruto, that was easy on his part to prove who he is, that and summoning a slug. With his chains binding Sasuke, he could prove he wasn't under a henge or a genjutsu. The pair made their way into the hospital, all the while Sasuke doubted the efficacy of this plan. "Dobe, are you sure this is going to work?" Sasuke asked with a scowl. Naruto gave a large grin. "Of course it will, team. Just trust me. I mean, when have my plans ever failed?" Sasuke gave the blonde a deadpan look. While Naruto's plans on missions hadn't failed, his decisions were not ones Sasuke would trust his safety with. Naruto did chose a large dog he couldn't control for a dog-walking mission that led to him being dragged through a minefield. Taking his silence as agreement, Naruto proudly proclaimed, "See, even you can't deny how awesome I am." Sasuke let out a sigh. "Did you even tell Hokage-sama that we were coming?" Naruto went wide-eyed as he froze, realizing he in fact did not give Tsunade a heads up. Naruto began to panic, grabbing his head as he panicked in the hall. Oh no, I need to tell Tsu-chan. Naruto was about to sprint out of the hospital to the Hokage tower before Sasuke acted quickly and grabbed Naruto by the collar. Naruto was running in place, kicking up a cloud of dust as he ran. Hey! Let me go! I need to let Tsu-chan know! Before Sasuke could say anything, Naruto pulled a kawarimi with a sign and clipboard and began running off. Sasuke threw the clipboard on the ground and chased after the blonde. Damn it, Naruto, get back here! Shouted the Uchiha. In a minute! I have to tell Tsu-chan that we were going to see your crush, shouted back the blonde, who was now in the street. Damn it, Naruto, I don't have a crush on her. All over Konoha, Sasuke chased his blonde teammate to tell him he could have just sent a messenger slug or a bunshin, but he was struggling to catch him. Naruto slid across rooftops, swung through alleyways using his chains, and even disappeared into the crowds on the streets below. Despite giving his best, Sasuke was struggling to catch the hyperactive blonde. If not for his Sharingan, he would have lost him several times or got tripped up by some of the unusual maneuvers Naruto pulled to traverse the village. Over the course of the chase, Sasuke found some of his muscles burn with the fires of being strained, signaling he hadn't worked them enough to continuously mimic Naruto. How can he do those maneuvers? Panted out Sasuke as he gulped down heaps of air. Growling, Sasuke prepared to run again before a voice stopped him. You won't catch him like that. Turning to the voice, Sasuke saw a one-armed man. His face was marred with what appeared to be burned scars. He had short brown hair, cold black eyes, and a demeanor that showed he is a shinobi. What do you mean? Asked the curious Uchiha. The man smiled at Sasuke. You see, when he was back in the academy, that blonde used to give Chunin the slip for hours. Getting impatient, Sasuke interrupted. Is there a way to catch him? He asked haughtily. Though Sasuke could see the man was annoyed, his expression didn't change. There is a way to catch him, but you need to predict his intended destination. Sasuke could only slap his forehead. He knew the blonde's intended destination. If he pushed himself, he could recreate Lee's incredible speed and attempt to beat him to the Hokage tower. Hopefully, Sasuke raced to the tower with the hope stopping Naruto, not realizing that if he is at the tower there would be no reason to stop Naruto. Sasuke had given Naruto quite the lead since he stopped to talk. However, instead of following the blonde, he took his own route to reach his target's destination. Sasuke forewent any of the fancy maneuvers that Naruto was pulling off earlier, relying on more straightforward leaps to move quickly. Despite having lost track of Naruto, he could see the tower. Feeling confident, Sasuke pressed forward, pushing more chakra through his body to increase his speed. Unfortunately, Sasuke turned off his Sharingan for the run, so he was caught unaware by a series of chains he got tangled in. Sasuke landed on the ground, bound by chains, startling everyone near the tower's entrance. The Umbu and Jonin near the building were not startled, not because they didn't care about Sasuke, but because they knew who had those chains. They were also very aware of Naruto and Sasuke heading toward the tower. The boys weren't exactly stealthy with their approach. The Chunin, Genin, and civilians were greatly startled by Sasuke landing in the street bound by chains. Naruto looked a little sheepish as he scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Sasuke, but I need to inform Tsu-chan. But thanks for coming with me. It will make explaining my plan that much easier. Also, you need to control your speed. You were going a little too fast, spoke a voice Sasuke was all too familiar with. Dobe, listen to me. Naruto showed he was listening but continued walking, dragging Sasuke with him into the tower. As they entered the building, Sasuke continued to explain. Look, Dobe, you could have just sent a messenger of some kind rather than running here yourself. Once again, Naruto froze. He then began to rub the back of his head sheepishly. Oops, was his intelligent reply. Sasuke, for his part, slammed his head on the ground in irritation. Well, since we are here, Naruto said with a shrug, not releasing Sasuke as he walked up 3 flights of stairs before entering Tsunade's office to tell her of his ingenious plan. As the pair returned to the hospital, Sasuke gave his blonde companion a scowl. Noticing this, Naruto turned his attention towards Sasuke, unsure if he was glaring at him for. Quit staring, team, spoke Naruto. Shut it. Did you need to leave me wrapped me in your chains when you spoke to the Hokage? Shouted Sasuke. Hey, it helped to demonstrate the plan, so don't blame me that it worked. The two continued to argue through the hospital, only stopping to show they had permission from Tsunade to enter. Before Naruto could enter, Sasuke spoke. Naruto, you mind if I talk to her? Naruto was about to tease him until he looked into his eyes. Naruto saw that Sasuke wanted to talk to her alone. His eyes reflected that he thought he found a kindred spirit. What they had in common Naruto wasn't sure, but he was willing to let Sasuke talk to her alone just this once. Naruto let out a sigh before allowing Sasuke to go in, knowing the Umbu were watching the pair. It seemed today was going to be one of those days where Kakashi was going to be late again. To occupy their time, Team 7 was doing their own training as they waited. Sasuke was practicing with his new Kuzurigama, swinging the chain around his head slowly to get familiar with the weight on the chain. At the same time, Sakura was setting up traps and tearing them down. Occasionally checking the diagrams she has with her in the books she brought with her or asking Naruto for help. Naruto, on the other hand, was ripping boulders from the ground before crushing them with his bare hands. Despite having many more skills to practice available, this was one of the few that allowed him to burn off a little steam as he was getting impatient waiting for Kakashi. Sadly, his Bunshin were having a similar sentiment, so they were not too focused on their Iryo ninjutsu or Fuinjutsu studies. It would be another 30 minutes before Kakashi arrived. Ugh! Cried out an indigent Sakura. When is Kakashi-sensei going to get here? Naruto! Do you know where Kakashi-sensei is? Despite his best effort, Naruto was forced to slow his pace in his manipulation of his chains to concentrate on locating their sensei. Sasuke was partly jealous of the ability. While his own Kekkei Genkai was a force to be reckoned with, Naruto's seemed to have more application in more fields. Though that could be the difference in training they had each received with their Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi had only gone over his eye's ability to perceive a person's movements. He still needed to train to use his eye's ability to cast genjutsu through eye contact, and how to copy jutsu. Sasuke let out a sigh. This showed the difference between a teacher from one's family or clan and a sensei who you only meet for part of a day. Maybe Naruto was onto something with the clan scrolls, thought Sasuke. Before Kakashi arrived, he was in a meeting with the other Jonin before the Hokage. It had been over 2 months since Yakumo had been brought in for her part in the attempted assassination of Tsunade. When everyone was seated, Tsunade began to address her most powerful in her ranks. Hello everyone. I am sure many of you are curious as to why you have been summoned. Silence hung in the room as the Jonin waited for her to continue. As I am sure many of you remember, there was a lightning strike that nearly struck the tower. Here the Jonin nodded. We learned, thanks to the efforts of Naruto, that the lightning was no coincidence. It was the work of, at the time, an unknown assailant. From there an investigation was launched which led to discovering the culprit being from the former Kurama clan. The Jonin were stunned to silence. While many in the room were unaware of the circumstances that led to them becoming a former clan, hearing that a prominent family attempted to assassinate your leader was still stunning. It was learned, after the assassin was taken into custody, that the Kurama family are planning a coup. Now the room was silent. That was until one of the Jonin raised their hand. Pardon me, Hokage Dano, but what motive could they possibly have? Tsunade let out a sigh. From what we have learned, Unkai Kurama is angered over the loss of his family's clan status being taken away. He could not move against the Sandaime, as the village was in a very powerful position. Now, however, he believes is the time to strike, as our forces were weakened by the recent attack by both Suna and Oto. The Jonin understood the choice of when to attack. It was an optimal decision. Since a majority of her forces were not from clans, they were unaware of the politics surrounding a clan maintaining its status. You see, if a clan loses access to its Kekkei Genkai, they lose their right to be called a shinobi clan. The Kurama clan was one such clan that failed to meet any of these standards, and thus lost their right to be called a clan. Instead of continuing their service within the shinobi forces, they chose to separate themselves from the village, but still claim its protection. Many of them still trained to fight, however it appears not for Konoha. Many of the Jonin did not like what was being implied. Fortunately, we learned from the assassin that most of the Kurama family wants no part in Unkai's plan of usurping me. We are still learning who amongst the family is a willing participant in Unaki's coup, however be prepared, Tsunade said solemnly. The Jonin were also feeling down. More blood was soon to be spilt, and all for one's ambition to not recognize their own mistakes, and another path before them. Kakashi watched over his genin as they trained, his thoughts lingering on the meeting he just got out of with the Hokage. Due to the news of a potential coup, Kakashi knew that would he be deployed to aid in the attempt of quelling the dissenters. This may also mean that his genin would be deployed alongside him. If he were lucky, they would not need to be part of the arrests that would ultimately lead to killings. The Godame said that all those involved with the plot would be detained and interrogated to ensure guilt or innocence, with the guilty at risk of being put to death. Despite the death they had faced in Nami, the only one to witness any bloody killings was Naruto. Well, Sasuke had seen the aftermath of such a tragedy, but he wasn't sure if he had the curse of seeing blood spilt. There was also the recent conflict within Konoha. From what he found out from Sakura, the only blood she had seen spilt was in the arena, so his genin had seen blood spilt. Letting out a sigh, he thought back to his own days under a jonin. Needless to say, he was not too proud of how he handled some aspects of their early careers. But he was making strides to rectify that. Already his team was learning how to incorporate the new skills they picked up under their tutelage from other chunin, or jonin. I guess Naruto's leap in progress was a great motivator, he thought happily. In the field before him, Naruto was bandaging Sasuke's shoulder as he struck himself with the weight on the end of his Kusarigama, while Sakura was fretting over Sasuke, asking repeatedly if he was okay. Sasuke's irritation and impatience was making things difficult, so Naruto was constantly telling Sasuke to hold still. Damn it, team! Hold still. You can move after I finish, tch. Hurry up then, dobe. Sasuke sneered as he looked away. Sakura looked toward Naruto with concern. Is Sasuke-kun going to be okay? Naruto shifted his eyes towards Sakura. Well, he has some minor swelling. Probing the area shows bruising in the deep tissue but no torn tissue. The area is pretty tender, but overall he's fine. He should get an X-ray to be safe, as joint injuries are some of the most dangerous, along with head injuries, as no matter how much you train you can never make those areas more durable, explained Naruto. Sakura looked relieved while Sasuke continued to look annoyed. Fantastic. My own failings have set me back even further, thought a bitter Sasuke. Before the mark on Sasuke's shoulder could whisper in his ear, Kakashi walked over to his students and asked, "So how goes your training?" Having finished wrapping Sasuke's shoulder, Naruto looked excited as he reported while jumping to his feet, "It's going great, sensei. I learned a new jutsu that lets me breath poison gas. Shizune sensei and Tsu-chan have even got me started on the basics of full-time nursing, with the promise of learning some of the more complex field surgeries," cheered the blonde. Kakashi smiled before turning to his remaining two students. Sasuke, finally out of Naruto's grasp, just gave a humph as he crossed his arms, wincing from the act. Luckily Naruto didn't notice, or Kakashi was sure that he would have yelled at the last Uchiha for aggravating his injuries before binding him with his chains to prevent Sasuke from moving. Everyone waited, with varying degrees of patience, for Sasuke to fill Kakashi in on what he has been taught. Eventually Sasuke caved. Letting out a sigh of resignation, Sasuke began to explain how his training had been going. "Kokomi has been teaching me how to use my Kusarigama." Here he held out the weapon in question. It looked rather plain as far as weapons are concerned, though the handle appeared to be a treated wood, giving it the appearance of red oak. "Not very well," whispered Naruto. Sasuke snapped his head around and glared at the blonde as Kakashi continued to smile. Sakura wasn't sure if she should laugh or reprimand Naruto. Sasuke grumbled out the rest of his report. "He has been overly strict, telling me I can't use my Sharingan when learning the basic katas." Kakashi did agree on Sasuke not using the Sharingan for learning how to use his Kusarigama. While the dojutsu is a handy tool, it became a hazard if Sasuke became too overly reliant on it, he would know. During their mission to Nami no Kuni, Kakashi found himself heavily reliant on his transplanted dojutsu instead of utilizing the senses he had spent years cultivating that allowed him to be one of the Anbu's greatest trackers. He also said it would make my achievement of learning them more meaningful. Kakashi saw it, the faintest hint of glossiness in Sasuke's eyes, as if he were recalling something. Kakashi then turned his attention towards the lone female of his team. As soon as he did, Naruto and Sasuke began to stare as well, though Sasuke seemed more irritated than usual. Grabbing her arm from behind her back, Sakura twisted her right foot in the dirt before she answered. I've been learning a lot from Ratsuen-sensei. He had me demonstrate most of my traps that I know how to make and said that have a lot of potential. As she finished, Sakura looked toward Naruto out of the corner of her eye. I have also been getting a lot of tips from Naruto, she said bashfully. Naruto gave the pink head a wide smile and a thumbs up, causing her to give a light smile of her own. Soon after, however, Sakura's mood fell. Kurenai-sensei said that we had to stop training for now. According to Kiba, she has even lessened up on their team training too. She won't tell any of us why though, she said as she looked down in sadness. Naruto looked a little nervous at Sakura's words, something that Sasuke and Kakashi caught as the silver-haired Jonin knew what Kurenai was being preoccupied with. The news of a clan plotting against Konoha, one that decided to seclude themselves from the village at large, was troubling, as is the potential conflict that will likely occur. Kakashi wasn't too worried for his students, however Naruto, being the student of the Hokage, may be pulled in as a medic to help treat any capture or injured in the upcoming skirmish. In the time that Yakumo was taken, Anaki was livid. The man was inconsolable as he trashed his study and berated his clansmen. In fact, the man went as far as to have many of them flayed on the training grounds before the clan as punishment for letting Yakumo be taken. What he failed to recognize was how uncomfortable most of clan was at the display. Many of the younger members tried to leave only to be stopped by their seniors. The younger pleaded with their eyes to not be forced to watch the scene. Sadly, the older members could only meet their gazes with stoic expressions and sad eyes. While they too were uncomfortable with the scene before them, they didn't want these young ones to experience the same thing, as it is clear Unkai is losing his mind as his obsession with battling Konoha seemed to grow and become darker as time passed on in the recent days. As Unkai was sitting behind his desk in his office, the lights were turned off in favor of having the darkened room light by candles and old wooden lamps. Soon a knock came from his rice paper door. "Enter," he called. The door slid open, though who it was that entered could not be determined as their face was covered by the shadows of the room. Their voice was heavy with the experience of battles past and commanding to where none would challenge its owner authority. "I hear that you lost your asset," spoke the voice as its owner sat on the other side of Unkai's desk. Unkai could only growl at the comment before he spoke. "Yes. My incompetent clansman failed to notice her departure, probably under those Konoha nin." A pause overtook the two before the guest spoke once more. "Ah, is that so? Tell me, how could anyone restrain your asset if her genjutsu is so potent?" Anaki slammed his hands on his desk and made to stand, however an ominous red eye flared to life in the darkness of the room, frightening the Kurama clan head. As the Unkai recovered from his outburst, he coughed lightly into his hand to regain his composure. "I'm not sure." Their group was not that impressive. They had Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yuhi, Suminazuka and her partner, a Narabai and a blonde kid in orange with a kitsune mask on his head. I didn't know them nor were they introduced, so I wrote them off. Unseen by Unkai, but his guest's eyes slightly widened at the mention of a blonde child. "Tell me, did the blonde have 3 whisker marks on his cheeks?" Surprised by the question, Unkai asked the relevance of the marks. "Never mind that, did he have them?" Seeing no harm in answering, Anaki answered in the affirmative. The man had a large smile that was barely seen in the light of the candles. "Interesting. It seems he may have inherited something from his Kaa-san after all," spoke the man. Who are you talking about? Do not worry about it. I'm sure a smart and educated man such as yourself can figure out how she had made her way from your hold. In the meantime, I suggest you either retrieve her or put her down. Having your greatest asset in the hands of your enemy is not what one would call practical." Unkai seemed to ponder this advice before nodding in agreement. "Thank you for your time, Unkai-san. This conversation has been very informative," spoke the man. "That was all you have to say?" questioned an angered Kurama. Once more the ominous red eye appeared, freezing Anaki again. Soon the man's eyes seemed to become glassy. With that, Anaki's visitor left the room and Unkai seemed to regain his senses. "It seems he inherited your chains, Kushina-sama. It seems that none of the others are worth sending after him aside from my greatest pawn. Sadly, he can't leave AIM yet, as there are things he must do as the face. For now I can't wait to see his strength grow," thought the mysterious man. shaking his head to clear away any confusion he seems to have after his meeting. Unkai abruptly stood from behind his desk to gather a few of his subordinates for a mission he has in mind. In Konoha, Sasuke is watching the mid-afternoon sun descend toward the forest beyond the walls of Konoha, his shoulders still feeling sore from training. Naruto had advised the Uchiha to go to the hospital and have his shoulder x-rayed to make sure the joint is intact. However, Sasuke was very opposed to the idea. The blonde even gave the Uchiha a small flip book he was supposed to give the doctor that treats him, so they knew the entire incident history and medical actions taken before his arrival. TCH. What makes the dobe think he knows better? Because he is training to be an Iryo-nin? TCH. Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets and reluctantly made his way to the hospital. Entering the facility, Sasuke was greeted by the receptionist. "Hello, Sasuke-san. What are you here for today?" the receptionist asked cheerfully. Looking away from the receptionist, Sasuke mutters something she couldn't hear. "I'm sorry, Sasuke-san, but could you please repeat that?" Once more Sasuke grumbled out his response, which she asked once again for him to repeat. This time he spoke loud enough for the receptionist to hear. "I would like an X-ray for my shoulder," spoke the embarrassed Uchiha. The receptionist seemed a little puzzled. "Pardon my curiosity, Sasuke-san, but why do you need an X-ray for your shoulder?" Letting out a sigh, Sasuke explained that Naruto said he should, which was as far as he got before being signed in and being told to wait for a doctor, as he was somehow transported to an examine room. Sasuke could only gawk wide-eyed as he questioned what just happened. While Sasuke sat in his exam room, Yakumo was once again returned to the growing hospital. The facility is growing to accommodate all forms of medical care being introduced, including physical therapy as well as a psychiatric ward which offers therapy alongside cells for such necessary actions. These additions are being done alongside the construction of 2 more hospitals in different quarters of the village, so there is an ease of access to medical care for the whole village. Due to her split personality, she was being forced to have counseling sessions at least twice a day to find out the cause of her split personality. Over her time in the hospital, she had gained a consistent visitor in the form of Sasuke Uchiha. The Kurama heiress was surprised when the teen had walked into her room bound in the same chains that brought her to Konoha. She was still uncomfortable around the blonde despite his disarming smile. The black-haired teen was about to say something when the blonde spoke first. "Yo, Yakumo-chan. You have a visitor." "This is Sasuke team," he said as he pointed toward the bound teen. The blonde then put up his hand up next to his mouth as if to prevent his words from being heard by the bound Sasuke as he whispered, "He probably won't be that fun to talk to as he's too stubborn to talk to anyone." The boy Sasuke, if Yakumo deduced correctly, seemed to be annoyed by the blonde. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke spat out, "Oi! I can talk to others just fine." Noticing he got a rise out of his bound teammate, Naruto pushed forward with his words. That's why you're always so willing to have a conversation with me or Sakura-chan, or why you talked with everyone in the academy, or…" Naruto was cut off by a stomp to his foot, inadvertently causing the chains that bound him to tighten while Naruto hopped on one foot as he repeatedly chanted OW. Yakumo couldn't help but giggle at the scene. These two seemed quite friendly with one another despite their less than friendly banter earlier. Her soft giggling broke the tension between the two and saved Sasuke from being crushed by the Uzumaki's chains. Soon, silence permeated the room before Sasuke asked Naruto, "Are you going to release me?" Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto unwrapped his chains in such a way that caused Sasuke to spin in place on his heels before falling on his butt. From his position on the floor, Sasuke glared up at Naruto, who only gave a coy smile in return. "What are you staring at me from? Aren't you the one who wanted to talk to your friend here?" His glare never leaving his features as he stood, Sasuke turned his chin up before addressing the bedridden girl. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. It's nice to meet you." Ever since that day, Sasuke had come around a few more times. Each time he was accompanied by Naruto and was wrapped in his chains. She was not told as to why he was always wrapped up, but the sour look on Sasuke's face was always a nice sight. He was pleasant company to have, and the teasing he got from Naruto always livened up the room when their conversations felt a bit drab. She was happy to meet someone who understood what it felt like to have their family's expectations thrust on them, as well as the betrayal of family you thought you could trust. They never fully disclosed the source of their pain to each other, but the fact they understood each other made Yakumo feel like she had a friend. Yakumo was exhausted as she walked through the halls of the hospital before she caught sight Sasuke sitting in an exam room waiting for a doctor. Hesitantly, she made her way to the door to his room. As she walked, she felt as if dozens of eyes were trained on her. Looking around, all she saw were members of the hospital staff. Unsure of where the feeling was coming from, Yakumo pushed forward until she was in the doorway to Sasuke's exam room. Nervously, Yakumo knocked on the door jamb, getting the distracted Uchiha's attention. "Hello, Yakumo-san," said Sasuke as he held his head slightly down in his usual manner. "Did you just get back?" Yakumo nodded. "Yeah, I'm on my way to talk to Yamanaka-san again, but I saw you in here and was a little curious," Yakumo said as she played with her braid a little as she looked to the ground. "Curious? Did something happen in training today?" Sasuke bolted upright, however this went unnoticed by Yakumo as her eyes were casted to the side. "Nothing too big, just Naruto being a pain," he said flatly. "Well, wouldn't it be a good idea to listen to him since he is training to be an Irionin?" Sasuke crossed his arms. "I think he's being paranoid if you asked me, but you still respect him if you came here on your own." Sasuke raised an eyebrow at that comment. "How do you know I came here alone?" Yakumo gave a small smile. "Because if he came with you, then he would still be here to make sure you are okay. I mean, you two seem to get along really well even with your banter." Sasuke was silent for a moment, which was interrupted by the doctor arriving and knocking on the door jamb to let the two know of his arrival. "Pardon my interruption, but I do believe I have a patient waiting for me." Yakumo gave a startled bow before a nurse came up to her with a friendly smile and ushered her to follow her. "This way please, Kurama-san, you're almost late for your appointment." "Ah. Yes." Yakumo gave a bow to the doctor before saying farewell to Sasuke as she left with the nurse toward her appointment. Within the council chambers in Hokage Tower, Tsunade along with her council were meeting once again over the terms from Suna. This is the fourth set of terms sent from Tsunagakure abdicating for the release of their wounded as well as the children of the Kazekage. Once again the clan heads were present along with the elders. Once Tsunade called the meeting to order, Kohara was the first to speak. "We have all read the new conditions put forth by Tsunagakure, yes?" The clan heads and the elders all nodded. "So we are opening the floor for deliberation. If you have words to say about the newly given terms, voice them now," spoke Tsunade. The first to speak was Shikaku. "I believe that the first thing we should do is lessen the financial repercussions offered." This was met with silence from around the room. Danzo was the one to question this action. "Thanks to the actions of Hokage-sama, the village is more than financially stable for the immediate future and able to afford the necessary materials for recovery. Another issue is that part of the reason Suna attacked us was the financial constraints they were feeling in recent years. At this moment they are unable to pay us, and this lack of funds could lead to another attack, however with option for Suna to capitulate off the table." The room was left to think on this as Hayashi was the next to speak. "Another thing we must keep in mind is that Suna is a buffer power between us and IWA. While they are not above going through the smaller nations to our north, their current presence is a deterrent no matter their current strength." The next to speak was Shibi. "Another option we must consider is that there is no other major power that we can ally ourselves with at the moment. Kiri is still involved with their civil war, while the remaining two are not in favor of us. While we are allied with Taki, they are only considered a major force due to the Nanabi, but they do not have the means to provide a significant force to aid us in an engagement with any other major power. For that we should not weaken Suna too harshly, and provide ammunition for Kumo and IWA to become aggressive." While Danzo was not fine with many of these options, he was forced to recognize that Konoha did not have the resources to handle a two-front war, and with no one to aid in relieving the pressure of such a conflict, Konoha could not win such a war. For now, he would have to yield the point when it comes to financial compensation. "Any counters to this motion?" asked Tamura. No one spoke. On to the next point within the terms. "We are looking out return of prisoners, including the VIPs known as the children of the former Kazekage." So, on did the meeting go, with the agreement being of the return of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, as well as other restitutions and compromises agreed upon by the council. Earlier in the day, as Yakumo was leaving the interrogation office, a large group of individuals were sneaking through the woods that surrounded Konoha. As soon as the walls were in sight, the leader called a halt to begin their infiltration. Their mission: find Yakumo Kurama and extract her. If unable to do so, kill her and eliminate themselves to leave no witnesses. Given recent events that affected Konoha, Jiro Kurama should have expected the security to have increased. However, the security was beyond what they had trained for. So much so that as they neared the walls it felt as though the shadows had eyes and the walls had ears. To get past the walls the group would need to break off so as to have an easier time of not being noticed. Getting into the village, even with the routes they had planned to use to infiltrate on a larger scale, proved to be rather arduous. Despite the size and sturdiness of the walls that protected Konoha from invading forces, there were blind spots and areas that a slippery enough individual could use get past the sentries and through the wall. Now, while the wall is atop the ground, one would assume that going beneath the wall is another excellent way to enter the vicinity. However, it is not. Oftentimes a member of the Hyuga is stationed along the wall, so the minute usage of chakra will cause their senses to flare and activate their eyes and spot the intruders. For this to work, the team they need to be as stealthy as possible and utilize old methods that were phased out due to chakra. Jiro halted his team so they could take in their surroundings as well as observe one section of the wall's guard patrols while also remaining far back enough that no sensor could feel their presence if they weren't looking for them. Confirming that they were out of visual range and presumed sensory range of the sentries stationed on the wall, Jiro began debriefing his squad and assigning their entry points. The briefing started as he called his squad to gather around him as he pulled out a map that marked all possible entry points the clan is going to utilize in the future. Alright, as you all know, we are here just outside the southeastern side of the wall. We are going to use separate points of entry as individuals to lessen the likelihood of being caught. Eyeing the reactions of the others, Jiro saw that they nodded in understanding. From there, Jiro continued to discuss what his team should be aware of at each spot. Due to the recent invasion, each guard post along the wall has gained a Hyuga station to be a long-range lookout. While their range is incredible, it is not infinite. Currently we are sitting outside their range, and it is important that you do not make your presence known to catch their suspicions. Once again, the forces under his command nodded in understanding. While it is true they cannot hide from the infamous Byakugan, they are able to hide from its wielder, as they can become distracted and lazy like anyone else. Thanks to our preliminary scouting, we have learned that there is a 2-foot gaps between the minimum range of each of the Hyuga stationed along the wall. While they can increase the range by actively directing their vision, their passive vision leaves a gap we will be taking advantage of to get into the village. As he spoke, Jiro began designating spots along the wall, and who will be the one to use that infiltration point. Each of these points are areas we have determined to be easier for us to utilize to infiltrate the village. Whether it is because of lazy guards or an easier means of avoiding being spotted, it doesn't matter. I will assign you your point of infiltration, and remember, don't use chakra to avoid alerting the sentries. Remember, once inside the walls, make your way to the main market within the village and wait for the team to make contact. We will then make our way to Dangoya and begin the next phase of the operation. With his final explanation given to his forces, they all scattered to their assigned entry points. Jiro's point of entry was along the southern side of the wall. He hid behind a tree with a monocular to observe the guards along the wall. Great, of all the ones I could give myself, I had to pick one where the guards are being vigilant, he said, letting out a sigh. Collapsing his monocular, he begins his approach. His approach used the underbrush to cover his form until he was about 50 feet from the wall, where he is less likely to be seen in the underbrush. From there he tugged on the shinobi wire he was grasping in his left hand to pull down a large tree, the collapse briefly distracting the sentries, allowing him to make it to the base of the wall. Quickly using a larger than, he scaled a tall tree out of normal sight of the shinobi. As soon as their attention turned back to each other, Jiro used brute force to remove the branch above him before throwing it and breaking a few more. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiro leapt to the wall before rolling off the side and into a nearby tree before appearing on the ground and walking away causally. Unknown to the Kurama clan member, the subsequent event of breaking trees had gotten the Hyuga at the outpost's attention, so his infiltration was noticed. Unknown to Jiro, of the 15 team members he came with, he was now down to less than half, as some of his team's actions were also noticed, with the outposts alerting the others before his team fully crossed. Jiro was walking through the semi-repaired eastern market close to the wall. He needed to get closer to the center of the village, as that is where his target was going to be. As he walked, Jiro took notice of the members of his team he was able to locate in the crowd. I hope the others are able to rendezvous with us soon. For now, we need to press on, Jiro thought as he passed members of his team who followed after him as he walked by. Their destination, Dangoya, an eatery frequented by one Anko Mitarashi. Their mission, gain information on their target. Jiro understood the importance of their mission. Yakumo is their ace, their opening and most powerful weapon against the village that spat on their honor as a shinobi clan. The Kurama clan had bled and died for the village of Konoha. Their reward? Their honor as a shinobi clan was removed when they lost their Kekkei Genkai. I shouldn't be surprised, thought Jiro bitterly. After all, ours isn't the first clan Konoha has casted aside, thought Jiro bitterly. Many don't even know about the clan whose symbol they wear on their shoulders and back. The remainder of Jiro's team followed him into Dangoya with no hiccups as planned. Dangoya is a decently sized establishment that is 2 stories tall with a forest green roof. While it was not the size of Yakinikuku, it was a fair bit larger than a Chiraku ramen, with all of its seating being wooden tables and benches that could comfortably sit 6, with 2 sets of tables being directly viewable from the street. There are a total of 6 seating areas within the establishment, along with a serving counter and a well-stocked kitchen behind said counter. The owner and primary operator of the stand is a tall, lightly tanned man of average height, though he was on the heavier side of the scale. He typically had a white bandana wrapped around his bald head, while he wore large circular glasses along with short, full beard. He wore a short-sleeved gray shirt with khaki pants under a full-body apron along with zora for footwear. Jory's plan was to get information out of the woman when her guard was down the most and her inhibitions were in full effect, even if they need to cause an incident to aid in the procurement. Due to the woman's propensity to become more talkative when she is eating the sweet dish, because of this fact it wouldn't be hard to get the information they need from the second in command of the torture branch of T. All the remaining members of Jiro's team were scattered throughout the dango stand so as to have a clean line of sight on the table deemed the snake's den. Due to the table's location of being set in the far aisle at the back of the stand, the team was situated in a half square in front of it, with them being seated 2 or 3 to a table so as to have the closest ears focused on the table, while their eyes were focused on the entrance, while the further members from the door were situated with their eyes on the table and their backs against the wall so as to not be taken by someone in their blind spot. Like any stakeout in a restaurant setting, there became the issue of staying too long. To compensate for this, the team needed to rotate, leaving and returning in new attire. Thanks to their target being an accomplished kunoichi, the team forewent the use of the henge and instead relied on makeup and accessories in addition to wardrobe alterations to remain anonymous. Something's off, thought Jiro. Typically she arrives around this time. Were Daisuke and the others break already? The team would wait another hour before their target arrived, and she appeared to be in a rather chipper mood. Oi! GG. Get me 6 sticks to start, and keep them coming. And don't forget my sake! Cried out the joyful interrogator. The man running the shop merely gave a mellow hi in response as he began making her order. Nearly skipping as she made her way through the restaurant, Anko took her seat as she had a childlike smile plastered on her face. While it was well known that Anko had a more mischievous personality, something about her smile put Jiro on edge. Looking around the stand, a few members of his team were also put on edge as well. However, the mission must continue to gain the location of their target. Soon enough, Anko's order was brought out, where she animatedly attacked her dango before the plates had even touched the table, ensuring a second order was about to be placed. As soon as her second order arrived, Jiro gave a discreet signal to his team to begin the next phase of their plan. One of the women on the team, Eri, was approached by Ryu as she was near the snake Denver. Their job: create a scene in which Eri is seen as a victim to try and get close to Anko when the woman steps in to put Ryu in his place. The plan was simple. Ryu would make a pass only to be shot down. Not taking the rejection well, he would become aggressive only for Anko to step in and invite Eri to her table, where she would then probe for information while weaving a subtle genjutsu to loosen Anko's lips, aided by the effects of the purple-haired woman's alcohol. Sadly, no plan ever survives first contact, especially when encountering someone like Anko, who is known to be a bit unique when it comes to her approach when interacting with strangers. Oi! You two are ruining my great mood! She shouted coldly as she stared down Eri and Ryu. I suggest you two march your asses out of this holy sanctuary if you want to keep what lets you make kids, she said threateningly, as she held up 4 samban in between her fingers while scowling angrily at Eri and Ryu. Attempting to make the best of a bad situation, Ryu shoved his hands into his pockets as he clicked his tongue and walked away. Catching on to Ryu's actions, with the aid of unseen hand gestures and eye movements, Eri approached the snake's den to thank her savior. Eri brought out her best impersonation of a shy woman who was beset upon by fear and hero worship. Thank you for the help. I don't know what I would have done if he forced himself on me. Anko seemed to not care as she immediately went back to eating the stick of dango in her hand, the sanban she was once holding seemingly gone with the wind. Eri had yet to get a response from the interrogator, so she chose to wait until her words were acknowledged. As Anko was about to take a drink from her sake bottle, she noticed Eri had yet to leave. Giving the woman a dark glare, Anko spoke to the woman. Listen here, lady. I only stepped in because you two were ruining the atmosphere of Dangoya. Now that he's gone, either be on your way or go sit somewhere and mind your own business. Anko said harshly, seeing an opening as well as being familiar with the shinobi code of conduct for Konoha. Eri placed an order for herself and sat at the snake's den, much to many of the patrons' surprise and Anko's anger. Despite her desire to attack the woman that dare sit at her table, Anko couldn't attack the woman with any force or action that would cause the woman harm unless she was committing a crime and needed to be detained or was another shinobi. Given that the woman didn't seem to be intimidated by her presence, led Anko to believe she was a kunoichi, but with no proof could lead to problems. Thus she was forced to relent and allowed the woman to sit at her table even if she was under extreme reluctance to do so. The two sat in silence, with the only sounds being those of the two eating or Anko ordering even more dango and sake. When Eri saw Anko's movements becoming less coordinated than when she first ordered, the infiltrator chose that moment to strike. Introducing herself as Miko, Eri began by striking up a conversation with the intention of steering it to learn about Yakumo. Despite Anko's flustered appearance, the woman proved to be quite difficult to crack. So much so that Eri needed to buy 6 more bottles before Anko appeared to be loose-lipped enough to talk about her work, and even then, she was primarily met with now Miko-chan, I can't tell you about that, or sure. It's not good for you to ask those questions. After Anko consumed nearly 11 bottles of alcohol, did the Tokubetsu Jonin appear to be loose-lipped enough to give Eri what she was hoping to get. Annoyingly, however, since Anko's words were very slurred, Eri was hard-pressed to understand the woman. Sadly, she couldn't ask for many clarifications without it becoming suspicious despite Anko's intoxicated state. It also didn't help that at some point Anko sat next to Eri and had become very handsy, groping the woman at any opportunity she was given. She was feeling her hips, her arms, her calves and the sides of her breasts, much to the woman's embarrassment and the detriment to all the males left in the restaurant. By the time Eri got what she wanted, it had become rather late, to the point night had risen. Thankfully, Anko had passed out with a content smile on her face as she had a slight amount of drool leaving her mouth. After Eri left, the rest of Jiro's team left one by one every 10 to 15 minutes between each member so as to maintain their cover. After every one of them had left, an unnoticed snake crawled its way up Anko's leg. The team of Kurama clan members met a few blocks from the stand in a darkened alley. When it was confirmed that everyone was accounted for from the restaurant, Jiro began his team's debriefing. Eri, as you were the closest to Anko, can you confirm what she told us of Ikumo-san? Eri nodded her head in affirmation as she responded. From my conversation with Mitarashi-san, I was able to learn that Yakumo-san is staying at the Northern Hospital. Apparently Konoha has built 2 additional hospitals since the Tsunade invasion. Jiro seemed to ponder this before he spoke. It seems we need to do new reconnaissance so we can finalize our plans. Did she say anything else? Yes. Apparently, she appears to be receiving therapy from the Yamanaka clan, with her sessions taking place within the compound itself. When she is not there, she is staying within the Northern Hospital. Given the clan's skill set, it would be best to avoid striking when Yakumo-san is within proximity of the clan. At that, the members of his team nodded in affirmation. The clan was known to not just have jutsu that attack a foe's mind, but they also produce several sensors a generation. Since their presence is an unrecognized one, they could inadvertently reveal themselves. Anything else? Eri nodded. Yes. She has a frequent visitor, though I couldn't catch their name. Jiro let out a sigh. With so little information about her interactions could mean she was a tripwire waiting to set off a trap. Sadly, regardless of Yakumo's social interactions, they had a mission to complete. Jiro then asked a question that influenced his squad's next action. Has anyone seen Daisuke or the others? He received no positive answers. Letting out a sigh of resignation, Jiro gave his orders. With as pressed for time we now are due to their absence, we have to choice but to attack Yakumo-san tonight, Jiro said solemnly. They were assigned a potential suicide mission, and it seems like this mission has just become one. His team agreed with him even if they were reluctant. With Daisuke's absence there is no telling if he was captured or dead, though the fact no alarm was raised means that they were more than likely captured. They also can't return as their mission was too important given their target. Alright, everyone move out. With that command, Jiro and his team ran towards the northern quarter of the village to locate the hospital and slay Yakumo, doing what they could to stick to the shadows and remain unseen. Thanks to their lack of knowledge and the change in village layout, Jiro and his team were forced to move at a slower pace than intended. They made their through the village with stealth that showed the success of their training, doing what they could to avoid the random patrolling shinobi that crossed their route. As they made their way into the northern section of the village to locate the hospital, Jiro, and some of his team, couldn't help but feel like something was off. Odd. While it wouldn't be uncommon for guards to be out, some of them seemed to be searching for something before they continued, thought Jiro. Upon reaching where the start of the northern quarter of the village, according to their maps, began, Jiro made an executive decision. Without knowing where the hospital is located, Jiro ordered his team to spread out. Alright. As we are unsure of the location of our objective, we are going to be moving in a wide area formation. However, keep each other within sight of at least 2 other members. Once the facility is located, signal the 2 in sight of you, and they will relay the information to the others. Understood? The squad nodded in understanding before they scattered to the alleyways and began skulking about once more. On a nearby rooftop, a figure cloaked in black peeked over the side before slowly inching away from the edge, becoming unseen once more. It didn't take long for a member of Jiro's team to find the hospital, however what they found left the team pale and nervous. Upon arriving at the scene, Jiro was no better, for in front of him was a hospital under construction. Oh no, whispered Jiro. Acting immediately, Jiro was about to order a retreat until several wires attached to kunai were thrown their way. Scatter! Was his command. Sadly, 3 of his subordinates did not act fast enough and had been bound or had a limb caught in the wires. As panic set in for his subordinates, Jiro followed the path of the wires. What he saw made him pale. Atop the surrounding rooftops were several shinobi with flak jackets marking them as veterans alongside an ambu squad, and leading the charge was the Hokage herself. No longer was she clad in her usual attire. Instead, she was wearing her battle gear, which consisted of dark blue pants that had tape around the ankles that went up to her mid-shin. She changed out her heeled sandals for dark blue standard Konoha shinobi sandals. Her top was a dark blue turtleneck, however hers had fingerless built into the sleeves along with the green flak jacket of Konoha. On her right thigh she wore 2 kunai holsters, while on her belt she wore a medical pouch and 2 utility pouches. In addition, she wore gray vambraces as well as an additional gray chest plate, which, much like her flak jacket, could not conceal her large bust. The chest plate had a strap on each side that held the armor closed, along with 2 pauldrons that extended slightly beyond her shoulders while still allowing her to move her arms up freely with the bands they were attached to passing closely to the high collar of the flak jacket. Across her forehead was her Konoha Hitai 8 on a dark blue cloth. She stood over the infiltrators as she looked down on them, as her arms were crossed over her chest as she held her head up high. So you thought you could infiltrate my village? She asked in a neutral tone, one that set off warning bells in Jiro and his remaining team. Tell me, has the Kurama clan truly chosen to raise its banner against Konoha? With that question, Jiro understood his mission to extract Yakumo had truly failed. The only option left to him is to take out those around them so no one know of his clan's intentions. Steeling himself so as to appear strong before his team, Jiro looked into the eyes of the Hokage and asked, "How did you find us?" As soon as he asked his question, a large constrictor exploded from the ground. It hissed aggressively before wrapping around Eri before the snake pulled her underground. her screams fading as she went deeper into the ground. Looking around frantically, Jiro caught sight of someone he wasn't expecting to see: Anko, standing amongst the shinobi that surrounded them, an evil smirk on her face. "How are you here? You drank 11 bottles of sake." Anko's grin merely widened as she responded, "Now that's a secret." Before any more could be said, Tsunade gave a signal, and with it the Konoha shinobi moved. In response, so did the Kurama clan members. The battle was short, however it was fierce, with the Umbu being the greatest factor in intimidating the intruders. Sadly, those who were not captured at the start of the battle felt greatly intimidated when staring up at the Hokage. Her legend was no secret, and her fierceness in combat was to be expected. With her being backed by 2 squads of Umbu did nothing to bolster their morale. Tsunade was the first to leap into the fray. Due to the location of this engagement, she needed to be selective with when she increased her strength so as not to cause any collateral damage. The other thing the Konoha shinobi needed to be mindful of was they were unable to use lethal force. With these handicaps in mind, Tsunade chose to lead the charge to act as a distraction and capture shinobi so that the Nara and Aburame could utilize their techniques to the fullest. Acting quickly, Jiro casted a quick genjutsu on his surroundings to hide his team's presence. While the genjutsu did nothing against Tsunade, however, none of the shinobi under Umbu in strength were as fast to break the genjutsu before it took effect. That slight time delay was enough to allow for the Kurama clan members to act. The first thing they did was attempt to free their bound allies, with only one of their attempts being foiled. With the odds slightly improving, the Kurama clan squad opened with several C-rank ninjutsu to spread out the Konoha shinobi. Sadly, the tactic did nothing more than give the Konoha shinobi more freedom to surround them. As soon as their sandals hit the road, the Umbu lunged forward with terrifying speed, bringing out several fuinjutsu tags, while the hidden Kikaichu of the Aburame began rendering some of the combatants immobile, along with the Nara's shadows and snakes provided by Anko. Before the shinobi could be rendered fully immobile, some of Jiro's squad activated the concealed explosive tags hidden under their shirts. The power of the explosions was devastating, presumably felling several buildings and causing craters in the roads based on the smoke and blasts they created. Of the 6 that attempted to activate their tags, only 4 were able to do so, and caused damage, as one was stopped and safely evacuated by the Nara amongst Konoha's ranks, while the other was too close to the Umbu, who then spirited him away before the other's tags could go off, while those that were stopped by the Aburame died in the blasts. Meanwhile, Tsunade managed to subdue Jiro before he activated his tags. By utilizing the right Unchikura Moto, Tsunade closed the gap on Jiro in less than the blink of an eye, where she then struck the surprised man in the center of his neck with a chop attack, where she then retreated with him in the attempt to utilize him as a means of forcing the rest to surrender. As soon as her blow struck, she placed a layer of chakra in his central nervous system, where the electrical signals from his brain were routed to unintended areas, effectively shutting him down. When she landed, Tsunade was then treated. Loud boom of explosives going off. Looking towards the epicenter of the noise, she saw dark smoke rising from the streets, as well as flames beneath the smoke. Without needing orders, her Umbu set to work to quell the fire and blow away the smoke. Following their superior's lead, those not caught in the blast area either aided in quelling the fire or shot up an orange flare to call for medical assistance. When the smoke cleared, it revealed there were several defensive Doton structures erected. Of the nearly 20 shinobi Tsunade brought with her, half were pelted by concussive blasts, and were forced to endure burns of varying severity. Luckily, their flak jackets were able to absorb much of the shrapnel. Her Umbu, as well as those who stayed back from the area of engagement, came out mildly dusted from minor debris for the blasts. Acting quickly, she immediately took command of the situation, directing the 2 additional medics she had on hand to limit the fatalities to just the enemy combatants. Meanwhile, shinobi across the village sprung to action upon the flare being seen, with some being woken to provide aid and respond to the situation. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.